AVEVA Stadium in Houston, Texas, where it is a sunny 40 degrees here with a nice, gentle breeze today. This is Grant Cole. Joining me in the booth today is Pat Clifton. Pat, how are you doing today?
I'm fantastic. Compared to yesterday, this is paradise, right? Because the sun is shining. It's going to be about 15 degrees warmer at some point today. We all know it, and I think that, mentally we're there.
And yesterday, the quality of play you saw coming into this, it's not quite an inaugural NCR All-Star tournament, but, this is really the first time NCR's held this tournament, right?
It's the first one. Yeah, it is the first time National Collegiate Rugby since the rebrand, right, since COVID. So this is a big one. There's a lot of programs here that have never been involved in any of the old INSCRO All-Star tournaments. This is a big new thing for NCR and for these guys out here, and I think the standard's been really exciting to watch, and will only go up today as the weather has improved and these guys have gotten a little more time with each other.
On the field today is Mid-Atlantic Sharks on the left in the light blue, and on the right in the gray is the Great Lakes Thunderbirds, and they come from all around the Great Lakes. We got kickoff here from Tiernan, and it goes 10, and the Sharks get the rebound, but it's stolen there, and referee Brian Hall says we're going to come back to the first knock-on. In the middle today, Brian Hall has joined us as a referee, and his ARs are Justin from Austin, Texas. Originally went to Texas A&M, and Andy Buck, who is also a Texas native here from Houston. He's originally from Houston, but lives in New York.
This is, of course, the quarterfinals. Yesterday we had pool play for seeding. Every team advanced to the quarterfinals. We got Mid-Atlantic here, finished 1-2 yesterday, and the Great Lakes finished 2-1.
And who are your players to watch on Mid-Atlantic today?
Well, Tom Casares for sure, the number 8. He's really fantastic from Thomas More. And then the 9 from Kutztown, Kukua. I think he's a really handy player. Got a nice chance to talk to him. He's a senior. He's the only representative from Kutztown today. He's really trying to do his best to play some next-level rugby after this. He wants to play in Major League Rugby, and he's trying to get film today and get better and get some coaching this weekend and play with some guys who I think definitely will end up in MLR Academy teams and setups.
And speaking of Kukua, he just and Casares, he just dished off to Casares over on the left side and got his team into the red zone. And Kukua quickly to the breakdown every time. Tiernan with pass out, but it's knocked on by one of the 12s. We have 2 12s on the field. That's number 4, Taha Brown. Interesting enough, they're locked today. Ali Taha Brown, served as their kicker yesterday.
Love that. Who doesn't love everybody I think in rugby loves the lock who kicks.
The John Eels of the world, right?
Absolutely. I saw Midwest Barbarians yesterday. I think Josh Napora was playing front row, number 8, and he got a couple of kicks in even.
And for Great Lakes, who do you like on Great Lakes? Who stood out yesterday?
The Great Lakes are absolutely stacked top to bottom. This is actually my first time getting eyeballs on the Great Lakes, but they have a lot of programs that are feeding into them that have varsity set up, so they have a lot of funding, resources, recruiting. I think the Great Lakes are, I'm excited to see them. This is my first chance to get eyeballs on them. Did you get a chance to watch them yesterday, Grant?
Got a chance to watch the Great Lakes Rising Stars, who were very impressive, looked as good as an all-star team.
Yeah.
And the Rising Stars, are the next step down. Yesterday, Great Lakes did a lot of throws to their one jumper position with Casares there. He's there again today, makes a great take, and they're going to maul it forward. Good work there from Casares. Casey Shelby at the back there. Chase Shelby, excuse me. And little drive forward. Who is that? That's the number 25 that's Mark Matuku with the tackle there. Kokoya at the Tiernan inside to Kearney. And that's 26. You see the 26s out there. One is Kiernan and the other is Tierney. And a breakaway here from the number 61 on the Great Lakes team.
That's Luke Sutherland from Western Michigan making the break.
And making the first try. That's 70 meters from the steal.
Replay coming to you guys.
And as you see here on the replay, talk us through it, Pat.
Well, Sutherland didn't need much, absolutely whatsoever, to get this play going. He's incredibly fast. I don't think anybody on the Mid-Atlantic had properly estimated his speed. But once he broke through the line, there was absolutely no one touching him. blazed all the way through. Fantastic try there from Sutherland.
Ayub Jali is coming for the conversion kick directly in front of the post. Jali yesterday, a lot of time in front of the post apparently. One of the things I was impressed with yesterday, Pat, was the kicking into the wind and some of the accuracy and bends that these guys got when they were kicking. And that wind, was 25, 30 miles an hour. And, I mean, there were some gusts out here up to 40.
We had the Pacific Coast Grizzlies had to, in order to not get upset yesterday against the Tri-State Vikings, they had a kick to win it, and it was a very impressive one in this win for sure. It's not quite as strong today or anywhere near as strong today as it was yesterday, so I think we're going to get a good estimation of the real skill today.
Chad Tiernan with the restart. Looks like it's been knocked forward by Blue. Advantage is being played by our referee. And Mark Matuku with the carry forward. He's going to get meters out of that. 10 almost. And out into traffic. Oh, good work by Midwest, but they have knocked it on. That is number 45. Or 44, Ruokamazando, who knocked that on.
Some good carrying there by Patello Vatuvai out of Adrian. He's not a big guy, but he packs a lot of punch. He definitely punches above his weight there at center.
For the Adrian players that are here, yeah, he's not a big guy, but he is sizable.
Those thighs are big, right? Those thighs are very thick, and so are those calves. And Patello Vatuvai is a fantastic player. Benny Matialona charge and recruit, and there he goes up the middle. Benny, of course, comes from the Life University program where he was an All-American and in East Palo Alto, and he's done a great job recruiting guys like Patello.
Back inside to Carmazando, but he's stopped up, then outside wide to Jeff Matuku. And Matuku's tackled up now. Jali dancing around, coming back to the inside, stepping off that right foot. He is stopped up short. And there's penalty, quick tap, and away they go. Again, that's Vatuve with the carry, getting inside the 22 for the Midwest. Midwest look like they're going to come wide here if they can. Joe I there with the carry, but he's penalized for holding on to that ball a little too long. Oh, nope. He's penalized for, somebody else is penalized for sealing that ball in.
Mid-Atlantic started 0-2 yesterday in pool play, but it had a really strong finish, beating the Tri-State Vikings kind of like a drum there in their finale, and it looks like they're trying to carry some of that momentum in today. I definitely think that they're a contender. I think both of these teams are. The Great Lakes as well had a really good day yesterday with just one blip on that screen against the Southeast. So I think both of these teams really have a belief that they can win this thing, and I think early on we're seeing that play out, and it's a really hot contest. Not entirely sure. Maybe a blood sub or an injury, but we're taking some time out here.
Looking like a blood sub. There's some blood in the mouth and in the eye there of the player coming off.
Maybe a contact lost or something. See a trainer's finger going in an eye.
I got something in the eye.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
At least it's not a cleat.
Back in your day, right, Grant?
I'm not even going to say back in my day. I've seen that happen on this field, friendly fire. That was Joseph Rooney getting looked at. Now Shelby with the throw in. Nicely read by Parker Adams.
There was an interception right there from the Great Lakes. That's Will McNamara out of Western Michigan.
That was a great try. I mean, I didn't even have time to react to it. It was so good.
Neither did the Mid-Atlantic Sharks.
That's 2 tries on immediate turnovers by the Great Lakes. So
Western Michigan's very well represented on this team. The Broncos are a great program. They're in the Midwest, coached by Dr. Mark Allen.
Joe I taking the kick this time instead of Jali.
John Harley is at the helm, the head coach here this weekend for the Great Lakes. He, of course, mans the Marion University program, one of the new varsity programs. Kind of made their debut last year and played in the CRC.
And he slots that for a try. That's for a conversion, and that looks like it's going to be 14-0 to Great Lakes.
The wind, not a huge factor. We talked about it a lot yesterday in terms of if you had it at your back, then you might have a big momentum shift from one segment of the game to the next. But today it's not the case, so the Mid-Atlantic's not going to be able to count on the wind to pick them up in the second half. They're going to have to do it themselves right now.
Great Lakes kicks ahead, looking to use their speed out on the wing to pressure Mid-Atlantic into the red zone. But Mid-Atlantic seems up to the chase with Brian Arnold running it out of the 22, getting about 10 meters after the pass from Euler.
Casares looks hungry for that ball, first receiver.
And he bounces off. Look at that. Little hit by his hand. But there comes Rooney with carry. Rooney with the number 8 on his back, playing out in the back line. Tierney now. Of course, we've got 2 players in 26 on the field. One's Chad Tiernan and the other is Tierney. So, real close names in the Mid-Atlantic Sharks there.
Got a turnover here at Great Lakes now on the move. It's a big stick there by Casares. He's going to put his hand up to turn the tide for the Sharks, it looks like.
Mark Green ran into a wall there, didn't he? Joe I with the pass out. And tackled up there is Jeff Matuku. Trying to dig that ball out is the fly half.
Mid-Atlantic completely under-resourced on that side of the ruck. The Great Lakes had about a 6-on-1. Let's see if they could convert it.
And, great tackle there by Ty Brown. And you know that Kiwi's got a sense of where he's got to be at every time.
Great service from Vatuvai, the center jumping into the back of the ruck. That was a nice out pass from a center when a guy can just jump in there and make that play. It makes you a pretty dynamic team.
Green again there, tackled by Shelby. Slow ball coming for the Thunderbirds. And they've got it out to Ian Delgado. Delgado just straight ahead. Again to Joe I going to try and chip ahead. See if he can give Jali great service. Jali right under the ball, uses that deep in goal to go score a try between the post, and that's another 5 points for the Thunderbirds.
Ayub Jali from Morocco. The fantastic wheeling Cardinal here on the wing.
Here's the replay.
Here he is. I mean, you can't get better than a cross kick. It's one of the sexiest scores in rugby. It's a forward pass, the closest thing to a forward pass that we have. And to be honest with you, Grant, we as America, we develop a lot of wide receiver athletes in this sport. And if we can learn to use them with cross kicks like that, that's going to be a lot more fun to watch.
Well, that was a Mahomes to Kelsey type.
That's what I'm hoping to see later tonight when my Chiefs take out the Steelers in the playoffs.
Very well timed by Joe I, and now Ayub Jali, the Moroccan, looking to convert his try.
It's impressive considering that these guys don't always play together every day, right? In an all-star tournament like that, that's an alley-oop takes a little bit of chemistry, and these guys don't get to practice it all the time, so really impressive that they were able to pull that off in this setting. And, I was watching them train the other day, and Coach John Harley, I think, was the only coach that I saw do this, split them off into skill sessions and actually had his scrum halves working on box kicks, which I think is fantastic. So I think he's been encouraging some of people to display their skill, and in an all-star tournament like that, that's exactly what it's for.
That conversion is good, bringing the score 19-0. And got about 7 minutes left in this first half.
Mid-Atlantic really needs to turn the tide and get a pick-me-up. They haven't had a lot of front football. I think it starts there. They need to get some possession and go through a few phases.
That was a great get in the air and take. Again, here's here's Matuku. Matuku's just off, and he's got the ball outside. And it looks like Parker Adams is going to score that one between the post again, and that was just almost automatic.
That was set up all by Chief Chifumbu out of Wheeling, another Cardinal. He made a great little half break inside that created the space, and 2 offloads later, of course, we saw the big fella striding under the post. That was a really impressive play. Again, the connectivity from these guys who haven't spent a lot of time together. That was a Wheeling Cardinal offloading to Notre Dame Falcon, right? So that was a really fantastic.
And those
play.
guys are not on good terms when they play each other.
That's right.
That's a fledgling rivalry in that area. You know, one thing I noticed yesterday about the Midwest teams is they may not all be from the same team, but they all have played each other. The Great Lakes teams, they all have played each other. And so they know what to expect from each other as well as, almost as well as they know when they're playing with their own teammates.
Yeah, it certainly helps.
And those varsity programs, you're studying film. You're not just going out to practice. You're studying film of your opponents. So, when you get to an all-star session like this, you already know what your opponents, what your teammates are going to do because you've watched them on film so many times. So the respect is already there. You know that they've got the ability. Tiernan again with the restart, not having as much trouble today as he had yesterday. Great Lakes defense trying to set up a little bit better than last time. Eye to Matuku. Matuku taken down by Tierney. Tierney not going to let him get away that time. And great work there from the Sharks. Give a little defense and a counter ruck, and they've got the ball back. Kikoya there. Slides it outside. That's Hudson Montgomery with the carry. Montgomery yesterday doing a lot of work. And Casares coming in at the angle, makes some good 5 meters, gets them into the 22, and gets the defense off on their back feet a little bit.
The Great Lakes is under-resourced there on the weak side, but Mid-Atlantic doesn't move it quickly enough. There's still an open channel, and he squeaks just through.
Kiernan off to Shelby. Shelby looking for in goal, and Shelby finds it. Try time for the Sharks.
If I was the Great Lakes coach, I was getting a little nervous that the window to take advantage of that overload had closed, but it didn't. They were a little bit.
Replay.
It had closed a little bit and went from being about a 4-on-1 to a 3-on-2, and they were able to execute here with number 26. He's got the ability. He puts it in the triple Z position. Is he going to pass? Is he going to run? Is he going to kick it? And then he's able to make the offload, and, of course, the hooker finishes it off and dives on in. And who doesn't love a big man diving in for the try?
And that is great work by Chad Tiernan there, getting in, keeping the ball, keeping his head in the game as he's going to ground, just making sure it's put up so his big man can just take it in at speed.
I tell when I'm coaching, right, and I'm telling my ball carriers, especially in tight spaces like that, right, when you're working your 5-on-7s, your 3v5s, and you're trying to get your skills developed and your decision-making under pressure, it's, the reality is you have to pin and pass, right? And you have to work together, but you have to take it. You have to be a threat, and that starts with being a threat, with having the ball in the right spot, having your triple threat position. Is he going to pass? Is he going to kick? Is he going to lower the shoulder and give me a boom? And that's exactly what you saw there, and that is the number one skill, and that we're looking for as a coach. And out here, you're seeing it. These guys are all pretty good at this game.
Reading a thread on Twitter.
We're going to throw it on Tyler for an interview.
Was reading a thread on Twitter the other day about taking the ball. And success when the ball's in two hands or in one hand when the pod starts moving forward. And 75% of the time that one of the carriers in the pod has the ball in two hands, it's a line break. Whether the ball's passed or not, it's a line break.
Yep, that's absolutely right. I mean, as a defense, that's what you're looking for. Little tells on what the offense is going to do, and if he's got the ball in two hands, you have a lot more of a vague data point to work with.
Right.
So not 10 on the restart, so we're going to have scrum here to the Mid-Atlantic Sharks. That momentum is going to carry over. If they could get one more score here in the last 2 minutes, I think we've got a real ball game in the second half.
Casares yesterday on an 8-man take had Kikoya outside of him, and it was just a beautiful, your standard 8-man take from the middle and had all kinds of support outside. If he does the same thing here, and he's looking to do it, nice tackle by Matuku.
I think he wanted Kikua, but didn't quite have the time to squeeze off that pass.
Matuku come off that scrum hard and fast, and that was good stuff from the flanker.
Really strong carry from Willie Mathis, the flanker out of Widner.
Mathis just stepped in the game. Tiernan again trying to get that half gap in his favor like he did on the try earlier. Now going forward is Pat Cone. Kikoya feeding out to Hudson Montgomery. Montgomery again keeps pumping those legs, gets a good 3 meters out of it. Another pod set up, but Hudson is dinged for not releasing the ball.
Frankly, I thought that Mid-Atlantic was a little lucky on Casares' last carry to not also lose the ball in that breakdown. They've been a little under-resourced. Great Lakes is getting very aggressive, especially as their heels get a little closer to the try line. And Mid-Atlantic's got to clean up their speed and efficiency in those breakdowns. We've been calling Chad Tiernan's name a lot. He's, I think, the only representative here from Bucknell, the Bison.
Bucknell.
Shout out to Bruce McLean, famed alumnus of the Bucknell Bison, a New York Athletic Club man, former head coach of the Iona Gales.
Parker Adams goes up for it, but Casares has spoiled it, and that is halftime, folks. And we're going to send you downstairs. I believe there's going to be an interview coming on here at halftime, but stay with us. We'll be right back with this Great Lakes Mid-Atlantic quarterfinal match.
I'm here with, what's your name, buddy?
Constantine.
I'm here with Constantine today. What are you doing here today, Constantine, at AVEVA Stadium here?
I'm just here just be a ball boy.
You're being a ball boy? Is this your first time watching rugby, or are you a big rugby fan?
I love rugby.
Who's your favorite team? Do you have a favorite team?
Yeah. I like Stade Toulousain. It's a team in France. They're really, really, really good.
And do you play rugby yourself?
Yeah.
What position do you play?
I'm normally a scrum half.
Are you looking to play when you get older, maybe be part of the All-Stars once you get to that age?
Yeah, I guess so.
Awesome. Well, you're doing a great job, and more rugby action on the way in the second half. Constantine, thanks for taking the time to talk with us. Back up to you guys.
You guys wrap it up.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
One, go.
And welcome back to Houston, Texas. Great Lakes Thunderbirds on the left in the gray, Mid-Atlantic Sharks on the right in the blue. Great Lakes up 26-5. Pat, the Matuku brothers have really stood out in this first half. Number 25 at flanker, number 55 at inside center. What do you think Mid-Atlantic has to do to bring this back?
Well, struggle to break the game line, Frank. They took up the ball, they get in and pass the play, struggle to find much more. So I think Kakua's going to have to find some creativity, get his eyes up around the ruck, and maybe even break the pattern. I think it's going to be up to him and Casares.
Hey, you guys got to hit the cup.
I think it's going to be up to Casares and Kakua mostly to lead from the front and make these line breaks. And maybe have Kakua get a little creative and break the pattern here, because they're not having a lot of purchase when they're just going straight through their pattern, going left and right, and having trouble breaking that game line.
Lorenzo Lelli there with a great carry for Mid-Atlantic, but he coughed it up when he hit the ground and it knocked forward. So we're going to come back to the knock-on there after the knock-on by Jeff Matuku and his tackle on the opposite side of the field. Coming on to the pitch for Great Lakes in this second half, number 44, Rua Carmazando, really put some speed on the field yesterday for Great Lakes, and excited to see what he can do there. And they've got him at blindside flanker. You have your fastest flanker at blindside.
Hey, speed kills all over the field, no matter where it is.
Gets that ball outside, and it is taken away there by the number 23, the number 23, and he's taken in touch.
That was a great tackle there by Willie Mathis. Saw him have a nice hard-charging carry earlier in the first half and decided to get his shoulders dirty on defense as well.
Mathis looked eager when he came in, like he wondered why he wasn't starting.
There's Kakua bullying his way forward, maybe into a teammate first.
That was a great steal there by Casares. He got a finger on it and tapped it back. Kakua with the pickup, and look at the go-forward maul by the Sharks. Great stuff there. But the ball's tied up, and when it came down, and that is even better stuff by the Thunderbirds to tie that ball up and get possession.
That's an unfortunate outcome for the Mid-Atlantic on that, but you saw exactly what I'm talking about. If the Sharks are going to come back, you're going to need Casares to do some big things. He made a big line-out steal, taking away an attacking opportunity for the Thunderbirds.
And Kakua.
And you're going to need Kakua to make some big plays. He gave him the first go forward. The next one was a go forward, and unfortunately they couldn't bring the ball back out of the maul.
These two teams are at the front row, man. They're evenly matched. That scrum's going nowhere. Up the middle there, breaking two tackles and then giving the pass out wide. That was Vatuves, and he got the ball out to Muhammad Hadar. Hadar almost in goal, but tackled up just short by cover defense. And then penalty called, and looks like we're going to see a card as Brian Hall goes over to talk to Andy Buck about what he saw. Definitely saw, I think, what he thought is probably cynical play there, deliberate play by a Shark.
Now, it's not uncommon, right? Patello Vatuve put them definitely on the back foot, and they were reeling. And if they didn't commit a penalty, there was definitely a higher chance of a score. But the Mid-Atlantic Sharks are having a lot of trouble tackling Vatuve. He's not a tall man, but he's very wide, and those thighs are very powerful, and the Sharks are feeling every bit of it.
Dangerous tackles called, but no card. Tap and go here. They're going to spin the ball out to Joe I. Joe I gets it to Vatuve again. Vatuve feeding outside, and that is a try. Vatuve's pass almost looked like it didn't get made, and Casares was tackling. I don't know who that was that scored the try, but that was Jeff Matuku. Casares was tackling Matuku as he made the catch, and then stretched out to score the try.
Vatuve is really impressing me in this game. Like I said, this is the first game I've gotten a chance to watch the Thunderbirds. He is a small package, but he packs a big punch. And this is him making the break, getting the stiff arm out on the right, shifting the ball into the middle, getting two hands back onto it, and then making the pass. So that's a really impressive offload. There was a lot of miniature skill that had to go into that, a lot of fundamental handling that had to go into that, and he executed it very well.
And you talk about miniature skill, Pat. It's not the first time this weekend I've heard you say that. Tell us what you mean by that as a coach.
Well, look, the catch pass, there's a lot of that goes into a catch pass. So you got to get your hands out. We're talking about a successful transition from one player to the other, and to do that consistently, there's several different micro skills that go into that. Get your hands out early. Exactly where are they? Where are your eyes? How's your body shaped when your hands are out? And same thing for a passer who has significantly more dynamics he needs to worry about. And to be able to execute those micro skills under pressure while someone's trying to eat your lunch is really impressive. And it takes time and effort and good coaching and a lot of courage to be able to pull it off, and Vatuvai just did that.
Joe I raises his sticks there to bring the score 35-7 in favor of the Great Lakes Thunderbirds.
I think the Great Lakes were a little miffed yesterday. You know, we had a big team barbecue, right? Everybody at the hotel yesterday. And you were released from your table to go get dinner in reverse order. So if you won, you were last, and if you were 0-3, you were first.
Oh, and y'all had pit room last night, right?
It was a fantastic barbecue.
Yeah.
Very, very good. I've got to say, as a Kansas City man, it stood up. And
you had the pit room barbecue. When pit room is a diners, drive-ins, and dives locale.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I would have turned on my Guy Fieri impersonation. Last night,
he was here just a couple of months ago visiting them.
But I think the Great Lakes were a little miffed not to be eating last. They were nipped. Instead of being 2-1, or being 3-0, they were 2-1 yesterday. And I think you're seeing a little bit of the salt that was poured in that wound, and they're taking it out on the Mid-Atlantic Sharks, unfortunately.
Well, I'd be upset if that pit room jalapeno cheddar sausage was missing too when I got to the line. Looks like we're waiting on a substitution here.
This was your shot. That's our interview subject at halftime out there, getting the ball boy.
Looking for a ball. It wasn't on that side. So they've been bouncing around. Got three substitutes coming up on deck for Great Lakes. Jaden Hudson, Mike Bulea, and looks like Mikey O'Malley. So it looks like John Harley wants to get some fresh legs on the field.
Still quite a bit of rugby to be played today. This is just the quarterfinals, so if the Thunderbirds are going to go all the way, they got 2 more games left in them.
That's a lot of rugby for one day.
Man management's going to be key.
Chad Tiernan, nice little first receiver take. Couldn't get the ball out of his hand quick enough for Kikoya, but it didn't matter because referee Hall was playing the advantage, and Kikoya takes a quick tap on a penalty. It looks like he's right at the line there. Getting tackled down. Casares trying to drive him over. Outside to Joseph Rooney. Now Tiernan again. Tiernan going wide to Zach Uhler. Zach Uhler is just going to fall in and score another try for the Sharks.
The Bucknell Bison with a huge cutout pass. Really fantastic score on that one. Talk about skill. Look at this guy and look at what into it. A fantastic cutout pass there from Chad Tiernan, setting up that score. Didn't have a whole lot of work to do when he caught that ball, Zach Uhler.
Man, when you make a bridge pass like that, I mean, you got to have some confidence in your receiver and in your pass, especially after the win yesterday.
Yeah.
That win was crazy. You couldn't make that cutout pass yesterday.
He was probably dying to make that cutout pass yesterday. He made it once and ended up 40 yards further down the field than he expected.
And ahead. If yesterday's win was here today and that pass, it would have ended up in goal before it got into anybody's hands.
Zachary Uhler comes out of University of Maryland, Baltimore Chesapeake, UMBC there. He's a Columbia, Maryland native.
Todd Brown's conversion attempt just bends to the inside and proving that he's not really a John Eels, but he's trying.
Still a little tough kick to make out there. There's still some wind. This is a big pitch, big, beautiful pitch, big, intimidating goalpost.
He bent one yesterday that went through the goalpost, and then the wind caught it and took it out the other side, and it landed on the 22 mark.
Yeah, it was pretty It was like there was a saran wrap wrapped around those posts.
Tapped up back into the hands of Mark Green. Green had the ball out, now going out to, I think that's 16, Willie McNamara. A lot of new bodies on the field. That's Mike Malaya with the carry. And outside, little spin off.
There's plenty of real estate over here on the back coming to the right if the Great Lakes have the skills and the, well, you got to have the ball in order to execute those skills.
A little bit of a, I don't know how that got turned over, but it was a great little turnover.
And it's no surprise that it was Kakua behind it. And now Caceres with a handy offload.
And Caceres with that also to Willie Mathis. Mathis and Caceres just going back and forth there. That was a smart play. Caceres now again trying to fend off. Gets a fend off of Parker Adams and gets a few meters out of it.
I don't think I've seen Caceres lose the point of contact once.
And when he does lose a point of contact, somebody else loses something else.
Really impressed by his play. Talking about guys out here raising their hand for Major League Rugby, there's no doubt Thomas Caceres has done that. I think Kakua has done that as a senior out of Kutztown, trying to put his hand up, get his film. I think you'll see him most likely. Kutztown, a mainstay at the CRC. I think the Golden Bears are definitely going to be trying to qualify and get down to New Orleans at the end of May, and I think there's a good chance you're going to hear his name more this spring.
And there were at least 5 MLR teams repped out here yesterday with coaches and scouts. So plenty of people looking on the outs for players still. Looking there is Carman Zondo still. Now outside, and that is Hadar. Mohammed Hadar off his right foot, back to the inside, and he is between the posts for another Great Lakes Thunderbirds try time.
Mohammed Modar out of Marrakesh, Morocco, the second Moroccan we've shouted out today.
And that's his second try, or second time he's got to the try line, but the first time he's made it over.
When he caught that ball, he had a ton of space. All he had to do was step inside of 2 defenders outside of the Mid-Atlantic who had their body shape wrong. Once he saw their hips pointed outward, it was going to be an easy step inside. Another micro skill that is often missed, and you got to make that body language read and see where those hips are, and he did it perfectly and dove under the post for the score.
Jared Monnier coming on for the Thunderbirds. Players coming off are Rua Carmazando and I'm not sure who else that is, but he's going to get interviewed, whoever he is.
I think Coach John Harley has got to be really, really pleased with this performance from the Thunderbirds. It looks like a complete one, a team one. I think, Patelo Vatuvai has been fantastic. Chipthumbu's been fantastic. There's been a number of guys, but whereas the Mid-Atlantic, it's pretty obvious that there's 2 guys soaring above the rest. It's been a really good team win for Great Lakes.
Chad Tiernan's been a very serviceable fly half and tough on the first receiver carries. But would really like to see him getting that ball out a little bit faster. The cutout pass, though, that's just fly half brilliance, in my opinion. Hudson Montgomery on the carry there, getting 4-5 meters, still on his feet. Now he's down finally. Kikoya getting the ball out. Inside to Tiernan. Tiernan inside to Casares on the angle. Casares to Shelby. Shelby to Kikoya, and Kikoya in for a try.
Great play from Kakua there. He was really hunting, watching that ball move, watching each piece of contact unfold, and Kakua just waiting, biding his time for the right moment to pop up on a soft shoulder. And he found it right there at the end.
I mean, the last time Casares took an angle like this, he didn't have as much support there as he did this time. So having Kikuya there, Shelby, everybody right there close in, that's really key to a player like Casares making something happen. He may not make the try, but you can see right there that he definitely made the try happen.
2 offloads, bang, bang in quick succession. And when you're having trouble breaking that gain line and getting going, you have to take it back to the basics. It's winning that shoulder battle, which isn't just about height. It's also about making sure your shoulders end up closer to your try line than the defenders do at the end of that piece of contact. And when you do that, you can get the ball clear and get a free pass out. great physical contact skills there by the Mid-Atlantic Sharks.
And guys, you just got a class on evasive running from Pat Clifton there, and I'm going to tell you, I've seen him playing some indoor rugby, and his idea of invasive rugby when he carries the ball is the Tongan sidestep.
There's not too much. There's not too much side of anything when I was playing rugby back in the day over about 500 bills. That's for sure.
We talk a lot about our tackling technique being the safer part of rugby, but we don't talk a whole lot about our evasive running technique being the safest part of rugby.
That's the key, right? I mean, in rugby, one of the things, it's not just about the actual technique of the tackle, it's what leads up to the tackle. And very rarely in the game of rugby do we have two dudes sprinting from 20 meters apart right at each other. And so in that situation, even if that does occur, you should be able to evade and be safe. And I think that's really rugby's trick, is to get the ball carrier to do the right job. And then regardless of what the tackler does, he's got a much higher chance of having a safe outcome.
Look like we're going to have a bit of a change here as Casares is coming off for the Sharks.
Exactly what color of hair would you call Casares? Is that like a taupe?
Well, I got up close to him yesterday, and it's kind of a blondish. It's not really a taupe.
I'm thinking like an Earl Grey. Is that a thing?
Yes, an Earl Grey would be a thing.
Yeah.
Look at that kick in the air, but it was a knock on that. Brian Arnold he really wanted that one, didn't he?
Yeah, that was. He saw green grass, and he was already looking up at the jumbotron to see if they got to zoom in on his face.
Coming back to it, Brian Hall. I mean, we haven't had a whole lot of scrums in this game, and the scrums in this game haven't been overpowering by anybody. So it's been very. Now I say that, and look at Great Lakes.
The scrums have changed quite a bit here in the last waning minutes of this game.
Great Lakes is penalized for an early drive there.
This is not a fun place to be kicking, right in the middle of the field. You got to pick a touch line and see if you can get it far enough. And he does a great job, earns him about 15 yards. It's actually a pretty good outcome.
And that's what you're looking for there, right? Getting that good outcome out of your penalty kicks.
Yep, that was a strong conservative play. You can tell that he's a leader for the Bison and probably has to make a lot of decisions, and that was a good one.
Chris DeSoma's on the field at wing now for the Sharks. Yesterday, DeSoma had just a blistering run and should have got the try line, but a dangerous tackle clipped him just short. Eager to see him with the ball in hand. Great Lakes now. Jeff Matuku's down on the field, and he looks like he's down hard. So
that's the last thing you want to see. He's not
maybe taking a break. The Baylor College Medicine AT's out there in the de-stress position.
And the game's well in hand. There's only 3 minutes left, and the outcome is well in hand and already decided. You hate to see someone get hurt.
Vatuve coming back on because it looks like Matuku's going to have to come, or Jeff Matuku is going to have to come off.
It's really unfortunate.
A little break here, and so I want to go back to talking about some of those micro skills that you're discussing. We're talking about catch pass. We talk about pass all the time. We focus on pass. But coaches don't often focus on catch as much as we could. What about catching do you think needs to be focused on?
The hardest part about catching is focusing on the actual catching, right? Because too often we're focusing on what comes after the catch, what's going on around us before the catch. And it depends. There's a million different catch passes, right? Are we catching an offload? Is it a static catch pass? Am I just, am I outside the first receiver and I've got plenty of space and I know that I'm going to catch that pass? So depending on each scenario, you're going to have a bunch of different micro skills. But I think the number one thing you got to do is you got to be able to focus on the actual catch long enough to make the catch and then bust out of that, uncompartmentalize, and get into the next job.
Matuku's up and walking off the field. Doesn't look as dazed as we thought he might be, so we're really happy for him there. So, Jeff Matuku, you put in a great shift this weekend. I hope you get well and come back in.
Spit a little blood out of his mouth. That'll make for a good picture for the gram.
Ball goes straight into touch from that kick. Actually, that was a 50-22, says the referee. Just at the 50.
If you're the hooker, this is another line out that you're going to be able to have on your film and use to get better. Same with all the guys in between there and the 15-meter line.
Now, if we were looking at the play right now, you can see the touch judge flag is blowing pretty well, so the wind's picked up to around 11, 12 miles per hour out there. So Marcus Avery really got to be careful with this throw, make sure it goes straight.
It's not much of a tunnel there either.
Yeah, Parker Adams looking right up there at the beginning. He's trying to get a hand up. If he doesn't get a hand up, the other Thunderbirds do. Out wide. Oh, and it's picked off by Chad Tiernan. Tiernan picks off the cutout pass and just falls into end goal for a try for the Sharks. Wow, call this one back, Pat.
The Flying Bison here. It's just a poke back from the Great Lakes. They look like they're in heaven, and then an out pass without looking isn't always a good idea. Tiernan, he was looking.
Wow, and we talk about our catches. Ty Brown, he puts it up, gets the extras, and it is 42-26 in favor of Great Lakes with just a minute left in this game.
When we're talking about micro skills, looking before you pass is an important one you don't want to miss.
There you go.
It sounds simple. It all sounds simple, but the way I teach it is it's like going to the bathroom. There's certain steps that you innately take, and if you get those out of order, it's going to get messy.
It's not good. And the older you get, the harder that becomes. Not 10 is the call, and Great Lakes going to get a chance to get a scrum center here. We said that was Matuku down, but that was Jaden Hudson. Apologies. That was Jaden Hudson who got injured with Great Lakes Thunderbirds, and he is walking under his own accord and still talking to another AT out there.
The Mid-Atlantic scrum has been pretty powerful here late. See if they can get a push, and they do. Kikoya
picking in the spin. Shaves off one tackler. Ooh. Says don't argue to another one. Don't argue to a third. And that ball's tipped by a Great Lakes player.
It's not often you see a scrum half running like an NFL running back there. Kikua lowering the boom. Look, I've never dunked, so I can't say for sure. I've never hit a grand slam, so I can't say for sure. But the best feeling I've ever had in sport is lowering my shoulder and see that guy's upper torso bounce off the turf.
Right, it's a feeling you can't get over. You know that you're putting your best Jerome Bettis on.
And Kikua's, I can tell you that the tingles are flowing through his body. He's got goosebumps for making that big hit.
The spin moves off that kid, though. That was something else. You got to play cuts down this year. You got to really get a hand on that slippery man.
I got a correction. All right, I have a big correction. We've been shouting out the Bucknell Bison the entire game, and we've got a wrong name there. I've got a parent reaching out to us.
Okay.
So let me confirm this real quick.
And at 26 is not Chad Tiernan,
even though Andrew Carney.
It's Andrew Carney. I don't even
Mark
have
Carney. Mark Carney.
I don't even have a Mark Carney on here. So
you guys are free to let them know that.
Mom, Dad,
Mom, Dad at home. We're working with the rosters that are provided by the coaches. Yeah. We promise. So we'll do our best to correct that between games and make sure that the correct information gets out there. Our apologies. And Bucknell, you can just send the check for all that free advertisement
to the Gnarly Hustle. Kicking downfield there. Nice spiral and right into touch. And that is the match, says Brian Hall. Final score, 42-26. Great Lakes over Mid-Atlantic. Don't go anywhere, folks. We will be right back for the Pacific Grizzlies versus New England in white.
Our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play. our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything.
New Orleans welcomes you back here to second half action, and this was the try from the first half. Carrington Freitas busting free for Lindenwood University. The Lions go up, think Brandon Rugby looking for the switch. They don't fall for that, and it comes to the outside. Beautiful hands and space to burn. Step back against the grain. Beautiful cut and lovely angle. And that's George Phelan. Man, it's a brilliant strike back indeed. Adriana Duncan.
She looks pretty confident. A little bit of flair there with a dive, and that should be our last try of the game for South Atlantic.
Finish here for the Lindenwood Lions program. Thanks for joining us.
Odin takes it to the turf. And there's a nice big run by Cobb in the open. He's got a big hit by number 10. That's Jeremy Seau, who scored a big try earlier and then just threw his body into a charging Cobb. That was a big collision, Steve.
You sure he's got number 10 in his back? The fly-ups are not supposed to tackle like that. That was very impressive. He came from distance. He was very determined. Tremendous impact. Let's have a look at it here. A little bit high, but good effort nevertheless, and actually great effort from a fly-half to be fired from the Union.
As the run again.
After making that kind of tackle.
Different angle. A nice stick. So, that's a hard rugby player right there. Odin takes it to the turf. And there's a nice big run by Cobb in the open. He's got a big hit by number 10. That's Jeremy Seau, who scored a big try earlier and then just threw his body into a charging Cobb. That was a big collision, Steve.
You sure he's got number 10 in his back? The fly-ups are not supposed to tackle like that. That was very impressive. He came from distance. He was very determined. Tremendous impact. Let's have a look at it here. A little bit high, but good effort nevertheless, and actually great effort from a fly-half to be fired from the Union.
As the run again.
After making that kind of tackle.
Different angle. A nice stick. So, that's a hard rugby player right there.
On the field, what we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play.
Go on.
And welcome back to Houston, Texas. This is Grant Cole with Pat Clifton at the NCR Collegiate Rugby All-Stars. This is the Men's Shield Challenge quarterfinals match between the New England White. The New England's got 3 teams here this weekend. New England White against Pacific Coast Grizzlies in the scarlet and gold stripes.
New England White finished 1-2 yesterday in 3rd place in Pool B. And the Pacific Coast Grizzlies finished 2-1, needing everything they had to get to that 2-1 in their final game yesterday. Almost upset by the Tri-State Vikings, but the 2-time defending champs of this competition are back at 2-1 in this quarterfinal. I expect a very hot contest. These are 2 good teams. And I think Pacific Coast probably played a little bit lower than their expectation yesterday, and they need to step it up, whereas I think New England White, they don't have much to lose. I think there's a lot of expectation. They're the 2nd team out of that region, and let's see them, throw it all to the wind and play for it.
Who stood out for you with Pacific Grizzlies yesterday, Pat?
I think Milan Van Wyck has stood out to everybody. He's a fantastic. He was playing 15 yesterday. I think he'll be lining up at 10 today. A Namibian man out at New Mexico Tech, a Garo Dunbar recruit. He's gotten a lot of Namibians coming over there for the engineering there at NMT. So he's a fantastic player. I'd also look at Yuyo Imdalolosi from Wayne State. He is switched out to a new position as well. I think him and Milan have basically flip-flop jerseys, and he's a really handy player. I think he struggled a little bit yesterday. We've seen him play a lot better than that when he was playing with his normal teammates with Wayne State. I was talking to Jeremy Ognall and Scott Bracken, the coaches of the Pacific Coast. I think they just want to give him a little more time and space and let him settle into his game.
In the middle today for us is young Mr. Ian Seaton, and his ARs are Marty Steffens and Matt Rico. We're close to kick off here as Mr. Seaton blows us for to go kickoff. Deep kick going to Nyashemanemo. Say that 3 times fast. Nyashemanemo gets up the field. Nice little pass out from Naranjo. Naranjo mustering his players, directing traffic very well, something he's done. Now Van Wyck outside to Latesi. Latesi, the big man, carries forward. Naranjo again to Van Wyck. Van Wyck sees the half gap, powers through. He is still not brought down. He breaks 4 tackles before he comes through, and Seaton says that wasn't a knock-on from Nyashamu Nemo, and Latisi carries. Now into George Newbolt, the player out of Sam Houston here for the Pacific Grizzlies. And then that's Quentin Goss with the carry. Out to Van Wyck again. Van Wyck gets to his number 12.
Good placement there by Imdalolosi. Didn't see much in that tackle. Didn't try to fight for too much. Just got the ball back, and now the Pacific Grizzlies are still moving.
Now, we see an Imdalosi at 12 instead of 11.
I love that. That's, the new, having that second 5/8 out there. You like to have 2 playmakers at 10 and 12. Gives you a lot more options. You can split the field and essentially have 2 fly halves on either side of it. So when you got guys as good as Van Wyck and Imdalolosi, putting them next to each other, I think is a pretty good idea. Talking about these independents over here, New England Free Jacks sponsored independents of the Northeast. I really have been impressed by number 8. He's wearing number 8, was playing number 8 yesterday. Now we see him in the second row. Nolan Buckley there. He's UMass Lowell. He was a rookie of the year for UMass Lowell as a senior, and now he's out here playing all-star rugby. And he's a raw athlete. You can tell he hasn't been playing the game a long time, but he's picking it up pretty quickly, and I've been really impressed with him. If he sticks with the game and has MLR as his goal, I could see him reaching it.
Carr with the quick put in. Nick Mills at the number 8 position today for the New England White. And he gets a good ruck there.
That was my boy, making him go end over end in that breakdown.
Sam Cuella with the carry there, gets it to the midfield. Now outside to Leo Clayberg. Clayberg keeps running. He gets it outside to Sam Moyle. Moyle back inside, and he gets tackled up just shy of the 22. Little pace there from the Independents. Get to the 22, and now Carr gets it outside. Back inside to your man, Nolan Buckley. Buckley not quite getting to the 22, but working that way. Coming in there is Pat Massman. Massman tackled up. Now Buckley again. Buckley over the 22 by a meter.
It's another tackle there by Logan McDaniel, the second row out of the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. Really impressed by his work rate early on.
And referee calling that was an angry penalty there. I think a car was tackled. It was kick is the call. The car was tackled without the ball in his hand after he kicked. And so it's going to be a penalty at the 22 for the Independents.
We saw a lot of penalty taps yesterday. A lot of teams having to run those penalties because the wind was brutal.
There's just no way to kick, was there?
Yeah, I think while the wind is still definitely a factor, you're going to see a lot more traditional decision-making when it comes to these scenarios right here. Kick to the corner. Let's get a little line-out practice. Let's have our first phase play. This is really, one of the only times, especially at this level of rugby, where you're going to see predetermined lines, predetermined running routes in a fashion to disguise and confuse the defense and create a space. And so that's why it's really fascinating. This part of the game, both teams have had to practice the play. It's like two separate plays happening at the same time.
7 meters out, the Independents want to try and maul it in, but the Grizzlies are putting a stopper on that. And outside goes to Pat Massman. Massman stepping outside. A little bit of an overload on the outside for the Independents if they just get the ball out and get it to the corner, and that's what they do. That is Sam Moyle heading to the corner to score the try for the Independents, putting 5 points on the board.
The Londoner from England over at Northeastern, now a Husky. Ndololosi was put in a really bad situation. It was about a 4-on-1 out here as a Pacific Coast Grizzly. He was out on an island all by himself, had to choose which one to defend, and I think ended up choosing none. And it was the man from London who got the benefit at the end of the day, just raced to the corner and safely put her down.
You have to make a choice, and you have to make it fast in that situation if you want to stop it. Otherwise, it's just going to run you over, isn't it?
That's right. I mean, the reality is you're beat 4-1, so you can't stop the three outside guys. All you can do is put pressure on the first guy and see if he can execute those skills under pressure. But you got to make him do it.
And he did. He did. I mean, the execution was poor, but because the pass didn't really get there the way he wanted it to, but it did get into hand, and then after that it was over. Cover defense doing what they could, they just couldn't make the stop.
So the New England White. So this is the second team out of New England. They have New England the back-to-back runner-up of this competition. They have always finished second to the Pacific Coast Grizzlies, so it would be quite the feat if their B team, if you will, was able to knock off the Grizzlies in a quarterfinal.
Well, I called the last final match between these two teams 2-3 years ago, I think.
There in Austin?
Here in
Houston.
Houston. And that was a spectacular match with Darrell Williams scoring the winner for the Grizzlies. Williams, of course, has been drafted by the Seawolves this year out of Life University. And, just showing that even 3 years ago, these players that were on the field and the All-Stars were getting looked at for the next level.
There's a big guy lumbering around here in Houston by the name of Matai Liuta who came up through the old Inscro wing.
Right.
So there's plenty of talent out here.
Medalosi with a high hanger, but he goes a little bit too much. He's overcooked it, and it's going to come back to midfield. And the Grizzlies say they want to scrum.
I would, too, with that engine room at George Newbold and the big number 5 there, whose name we said a couple of times, Logan McDaniel.
Yeah.
Big unit out of Humboldt, 6'4", 240. I'd say about 252 would be my guess, Grant, maybe.
He's a little bit, 240 is one of his legs, right, I think?
Yeah. And we talked about George Newbold yesterday. He's a great story. A Sam Houston Bearcat. Wanted to be a part of this tournament. So the Sam Houston Bearcats actually registered with NCAA. We're an NCR team. NCR, of course, home to about 600 college teams, the largest membership organization in college rugby. Weren't a team. In order to participate, had to become a team. They did that, and now there's 4 or 5 Bearcats out here this weekend representing the Pacific Coast.
And Chico, their coach over there, has done a really great job with that program. Everybody in Texas has been impressed with what he's done, and he's got some players on the Rugby HTX program as well for the Sabercats. Nice little drive there by the Independents. A car getting the ball outside. Clayberg now getting tackled up there. Driving forward still, the Independents have possession, another 5 to 10 meters out of that one. A car looking to come back to the weak side. And the Grizzlies just folded their defense over just enough to make the stop. Now back to pod play. And it's Nick Mills with the carry, and Nick Mills with the carry, and Nick Mills carrying tacklers into the 22. Bobbled pass out to Buckley. Now Clayberg. Now outside to Cuellar. Cuellar tackled up near the 22. Nice pickup by Buckley there. That could have been stolen, but there's a side entry by the number 21, Jack Tessier. Milan Van Wyck's going to take a moment or two to tie his shoe before he kicks the touch. New England's up 5-0, and about 11 minutes left in this half. That's a deep one. Good return there by Van Wyck.
Solid defense by the Grizzlies. They were really up against it. They had lead to try. The Independents are marching down the field. It would have been pretty easy for the Grizzlies to fold there, but they haven't. Tried to go a little too quick on this line out, it looks like.
Yeah, McLarnon trying to go quick, but there was only one independent set, so it really wasn't a line out because it has to be 2 players from each team set, right, Pat?
That's absolutely right. Pacific Coast Grizzlies. No danger of them backing down or losing any hope in this game. Absolutely. Good to see the fight. The body language, right? The body language battle you see throughout the game.
Everybody's head up. Nobody's head down. Everybody's still in it. Great stuff you want to see out of these guys.
Impressive defensive line there from them.
Naranjo there getting ready with his put in. Gosh, that's a big front row, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a big second row, too. Our man there, Logan McDaniel, I see him smiling, nodding, talking. I don't know if it's to his own teammates or if it's somebody across the way, but there's a lot of pride in these scrums.
Yeah, he's happy about scrummaging. Good take and drive by the Grizzlies. Outside to Middlelosi. Middlelosi gets a nice little pass out to Alden Kuhn, but Kuhn can't hold on to it, and the Independents have it now. Kick ahead there by Taylor. Van Wyck can't get under it, and Cuellar picks it up on a nice little bounce, an Independence bounce for him. Counter rucks there, and a car with the quick tap on the penalty. I think the penalty was for offsides at the breakdown.
Cuellar, I've been impressed with him so far. Here he is picking from the base of it. He wants more ball. When he gets it, he does something good.
A fullback who snipes the post, man. You got to be happy about that. He saw the opening on the other side, but he just didn't release that ball quick enough when he went to ground.
Yeah, the only mistake he made is the guy he ran at was Milan Van Wyck, who took him down pretty quickly and made quick work of that post.
You know, as slippery as Van Wyck is, as hard to tackle as he is a solid tackler when he gets in there to make it to put his arms around someone.
That point of contact is really about disrupting the center of gravity, and his is so much lower than everybody else's, and it's so solid. You really got to do a lot of mindful work to get your center of gravity low enough to disrupt his.
You know, he's got those shorts on that are probably largest because he's got to fit his squats and deadlift posterior chain into those shorts, so it doesn't really show his quads off that much.
I really like the smart language you used there to describe his rear. That was impressive.
It was an Ed Costner term. You know, I got to give credit where credit's due.
There's
Newbolt now.
Newbolt. He's been waiting to get the ball with a little bit of space.
Newbolt with the carry going forward. Now Van Wyck outside to Middlelosi. Middlelosi outside again to Kuhn. Kuhn finds Middlelosi on the loop. Middlelosi outside finds Killian Burns, and Burns, is he in? The referee's checking with his AR.
If he's not, he's going to be in trouble with his teammates because he had 2 wide open guys right inside of him. Killian Burns, another Wayne State guy there. So that was Imdalolosi passing to Imdalolosi.
And try for Killian Burns.
I'm sorry, Imdalolosi, a Wayne State Wildcat, passing to Killian Burns, a Wayne State Wildcat. That program's coached by Darren Barner. It's a great program up there in northeast Nebraska. It's been around a long time. He's got a whole lot of national championship trophies from NCR and National Small College Rugby Organization hanging in their barn. They've got a great facility, a great program, and there's a couple of guys out here representing the Pacific Coast for them, and they just linked up for a try.
How many times do you think that link-up has been made this year so far?
Many, many, many times throughout the
we saw it
cornfields of Nebraska.
We saw it 4 weeks ago here.
That's absolutely
when Wayne
right.
State was here.
Absolutely blown away by the standard of play a few weeks ago when then the championships happened here. Of course, the 15s, National Collegiate Rugby, the CRC 15s, the first ever Collegiate Rugby Championship 15s, and I was really impressed by the standard of play from every division.
Well, Burns was one of my players was one of my picks for player of the tournament at wing for that tournament back 4 weeks ago. He had an absolutely stellar weekend, and some of not so much as he did score a couple of tries, but it wasn't so much that as he kept tries from being scored. And he's not a big dude. Restart there. Goes straight to Blake Frost. Frost not getting anywhere.
Just like that, we got a tie ball game.
And inside to McLarnon. Outside wide now. Going to Lucas Hackett Provenzano.
Van Wyck's pass here really allows the Pacific Coast Grizzlies to play with some width that not every team has the ability to do.
He does have a very quick delivery off the 10 unit, doesn't he? Out to Latisi there. Latisi getting some meters, but there was a forward pass or a knock-on was the call. I didn't see the knock-on, but I saw a forward pass.
As a ball carrier, your job's not done until the scrum half has moved that away from the breakdown, and I think that we just got a little bit of he got a little distracted from his tasks on that one. Got the Pacific Coast here on defense. They only got one man back, so if the Independents decide to kick, I think they're going to have an opportunity to do it. The split scrum in the middle of the field always gives you a chance to have an overload, so the Independents will have at least a 1 or 2 man advantage, and can they shove that advantage through the right channel and then take advantage of that opportunity will be the goal here.
4 minutes left in this half. It's drawn up 5-all. Independence with the momentum right now. But the Grizzlies have a way of stopping momentum, as they've shown this weekend. Akar takes it wide, has Quaya right there with him. Quaya steps inside, outside to Sam Moyle. Wall, the try scorer, is tackled up at the 22. Now it's Ferrigno getting driven backwards. Carr again. Taylor outside to Clayberg. Clayberg steps through with the dummy, and he sold it to everybody but the Grizzly fullback.
I think everybody but him thought there was a chance he'd pass on that play.
And Independents are pressuring the Grizzlies inside their own 22. Nice little pass there to the number 20, Matthew Bant, and Bant has a try for the Independents.
And Leo Clayberg really set that play up twice, making a really handy pass. I'm impressed with the way he moves that ball around. He's a Bob Wagler charge there out of the Norwich. He's a cadet up there at Norwich. Really impressive play by him.
And Norwich has quite a few players on the 3 New England teams this weekend.
They do. This one, a Division II all championship team just a couple of weeks ago for the fall championships. Clayberg out of Brussels, Belgium.
Brussels, Belgium.
That's right. Let's watch it again here. There he is. This time he gives a pass. So last time he had the show and go and was able to make the line break, and right here to set up the try because he kept it last time. They thought he was going to do it, leaving a lot of space for his teammate. Easy try. In order to get the play action pass to work, Grant, you actually have to have some successful runs. And so that's exactly what we saw there from Clayberg.
Play action pass, huh?
Look, it's football Sunday. The Chiefs are playing later. I'm of 2 minds today, Grant.
I know you are. Akar with the kick. Brings the sticks up and brings the score 12-5 for New England White.
Nice to hear a little bit of roar of the crowd. You can hear the other two New England teams here seeing the upset maybe in the making, and they want to see it happen. I know Jeremy Treese is smiling wherever he is. He's got the fingers ready on a text to Steve Hyatt, as they are two of the NCR.
Going back and forth. They're probably just
heads of
standing
state.
right next to
That's
next right now.
A lot of pride in this rivalry between those two guys.
Van Wyck with the restart, gets it deep. It's taken and by Buckley, and Buckley knocks it on into touch. Or knocks it into touch. McLarnon now looking to get his team set so he can throw in. Real simple with the four-man line out, and that puts a lot of forward players in the back line.
They got big George Newbold out there at the tip of the triangle, but it's not going to be good enough because the Independents got the ball. Looking excited to see what that big mullet could do in space.
Chris Ferrigno with that cleanup there, and then outside we go to Sam Moyle again.
The Pacific Coast Grizzlies are under-resourced here on the left side of the field. If the Independents can move it quickly and attack that space, I like their chances.
Oh, and there's a big space. Letici sets out, and Van Wyck coming over to take Buckley down on the cover. Had no right to that tackle. Taylor kicking it out. And going to have another line out going to the Grizzlies. Metalosi sitting there trying to do a quick in against with Burns in support.
12-5. Some very important seconds here at the end of the half. If the Pacific Coast Grizzlies can seal some points here in the waning minutes, they're going to feel very fortunate to get into the shed at even or up even potentially.
Larnin with the throw, and it's successful. Nurano out to Van Wyck. Van Wyck looking at Metalosi. Metalosi's got numbers on the outside. Oh, and it's just not a good pass there.
I think they're getting away with one. A free get out of jail free card.
Yeah, it looked like it hit the ground backwards out of the hand and then bounced forward. Now going into tackle is Quezada.
Newbold with the clear out.
Nurano there to outside. Metalosi, Nyan Shamanemo with the carry. Penalty, not releasing the ball on Nyan Shamanemo.
It's another Wayne State Wildcat making a big impact.
Another penalty there. Not rolling away is the call on Newbold. Not Newbold. Yeah, Newbold. That's Newbold. Sorry. And tap, kick out, and that's going to be the half, folks. We'll be right back after a few minutes of halftime to give you the second half of this New England versus Pacific Grizzlies Shield Challenge. New England's up 12-5.
Yeah, so Roots is pretty much here to show the world what happens when brothers and sisters of African descent unite. No matter where you are in the world, now or have come from, we are looking to come together with the top talent to nurture and improve upcoming talent as well, and to take pride in everything we do as a group.
You know, it's always been something that, you know, Kyle and I have always bounced off each other. And, you know, once we played together for the first time at Old Blue back in 2012, right then and there, it was already one of those deals where part of what made our friendship so great was just the fact that we knew what each other was going through without having actually to know about their past.
Aside from rugby, we also want to kind of create a community for our people where we are also providing professional guidance and educational guidance and just personal guidance and just being there for each other on and off the field. Yeah, so Roots is pretty much here to show the world what happens when
Welcome back to lovely Houston, Texas. It's actually starting to feel like Houston, Texas here at AVEVA Stadium as we're here for the National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Weekend. We have got our second quarterfinal of the day on tap for you. The second half coming up. Pacific Coast Grizzlies trail the New England White 12-5. We got Milan Van Wyck, the fly half out of New Mexico Tech by way of Namibia. Kicking off to the Independents, and it's a great take by Nolan Buckley from UMass Lowell. Showing some real athleticism to get up and bring that ball down safely. The Pacific Coast Grizzlies had a little bit of momentum at the end of that second half. Let's see if they can keep it in. It's the big man we've been talking about out of Humboldt, showing all the skills for a number 5. That's the guy.
Logan McDaniel.
Logan McDaniel. What a game he's having. 6'4", 240 to sprint out of the line, get an interception, and finish. That is a big meat wagon moving really quickly.
And not one you want to try and get in front of and stop.
Absolutely not. This guy has been fantastic. There's a lot of the guys that are the first one off of the bus, and if we're being honest, Logan's not the first guy off the bus. He's not chiseled to death. He's got some soft parts in that jersey, but no soft parts of his game. That man is hard, and he is leading from the front for the Pacific Coast Grizzlies.
And a lot of times that comes down to heart, work ethic, which he's definitely showing in this game, in this whole weekend.
Kid's a goer. I wouldn't want to play against Humboldt this spring. And the Pacific Coast Grizzlies needed that pick-me-up very much, and that is exactly what you need to extend that momentum from one half to the other. What it takes is a big play, and that'll remind everybody where they were.
Killian Burns cannot get the sticks up on that one, and it's going to be 10-12, still New England.
Big kickoff here for the Grizzlies. If they can snatch this one cleanly and get back on the front foot, you have a feeling the tide might turn for them here.
Bryce Wells on deck for the Grizzlies after the next restart. Getting under it, Nyan Shamam Nemo. Breaks a couple tackles, gets brought down. Could have probably got up there if he'd have been thinking about it, but he didn't. And now outside to 18.
Huge clear out from Letici Sangato out of Western Oregon on that last ruck.
Now Van Wyck out to Letici. Letici bouncing forward, but doesn't get the meter and does not release the ball quickly enough for a referee Seaton.
Chris Ferrigno took a huge hit there for URI, stood in that ruck and took a huge hit to earn that penalty.
Well, Ferrigno's a huge man. I think he can take a couple of huge hits.
Yeah, a hulking man, you might say.
Yes, a hulking man. If you're a little bit young and you don't remember, the original Hulk was Lou Ferrigno, not any relation that we know of to Chris Ferrigno.
I like to think there is. This is a big line out here for the Independents. They haven't, they've had the lead, but they haven't done anything spectacular, right? It's been good, solid team play, taking advantage of Pacific Coast mistakes, and let's see if they can do that right here.
A little confusion going on as to what the play is going to be. Bant Looked like he was trying to get into the line when he's finally told to go throw in.
Really narrow tunnel yet again.
Buckley steps in, goes up, out to a car to Taylor. Taylor does not pick it up cleanly. And Leo Clayberg now has to do something with it. He kicks ahead, puts it into Devin McGee's hands. Devin McGee behind the 22, trying to dance, trying to move around, and has nowhere to go. You got to make those decisions quickly if you got speed, right?
Yep. Out of CSU Sonoma, Devin McGee.
And Van Wyck puts it up and into touch just outside of the 22. Said, let's bring that back and try to do that over again.
Yep. To your point, speed kills, Grant. It's not just speed of the feet, it's the speed and decision-making. It all goes together.
Right? It all
you
goes
can't have
together.
one without the other.
You know, as I like to tell our speedsters, you've got the speed, just use it. If you get tackled, they're or if you break it, they're going to have to put 2 men on you because they know.
If you can run 100 meters in 10 seconds flat, that's fantastic. But if it takes you 10 milliseconds to start running, that's the difference.
That's the difference. So in this game, we've not seen as good of a link-up between Akar and Taylor as we have between Narano and Van Wyck. The delivery from the 9 on the Independence hasn't been that great at distance. But when they get in closer, they definitely are making some strides.
They make a lot of good decisions. On that last line out where they weren't able to execute their first phase play, they didn't try to do something that wasn't there. They ate it. They brought it back in. They were safe. They're making really good, solid rugby decisions right now.
McGee, again, trying to carry and getting nowhere. Leaves it to Newbolt, who powers in on the pod run. Narano again. Out to Van Wyck. Van Wyck kicks ahead. Akar's right there to pick it up. Akar trying to dance, but Van Wyck driving him backwards now, and Van Wyck got about 10 meters out of that tackle.
He's a very emotive player. You can tell that, the way that he swings his arms into those tackle, you can tell that he's bringing everything he's got into it.
Taylor now trying to find something outside, but it's a little bit on the side of the Grizzlies there. And great hit by the number 21 out of the Grizzlies, John Gabla.
John Blas, another Sonoma product, very hard hitter. It looks like the Pacific Coast Grizzlies talked about physicality at halftime. I think Scott
so.
Bracken and Jeremy Ognall might have challenged them because they have lifted it quite a bit, both in the tackle and in the ruck here in the second half.
Yeah, Clayberg went into that, wasn't expecting to be to have Blah knock him back that far.
That was an unfortunate play by Jenkins there. He was trying to save it and get it back in there. But unfortunately, it's going to be a line out here to the Independence. Scrum to the Independence. I must have knocked it forward as he was trying to tap it back in.
Knocked it forward into touch, it looked like.
Got the option of a line out or a scrum, and the Independence choose a scrum. I don't blame them. The line outs have been a dodgy proposition most of the afternoon. Look for some inside options here. You got a couple of guys stacked inside. Your second and third receivers in this graduated back line for the Independence.
And Clayberg stepped into the fly half position with Taylor lining up behind him. That's interesting as well.
Yeah, I think you're going to find the fly half as an out-the-back option. It's just whether he's going to be out the back of the first receiver or out the back of 13. The way that the 13 is shaped, I expect him to take a hit off of that first receiver and maybe see the 10 roll off the back of him.
If that play goes the way they want it to.
Yeah, they got to win it first. And there's a big engine room in there between McDaniel and Newbold.
And already scrum is turned down a little bit as Quentin Goss pretty much drove that one down, but I think it was the loose head for the Independents who really didn't want that scrum at all.
Milan Van Wyck just fixed the Pacific Coast Grizzlies defense. So if they're able to stop this first phase, you can thank him. There was a huge gap between their second to last defender and their last defender. And a lot of times a mistake is to guard the space, is to guard the human beings instead of guarding the space.
The car has to adjust to get that ball out. And like you said, Clayberg made a decision. Out and outside now, Aliker stepping back inside. And he's made some meters out of this. A car with quick delivery to his number 7, Jack Tellison. Tellison up to the 5-meter line. A car again. Gets that delivery off as he's driven back onto the deck. And Ferrigno with the pass out, but there is a penalty there.
I tell you, that defensive stop, I'm going to credit to Milan Van Wyck. The Independents had a fantastic platform from which to score, and an attacking lineout is literally the best platform you could have, especially that close in the game, that point blank. Almost any coach would take that out of any other restart option. And Milan, right before, like a linebacker does, he sees a read, jumps up and tells his defensive lineman, look, this is the read, we got to make a change right before the snap. That's what Van Wyck did right before that line out. And without that shift, the Independents would have scored. They make that shift, they make them work, have to go through, execute the skills, and the Grizzlies defense earns a turnover. That is the kind of effect that Van Wyck has, not just by doing his tackling and passing, but by decision-making and leading on the field.
And Goss was smart there, too, realizing he needed a little bit of time to get things set up, make sure the defense was set up. He saw that Tessier wasn't really binding on correctly, had a short bind and was pulling down, which you don't want your loose head to do early on when he's in the game. And so made sure that scrum went down so it could get driven over. A little bit of talking to, and it looks like Nick Mills is being sent off. A little back chat to the referee there, and Mills is going to the naughty chair.
Van Wyck pulls his charges in. He's got something to talk to him about. I think the referee asked both captains to have a chat to their teams as we got a 12-12 tie here in a knockout match in the All-Star Championships. These guys want to keep playing. They want to keep playing on this field. They want the multi-cam production, and they want everyone at home to be able to see them. And there's a lot in it, and the referee is seeing them the heat.
Narano with the tap and go, gets it out to Trevo Ulasini. Ulasini, a couple years ago, was a star out here. So he's back again, being a star. We called his name several times every day at the last All-Star match, All-Star tournament we had here. And he's back again, still as big as a house and running hard. So good to see Ulasini back in the mix.
The Independents are going to get another great opportunity with a scrum over here on the right-hand side, thanks to a errant pass from Indulolosi. Tried to cut out and go over the top of a couple of defenders from New England and didn't find the hands of a teammate.
Spencer Obiero coming on for Quaya on the Independence side. Probably getting a much-deserved rest. He's put a lot of work in on this shift. Ulasini and who's the other big man at prop? Not at second row.
Great shove from the Pacific Coast Grizzlies scrum on that one. They wanted it, and it looks like they're going to be rewarded with the penalty.
Look at that Newbold tapping on his foot and going, getting 15 meters out of it before he's brought down. And the Grizzlies right there. Van Wyck now coming out to Blah. Blah not getting any meters, but driving over and taking up a tackler. Now Metalosi outside.
Look, they could have they could have easily gotten outside the New England defense. They had one more pass. It would have been 2-on-0 for Pacific Coast.
And now outside, Devin McGee tries to spin out, but Obiero gets him around the legs. Now the 19, Bryce Wells with the carry. Ulasini, Newbold with the drive, man.
The ball carrier got a little isolated on that one, and Indulolosi found himself in a ruck, and he needed every single pound and ounce that Newbold brought to the table in order to keep the ball for the Pacific Coast.
McGee trying to get through, and with a pass out to Metalosi, but Metalosi just a little bit forward and the pass a little low. And it was either a forward pass or a knock-on was the call with the Independents getting the ball here.
That last scrum was a big signal to me about the Pacific Coast Grizzlies' intent is, and I think that's to run over the Independents in this half.
He's been stretching a lot, the guy on your screen. He's just stretching. He's done it twice. Please mention him.
Obiero?
Yep, just stretching. He's just fine. I think he's just taking a little stretch. He's going to be A-okay.
He had a great tackle there on McGee, and McGee was almost through except for that tackle. There was nobody in front of McGee if that tackle wasn't made.
12-10, New England up by just 2 points.
And New England down a man right now, so they need to really keep hold of this ball while Mills stays in. Driven backwards there on that scrum without their main tight head in, Mills. And that ball is kicked to touch. And it's taken behind the 22, so it is now a line out inside the 22 to the Pacific Grizzlies. This isn't something that the Independents want here.
Absolutely not. I don't know what they do. You got a big engine room with a lot of motivated dudes up here. They are definitely bigger than New England. I think the conservative call here and maybe the traditional call would be to bring it down and try to maul this thing in.
But Mills has been so disruptive for the Independents, and he's sitting in the naughty chair right now, so this is a hard thing for them. Nice Shamanemo with a great trick through, gets it back to Van Wyck. Van Wyck dancing, turning, carrying players in. Van Wyck in for the try.
Untackleable. The New Mexico Tech product says, I'm going to do this one all by myself. I don't need any teammates, and I'm going to run over everybody New England throws in front of me.
When we look at this again, I bet we see 6 tackles broken there, is what I counted. I don't know. I could be wrong there.
You could tell the sense of urgency for the Grizzlies. They know they're down 2. The minutes are melting off the clock, and Van Wyck was not going to let an opportunity like that one go wasted.
15-12's the score with just 6 minutes left, it looks like.
Here we go. Van Wyck gets the ball first receiver. One fake pass. There's one defender beat.
4, 5, 6. Yes, six hands on him before he gets in to score that try.
And maybe a 7th who flopped on top of him as soon as he scored.
Wow. That guy is just electric with ball in hand.
He's quick, he's strong, and that low center of gravity is hard to disrupt. You got to get down there, and you got to be early to do it.
Nicky Burns puts the sticks up, and Killian Burns,
What's the body language now from the Independents? Are there guys over there trying to pick him up, or they're eager for the ball? There's a couple.
Mills is back on, and he is trying to talk his team up as he comes back on from the naughty chair.
So England is back to full strength. The Pacific Coast able to take advantage of the power play.
But can New England capitalize in these last 5?
Very contestable restart.
Great take there by Chris Ferrigno. Devin McGee stepping inside, but there's been a knock-on called already. Advantage was on, but none gained. And Seaton's going to bring it back to the first scrum.
Knock-on from...
First knock-on.
Line out, most likely.
I think what happened was Lucini had gone up in that attempt for the restart and had just barely touched it before the other player retrieved it.
Free Jacks making a couple of late subs here, trying to get some fresh legs on.
Oh, you're already calling them Free Jacks? You're giving them a little...
Hey, man, you pay for the logo on the chest, we'll call it.
Carr gets the put in here. This is important for the Independents. Nice drive there by the Pacific. Then they lose it after they get the drive. Oh, that was no wrap tackle there.
I'm not so sure I agree with that. It looked like a good attempt to tackle to me.
Yeah, Blah, penalty advantage on, and John Blah is in trouble on the penalties here.
It could be a really crucial one this late. It was the Pacific Coast Grizzlies who took an opportunity just like this, a shot at goal, and it gave them the win in yesterday's finale to finish pool play. And now the Independents have, in normal circumstances would be a great shot at goal, but they're going to go for the corner. Looks like they'll be about 10 meters from the pay dirt.
Juwan Johnson coming on now for Logan McDaniel. McDaniel, hard shift today from the big man.
You got to think this might be the last opportunity, the last best opportunity for the Independents to pull even. Lineouts have been 50-50 at best. I think that one might have been knocked just barely by the Grizzlies, and well taken by the Independents thereafter.
George Cabal with a great throw in. Now Carr out to Taylor, who seemingly tightened up their delivery to each other. And there we go, hands through all the way outside to Sam Moyle. Moyle scoring a try in the first half, but not getting there in the second half. And now Metalosi and Van Wyck providing the defense outside for the Grizzlies. And as you said, that's been important. Metalosi with the steal. Narano cleaning things up. Out to Juwan Johnson, man who just came in. Juwan Johnson, you got to get him around the ankles to bring him down. He's definitely making sure he stays up and moving.
Newbold with the big clearing boot.
George Newbold.
Talking about John Eels, you didn't see him do that from hand.
That was great stuff coming from Newbold. Newbold would project to tight head prop in the MLR, but he's playing 8 out here today and kicking ahead.
You know, I'll tell you what, his body type and the way he moves reminds me a lot of John Cullen. John played high school rugby in Northern California, then went to the University of Utah and played left tackle, had a cup of coffee with a couple of teams in the NFL, and then came back to rugby. And now had a nice long career. And
now he's coaching youth in Iowa.
That's right. And he the way that Newbold moves reminds me a lot of a young John Cullen before he shed all the pounds.
Justin Kennedy getting some direction from his coaches down here on the sideline before they go forward with this penalty.
Of the Kennedys? You never know. It's New England.
I don't know.
Let's make the assumption.
Van Wyck getting talked to. Killian Burns looks like he's getting some time off there.
I think it's about lowering the tackles, maybe. Van Wyck says
I'm not sure how Killian Burns can lower a tackle anymore. I mean, he and Van Wyck have got about the lowest tackles out there. You got to call a dangerous tackle on those guys. I'm not sure what you were looking at.
Every tackle Van Wyck makes is dangerous, but they're not all illegal.
Nice try at the tackle there by Isaac Kello. LeBlanc trying to get in there. Nyan Shamunemu definitely getting in there.
There's Van Wyck trying to rip that ball out of that maul.
Metalosi and Van Wyck, for not having played on the same team for that long, play really well together.
The Independents have space on the right, and the Pacific Coast Grizzlies have too heavy a group out there wide. If they go and take advantage of the athletic mismatch, I think they could find some purchase.
Hudson Lee cleaning up, but there's been a whistle called already on, it looks like an offsides call.
They need to go right. They got Kamara, a very talented wing from Dartmouth, matched up against McDaniel, the 240-pound lock. I like Kamara's opportunity in space. Even a cross kick here would be fantastic.
Clayburg takes it left there, and now the Independents are driving just over 22, but they have not released the ball in the tackle. And that is Jack Tellefson with being penalized there. Narano now. Marshalling troops. They've got a little less than a minute left, and they just want to keep ball in hand.
They're going to want to eat up the clock.
Ulasini.
Some long rucks here, potentially.
Ulasini with the carry there. Now Nyan Shamunemu. Outside. He has the ball to Juwan Johnson.
Smart move by Johnson to angle back in where he knew he had numbers.
Niamo out to Van Wyck. Van Wyck really quick to Blah. Excuse me. That's Kello. And penalty there.
Referee's going to hold the Independents very tightly to account. They're the team that needs a big turnover, but he's going to make sure it's a clean one if they get it.
Take it straight up is McLaurin. Outside now. Straight into Kello. And Narano talks to the ref, and that's the game. Pacific Coast again comes from behind.
The cardiac kids.
Yeah, they're putting the fear of everybody into everybody this weekend, aren't they?
I think we just saw what they can do. They revved up that physicality, and if they do that but do it over a 40-minute stretch, they're a contender.
Whereas everybody else is trying to beat them in the first 20. That's correct. great game by the Independents here, but they couldn't be a second-half team against the Pacific Coast Grizzlies, and I think that is what defines the Grizzlies this weekend.
That'll do it for us here at AVEVA Stadium. We'll be right back with more quarterfinal action.
Play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. Play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
And welcome back to AVEVA Stadium. It is semifinals time. The New England Red are going to be taking on the Great Lakes Thunderbirds. That's New England Independent Red. Team won their quarterfinal game, both these. Great Lakes had a great game this morning as well. Exciting matchup here at the National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Shield Challenge this weekend. You see Mike Weir, the captain for New England Red, and Stanley Gianni for the Great Lakes. Have the coin toss there with referee Brian Hall, joined by Pete Chamberlain and Andrew Dunn for this as the assistant referees here in the Houston Sabercats home. Beautiful day here for rugby. Yesterday, gale force winds. Today, a little bit better. Sun coming out. A lovely, lovely afternoon. This is John Broger. I am joined by Matt McCarthy for this semifinal matchup. We're about to get underway in the stadium field. Great rugby for you all day. You can catch us on the Rugby Network, Next Level Rugby, and National Collegiate Rugby, of course, the host of this amazing event, for their YouTube pages, Facebook pages. Great rugby on offer. This is going to be exciting. We're ready to kick off. Mike Weir ready to get us underway. 22-minute halves now we have in these games. Mike Weir ready to kick off. Referee Hall says, let's play some rugby. Left to right on your screen, the New England Independent, coached by Tom Clark. And a few of his great friends that Matt McCarthy, my partner, will talk about as we go. We're just making sure everything's set here. I thought they were kicking off, but they must have been from the field behind us, that whistle. And now we are underway. Semifinal action here at AVEVA Stadium. Great Lakes takes that one just outside the 22, but it looked like a little knock-on straight away. It's going to be a scrum here for New England. A place in the finals on offer. Matt McCarthy.
John, what a day, what an event. Great rugby. All the pitches that are going on at once, all the talent. This is where we start to whittle it down.
This is fantastic for you rugby aficionados out there enjoying this event. Stadium below us starting to fill up a bit. All the teams will be here watching the later rounds. Fans starting to come in. Beautiful AVEVA Stadium in H-Town, Space City, Houston. Ball off to the left-hand side. Straight across the 22 they go. Ball placed back by New England Red. Players working their way inside the 22 very early on here. Good start for New England. Ball comes up to Weir. Weir didn't play in the last game. Weir puts the ball up to Matt Mitchell from Brown. Matt Mitchell just outside the line. A little shovel pass to Weir. Weir goes almost wide there, but gets the ball back in. And they are at the try line. Referee looking for it. Let's see what the call is here. And the ball looks like it was held up by Great Lakes. It will be a goal line dropout for them. An incredible opportunity there for Brima Kamara, but he just can't quite convert. But they will still be a good attacking opportunity here based on what happens with this kick. Great schools represented here for both these teams. Wheeling University, Central Michigan, University of Kentucky, and a number of others. Notre Dame College, Adrian College on this team in the gray and black for Great Lakes, who just hoofed that one downfield. Will Zeller, another Brown player, collects that one. Zeller, always hard to take down, gets through a couple. Good work there. Player trapped inside that for the Great Lakes, but he's able to roll away. Ball to Weir. Weir directing traffic. Gets the ball to Ollie Corbett. Ollie Corbett, standout sophomore for Brown University, coached by Dave LaFlamme. Weir puts it back in. A nice run there. These team in red is looking good. That's Connor Robinson. Going to be a free jack developmental player out of Boston College, the Eagle. And penalty there. Going quick they are on the run. See who that is. A little throw there. They're at the 5-meter line. Good early pressure coming on. Weir looks one way, comes back the other. That might have gone forward. The referee indeed has seen that. Forward pass from Weir. We're going to have a scrum here at their own 5-meter line for Great Lakes. Lots of early pressure from this New England Independent team, Matt.
Yeah, just constant, pressure from New England. And they're in the red, if you're just joining us, in the gray, as John said, is Great Lakes Thunderbirds. But these guys have played a lot of rugby this weekend. And to keep getting it up and this is the harder part right now, because we talked about yesterday, maybe there was some tinkering with the lineups, some getting to know you. But now this is going for the hardware, so you're going against the best of the best.
Both these teams really want to play another game, Matt, so this is important to them. They're going to move on to the finals. Whoever wins this one.
In these kind of tournaments, your body's, cranky, but you put in all that work, so you don't want to have wasted it, right?
Absolutely.
You want to keep giving your best effort because you've left it on the field previously. You want to continue to do so. It's now mental fatigue and physical fatigue, too.
Interesting by Tom Clark, the coach and the coaching staff there at New England. They were able to rest Mike Weir and Zeller and a couple of players in that quarterfinal game. That's the strength of depth that they have. I didn't get to see the quarterfinal game. We were calling another game, so Great Lakes not sure what their changes are on their sides there, but that's certainly a luxury that worked out for New England Independent. Great Lakes.
Yeah, there is some depth on these rosters. And, New England's got 2 teams entered in, actually 3 in the tournament, right, with the Rising Stars team as well. I'm just wondering, is there any shot that a Rising Star player might get the call up?
Well, it depends on injury. We had, a player did move up here. There's one change, unfortunate injury to one of the props, so they moved the Orang from UMass up into the starting squad here, or the larger squad for the red squad, for this. That's Lance Noor, born in France, played high school rugby in Singapore, now playing at Brown University, and he has shown a fancy bit of footwork there. The Singapore shuffle right through, ball to Weir. He can't quite get it. Mitchell has to pick that one up. Matt Mitchell takes it into contact.
He is just such a good loose forward.
He is a very good loose forward.
The back row player. They
And there is Ollie Corbett, tries to put in a little pass. It doesn't work. Will Zeller has come in to make the tackle. Great Lakes at their own 22. They finally get their hands on the ball. No score in it yet, although they've been inside the 22 this entire time. I think we're going to get a kick here from this Great Lakes team. It was knocked down, charged down. And a knock on there by Great Lakes is going to be a scrum right in front of the post for New England, and they have looked threatening so far.
This is a big opportunity for the New England Red, and they have been playing very good rugby this entire tournament, and they smell blood. They take advantage of it. Let's see what happens here.
Important scrum for both of these teams.
They got that split backfield, a couple of options, John.
Matt Mitchell maybe the second row now. They've switched someone. Weir standing right behind this scrum, so options in both directions. You get a good look at it there. Ball coming in from Duque, the number 9 there, and he moves to Weir. Weir goes to the left-hand side. Weir from Doylestown, Pennsylvania. That one goes up. Is this one going to go in the try zone? Oh. It indeed is going to, and a first 5 points to the New England Independent. Great work.
And, John, we're in college. Here's textbook 101. Here's how the play is drawn up, and they execute it perfectly. Go the one side, get the defense moving one way, go the other way, and put it down in the corner. Textbook, great job.
Ryan Connolly from Northeastern touches that one down from Nahant, Massachusetts. And he is another one of the BC High products on this New England squad. Tough angle for the kick here.
I know it's extremely difficult for you to be partial
because you are a New England guy. But you are doing an amazing job.
I'm working on it. I had a great time chatting with the coaches and managers for Great Lakes. Watched this team, Wheeling University. I got to call it a bowl championship last year. Exciting team. They have a bulk of players out here. And Great Lakes thinks a lot of these teams have enjoyed.
This is a big moment in terms of what the wind will be doing to kicks.
Weir launches that one, and it doesn't find it. So we're at 5-0 here with 7 minutes gone in this first half of semifinal action here at AVEVA Stadium at National Collegiate Rugby. Opportunity here for Great Lakes.
Great attempt, though, on that kick, John. And, you know, we are seeing today the kickers having a better shot at showing their skills because the wind was just prohibitive yesterday.
Absolutely. And this is going to be Joseph I from Wheeling to kick this one off. Great program there. Mike Geibel is building. I from South Africa launches a high one up in the air. Attempt to take down by Great Lakes, but knocked on by them. So we're going to come back. Nearly taking their own kickoff would have been a good fortune for them, what they needed at the moment. But scrum here for New England.
I thought the number 44, is that Camrazando on that restart? Almost, he tipped it. I thought he could have had an opportunity to grab it, maybe.
Yeah, he was trying to knock it back to one of his players.
Yeah. I think he was looking to tip it, and he may have been better served just to grab it. But nonetheless, it is a New England put-in.
Duque High School at the International School of Manila. Now playing at Northeastern to put this one in. And gets that one up to Weir. They've got a couple of runners. Zeller gets that one flat, is able to get it back up, and now it is out into the hands of one speedy wing. Kamara moves it on. They get just inside the 50-meter line, and thought it was turned over there by the Great Lakes, but referee says that was not. That was illegal, and referee Brian Hall calls that one, penalizing Will McNamara.
Will McNamara, who's had a solid tournament thus far.
Western Michigan University product from Naperville, Illinois. Line out coming from the kick from the New England Red. See what they decide to do with this one. They're up by 5. They've played most of this first half. We're only about 9.5 minutes gone in the Great Lakes portion of the field.
And you'll see that flag is not really blowing for like the first time.
Ball up to Ollie Corbett. Ollie Corbett brings it down. Driving maul from the Independent. They are getting a good, slow, rolling head of steam here. See what they decide to do, working backwards against Great Lakes. Not able to draw any kind of penalties as of yet. Players still bound. Across the 22 they go. Slow, methodical march from this New England team. Now they get the penalty advantage, so they have a free play here. We'll see what they decide to do. They're going to keep driving towards the line. Off they go. People breaking away. They're at the 5-meter line. New England Independent looking strong, but they're going to come back for the penalty. Referee Hall says nothing doing there. Let's come back and play with some structure.
Looks like the player from Thunderbirds was coming in from the side, going back to that initial infraction.
Once a ball really gets rolling, you got to. There's not as many legal ways to shut that down, so people are always looking for a little bit of an angle there. But that's going to be another line out coming for New England.
And that was one of the Matuka brothers, number 55 for the Great Lakes Thunderbirds. His brother Jeff is number 25.
Line out throw coming. Connor Robinson.
John, we're about halfway through this first half because we're playing 22-minute halves.
We are. Corbett gets that, comes down with it. They're going to try to drive forward again. Some power coming in from the Great Lakes. Think there's a player with his hands on the ball. New England trying to rip that out. Duque does. Gives it off there to Coleman Jackson. Coleman Jackson heads towards the line. Another Northeastern player. Played at Brookline High School. Weir launches that one out. Player hit as soon as he gets the ball. That one not going to hand Ball coming out here to Weir. Weir shows one way and is looking the other. Has to run into a couple of players. He's got a good defensive wall in front of him. Duque scoops that one out. They've got players out there. There's Big Jack Swords from Holy Cross. Takes it right under the post. Mike Weir calling for the ball. He's got a couple of runners. He goes wide. Player is held up. They're able to wrap around there. Now it's a little bit of a knock-on. Creeps in. Just a little too adventurous and good defense. Shuts it down. Great Lakes scrum inside their own 22. Still 5-0 for the New England Red in this semifinal.
Got to be frustrated if you're the New England Red right there. You had all the momentum. You had the Thunderbirds on their heels, and then you turn the ball over, give the Thunderbirds another opportunity. And they've got some firepower in that back line with quick strike capability.
Certainly do. See what they decide to do here. Play a little potential territory or go for the fun. New runners out there.
And again, we're up in the booth, and the wind is a different story down on the pitch. We're looking at flags right now. It seems to be relatively calm for this stadium. So maybe they do try an exit kick, but they do have that firepower, those powerful runners and fast runners in that back line for Great Lakes.
Big squeeze coming on from New England, but good scrum. And here is Chief Chipumbu. He is going to be our first runner, and he is dangerous. Ball out to I goes to the boot, launches it downfield, launches Noor, takes that one inside at his 40. He had a good run with his first one. He beats the first runner, shows a second runner. He's got to put a player away. Incredible work. Takes a big hit for his trouble, possibly a little late, but referee says it's all okay. Big counter rucks coming in. His players piling over from the Great Lakes, but it had to be illegal eventually. And Lance Noor effective from that fullback position.
Yeah, very effective, John. And now in a position is New England to get further down the field and maybe steal a try.
And Weir moves it downfield. Lots of Noor from Aix-en-Provence, France. Had played high school rugby in Singapore.
Very impressed by Weir in this tournament. He was one of the few guys that handled the kicking very well, adapted his strategy and adapted his style to match the winds that were really, really powerful yesterday. But he had a very good game, a very good day yesterday. He continues to play well today.
Robinson to put this one in. Another line out inside the 22. One has to be converted eventually for this team. Ali Corbett brings it down. He is organizing from the middle there. You can see the ball at the back at Duque looking for it. Players from Great Lakes trying to reach over there. But Duque would like the ball. Here's Connor Robinson. He got the ball held up. He scored a couple of tries this weekend. Effective BC player. They're headed towards the line. There goes Robinson. He's got the player catch him. The arm comes out because that player comes from offsides. One of these is going to wind up in a yellow card if they don't watch out. Weir looking for the line himself. Would have loved to bag a try here at AVEVA Stadium, home of the Houston Sabercats. Ball taken away. We will come back for this penalty, and let's see what the referee says. He's holding up time. Somebody may be taking a visit to the naughty chair.
Yeah, John, I forgot that the advantage was being played there, and I got giddy for a second. I thought, here come the Great Lakes. I'm going to run the length of the field. But there's the advantage, right? That's when there's a penalty or something called, the referee allows the other team to see if they have an advantage. If there's no advantage gained, it goes back to the original point and the original infraction. And we are having a conversation. Are we going to see a card here, John? Number 58, Stanley Gianni, is getting spoken to. Maybe it's just a warning.
Yeah, just issued a warning that time.
And I like that. I don't want them going to the cards too soon.
Yeah, I don't want to, but
college,
right? Eventually, inside the 5 meter line, they've committed a lot of penalties there. Going quick on the New England Red. They're down in that corner. Seem to be making a home of it out here. Now the ball goes out to the backs to Weir. Weir turns and goes the other way. He can play off the cuff pretty well, but he gets taken down by a very strong Great Lakes defense. You have to give him a lot of credit for really holding this New England Red team out. Breaking towards the line. There is a try line. Referee on the spot. Held up by Great Lakes. Another great defensive stand. Holding it down to just 5 points, 16 and a half minutes in. And
right in the middle of that is Parker Adams holding it up, helping hold that up. Dodging a bullet, the Thunderbirds.
Joseph Ive, currently in Wheeling, West Virginia. born in South Africa, playing for Wheeling University, the Cardinal. Puts that ball back, Noor just lets it go. Going to be a line out here much further out for this New England team.
You know, I'm watching this Joseph He is, if he was baseball, he'd be a 5-tool player. He can do it all in rugby. He plays both sides of the ball. He's got the hand skills, the foot skills, the tackling, the passing, the running, you name it, he's got it.
Big, powerful player as well. 6'1", 225, standing at first receiver there.
And he uses every bit of that 225 when he is going into a contact situation.
Connor Robinson getting ready to put this one in. Referee just calling time here for somebody to take care of a bootlace. I think that's Mitchell.
John, are there a lot of hills in Wilmington, Massachusetts, where Connor Robinson's from?
If it's close to Worcester, which has 7 hills. Corbett calling for that one. He is a great line-out operator. Duque gets it out to Weir. Weir has come back and puts it to the boot for Jordan Mubako, the Harvard man, to run onto. Mubako in a foot race. Cheap to Fumbu. Gets a hold of that and winds up in touch. It's going to be yet another line out for New England Red inside the 22. Have to be getting a little frustrated at this point. They haven't put points on the board with it.
Sublime kick. Perfect execution by Weir. Again, showing he is starting to show his class now, and he's got the ability to show that foot and the skills with ball in hand kicking, and that was a great kick, and it forced the Thunderbirds to take it into touch just defensively. Again, they are under the gun, deep in their own zone.
Class. Showing it across the field. Sorry for the reference. Here we go. New England Red line out Connor Robinson one more time.
All right.
And they're going to go to Corbett again. He is steady in the line out. They're going to try for another drive, but players just holding off there from Great Lakes. Pretty wise choice, but Malcolm Robinson's going to make a big run there. Another Dartmouth fella, English player. Here comes Corbett. Corbett really wants this try. Corbett at the try line, but can't touch it down. Here comes New England Red. Duque looking for it. Somebody piles over the top. Referee says try awarded. Wow. We're going to have to see who it is. It looks like Big Jack Swords comes down with that one. Holy Cross player touching the down. 10 points to the good. Kick to come for Weir and a better angle.
Holy Cross legend Zach Lanning doing backward somersaults in the rugby wrap-up headquarters right now. And so is Kevin Swords, the Eagle legend, his father, Charlie's dad.
Charlie?
Jack Swords.
Just making sure.
Yeah. Charlie's his nickname.
As of now, I suppose. Great play by Swords. Good rugby family. I've been run over by Kevin more than once. Kick to come here for Weir. Time winding down, 19 and a half minutes.
I'm surprised you didn't know that Jack Swords' nickname is Charlie. There's so much, we have to
yes,
share.
there's something I can learn from you sometimes, Mr. McCarthy. Like guitar strings.
Exactly. It's the things that you don't know about some of these players.
Weir, better angle. You see a little wind coming across here. Again, not the 60-mile-an-hour gusts we had to deal with yesterday. Frustrated everybody. Weir puts that one straight and true. It is through the post. 2 points. They're at 12-0. New England Red currently leads Great Lakes. Great Lakes has been down in this end of the field for most of the time. But that is halftime according to the referee. And we are going to shoot it down to Tyler Deutsch. Tyler, what's going on down there?
Oh, John, there's a whole lot. You wouldn't be surprised. You'd be surprised that we're even playing at the same field that we were yesterday. The conditions are substantially better. There's so much less wind. The sun came out to play, and so did these players. I mean, we've got a lot of great players, a bunch of all-stars, as well as some great kits. Don't forget that if you're watching this stream at home, to comment your favorite team's kit, and they have the chance to win some next-level rugby merch. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tyler, for that information down on the field. We're going to step away for halftime. We're going to be back with second half semifinal action in just a minute.
Well, hi, everybody.
And we are back at AVEVA Stadium. National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Men's National Shield Challenge here in Houston, Texas. H-Town, Space City. We have Great Lakes in gray and black, kicking off to New England Red. Currently, New England Red is leading 12-0. Exciting second half coming. John Broker here with Matt McCarthy. Referee Brian Hall getting us underway. Matt, exciting second half coming.
Yeah, exciting second half, John. And I keep forgetting because the rugby is so cool and so good to watch. I keep acting like I think I'm a fan. I forget that I'm actually working. You are obviously the recipient of my lack of work here, so I apologize to you. But it's just great rugby.
Okay, Joseph I puts that one up, and it's going to drift back into the hands of New England, and New England played that one and pushed it forward. Forward pass initially, went into touch. They may have a choice, whether they want to line out or a scrum here. Referee Hall having a conversation. He's going to go to the scrum.
Coleman Jackson has got to be upset. He was just pounding the turf with his fist.
You know, that kickoff wasn't going 10. He was ready to roll with it, but unfortunately knocked it on. I mean, he had a clear run to the line. But Coleman Jackson might have been thinking about the try he was about to score.
It was. His eyes bulged open, and he saw just a little guy on the other side. He was going to steamroll, but you can't do any of it without the ball.
Scrum here early on in the second half. 20-minute halves here as Great Lakes set to put this in. Referee Hall having the chat with him. Chief Chipfumbu at first receiver out here now. Ball to the back of the scrum. Chipfumbu gets it to Joseph I. Bounces off one would-be tackler. Gets taken down by a second. Good little pass back in. Big hit comes in on Lawrence. Old kind of shrank into that tackle. It looked like it could have been high, but referee says not that big a deal. Here we have a big runner coming in for the Great Lakes Thunderbirds.
That was Parker Adams, I think, John, for the Thunderbirds.
A little pass back around from the Thunderbirds. Thunderbirds still on the roll here. Jeff Mutuku offloads it, and one of his teammates is taking it forward. We have an advantage here, I believe, for a high tackle against New England Red. New England Red trying to come in and steal this one. We would come back for the advantage if it's unplayable, but they're going to keep playing. Knocked down from Ali Corbett. Chief Chipfumbu came down with it. The referee didn't see it, so they're going to come back. Chipfumbu, exciting player, certainly wanted to run there. Chipfumbu lit it up in a bowl game last year. So much fun. The Harare, Zimbabwe Fine Arts major.
You know, every time I see him play, and I've had the opportunity and the pleasure to see him play a number of times, Chipfumbu never disappoints.
He's exciting.
He's kind of like a taller version of Cecil Africa, the 7-star from Australia, from South Africa.
Thank you.
Well, they play in green and yellow. It's like the same thing. Springboks and Wallabies.
Ball coming in here. Old. Outside the 22, they could really use these points. Could Great Lakes. They have a little comeback to do here. Just 12 points in it. Ali Corbett, the line-out operator, was thinking about getting up there, but instead just decides to go in and get the ball. He's been effective this weekend for this New England team. Big drive coming on. Ball to Chipfumbu. Chipfumbu just moves it into the middle of the field. Tackle. It does not happen there. They move it on. Great Lakes held up just outside the 22. Better start from them than there was in the first half. This is where most of the rugby's been played. Chipfumbu looking out there. They get the ball to the wing. Does he have the ability to get there? He doesn't. Good defense scrambling from the New England Independent Red. New England Independent Red on the defense here. Ball again. Karamazando. Ball turned over. I thought. The referee thought differently as the players would not roll away for New England, so it's going to be a penalty for Great Lakes.
Ali Corbett not wanting to give that ball up, John. He, the big man, thinking he had it with the red cap, sprinting. But it all comes back. There's a big opportunity here for Great Lakes to get back into this match. They're down 12-zip.
And they're making the right choice here to go for the corner. Pushing it down there. They really need the tries. The kicks just aren't going to work for them right here. So now a little pressure on this New England team. We'll see how they handle it. See if they go for the line out here. Haven't seen the Great Lakes a mauling team.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not crazy about the decision here because of the wind and no line out is a given here. So I don't know. I might have just tapped it and then gone with some phases. But what
They're going up. Corbett tries to take it but does not, and a maul is coming from this Great Lakes team. Good power coming forward. New England's going to have to be careful not to get themselves penalized here. There is the 5-meter line. Ball goes to the ground, but from Great Lakes. and knocked on in there. Good work to force it. It's going to be a scrum here for New England Red as the fortunes don't hold for Great Lakes. New England Red ability here to clear their lines, move the ball downfield a bit, playing safer territory.
Sorry, John, some great defense there. Not panicked, calm, cool, collected by New England there. And they have shown that under the gun. When they are under the gun, they remain calm, and that's a key to it.
Second half action, almost 5 minutes gone here at AVEVA Stadium, home of the Houston Sabercats, our fortunate host for the weekend. We're enjoying it so much here, this semifinal. Other semifinal taking place on field 1 at the same time. Sorry, that other semifinal is going to take place after this game. That was my mistake. And clearing their lines is Mike Weir. Doesn't get much distance on it. It's going to be a line out here for this Great Lakes team.
Here comes a substitution in. Here comes Keegan Bliss. He's happy to make an appearance.
Next semifinal after this, I made a mistake there. Pacific Coast Grizzlies versus the Southeast Bears. So stay tuned here on the stadium field for that one. Going to be a lot of excitement.
John, I don't know if you caught that, but Bliss came on. Keegan Bliss, number 23, in the back line for New England.
The Catamount.
Catamount from Vermont, yes. Solid player.
Here. Similar position for Great Lakes. Corbett up to disrupt that one and does. Ball bobbling all over the place. We'll see who comes up with it. It looks like New England at this point, but it was knocked on by them. So now it's going to be a scrum for Great Lakes. Good work. And we're going to go down to Tyler Deutsch for an interview. What's up, Tyler?
Nothing much, John. I'm actually here with the Jacob Gepner, president, owner, operator of Rugby Expo. Jacob, how beautiful is it here at AVEVA Stadium today?
Beautiful stadium here at AVEVA Stadium. These guys are really playing their heart out here, looking for that new contract. There's potential MLR players out there right now. They're just showing out, trying to shine today, and it's so good to see it, man.
Speaking of potential MLR players, I think you just got some recent news that you're going to be headed to Glendale, Colorado to be playing with the Colorado Exos. Tell me a little bit about that.
Dude, super excited. This is something I've been pushing my whole life, and like for it actually to be here, it's just almost surreal. Super excited to move to Glendale. Thank you guys for all supporting me if you're watching this, and you met me in my career. Thank you for making this happen and pushing me forward.
And Jacob, if there's any MLR teams that are watching this broadcast right now, which team would you want to be drafted by?
San Diego Legion. I want to wear red, baby. Here we go.
Awesome, Jacob. Well, thanks, and back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you, Tyler. In the meantime, another effort thwarted by Great Lakes, a bit like the first half, where New England Independent was in this same place, knocking on the door, and just couldn't get the invitation in. Same here for Great Lakes. They've just committed a penalty, so Weir has the opportunity with the penalty to put this out. He's picking the longer kick. He's got some wins, so he's going to have to judge this well. I mean, he's a great kicker, but that one is not going to make it there. Makes it instead into the hands of Nate Curtis. Nate Curtis offloads there. Nice step and footwork from Vatuve. Vatuve trying to get his way through, but knocked on. It's going to be a New England Independent scrum.
Vatuve not protecting that ball going into contact, and a potential big play for the Thunderbirds is now wasted as they turn it back over to New England.
Vatuve with Adrian College, Benny Mattialona's team. First year made it into the championships for NCR. What a program at Adrian.
Just a tremendous
Vatuve,
story.
Fantastic, yes.
And by the way, Coach Benny looks like he could play in the MLR right now.
I called some of his games back in the day. Saw Benny Mattialona play. Scrum goes down. Referee Hall is going to bring us back up here. 8.5 minutes gone in this second half. Semifinal action, as we said. Next semifinal coming up. Championships to be had later.
It's a great interview with Benny on the Drink Up with Colby Marshall and Zach Lanning. Worth looking at.
Duque to put this one in. Haven't had a lot of offenses half from this New England team. Just need to be back 5 meters, but we are pretty well set back here. Ball At Duque, back to Weir. Weir going to go to the boot with this one. Launches it high into the Houston sky. Chifumbu coming across. He can't quite handle it. Did it go forward? Zeller comes in to make a big hit. Zeller may have gotten the worst of that one. Very, very hard-hitting young man, Zeller from Brown University. We're going to take a whistle here as Zeller. A little too much on that one.
Zeller looks okay. But he's been walked off. He's being walked off by the pitch just for precaution, it looks like.
Head injury assessment here, but there'll be a change coming in. They'll send a player in, and 3 changes coming in for Great Lakes here to try to change their fortunes just a bit.
So, John, if I'm not mistaken, you can't come back in the college game for a head assessment, or at least in this tournament, right? You're done.
I'm not sure of that ruling.
I think that might be the situation.
Probably a pretty wise choice.
Depends on what he went off for. If blood is a different thing, I'm not sure about the head thing. We'll have to maybe get Tyler working on that.
Zeller off the field. We'll see who his replacement is. They have some depth here. Player coming onto the field for them. Jasper Green, an able replacement. Another Dartmouth player. Scrum, however, to Great Lakes. I thought that was a knock on by Great Lakes originally, but it must have been Zeller coming in there, push the ball forward. Referee Hall, a better position than I am to make these calls. Scrum here for Great Lakes. They've got runners spread out wide. Ball coming out there from Gianni at the scrum half position. Trying to run wide they are with Hadar. Hadar can't find the room. He's just about 40 meters out. Hadar, one of the players from Morocco, now playing at Wheeling. Looking for some hard runners here and just taking a step across, allowing the defense to get a better hit on him. One of the forwards from Great Lakes trying to roll out of there is one of the defenders. They get it to I has some runners outside of him, but right into the hands of a waiting player from New England Independent. See where they decide to go. Players roll around on the other side from Great Lakes, but we're going to just play on here as the independent team getting their shape back together. Weir calling for it, looking for a runner. Weir sneaks through and tries to put that little pass in, but it doesn't go to hand. Referee's going to come back. We're going to scrum here for Great Lakes again. Weir should have probably just held on to that.
And I think it was Keegan Bliss that intercepted that pass and stopped the momentum dead in its tracks for the Thunderbirds. He's a player that's had a very good tournament. We talked about him in previous broadcasts. But as more substitutions, here comes number 38. That's That's number 30, I beg your pardon, yep. Right?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to tell you who he is, but we don't have any information on it. So it's the organic nature of this event.
It's the thought that counts, Matt McCarthy.
I apologize.
But we're back to the action here. A little bit slow in this second half. A little plodding rugby going on. Whichever team moves on to the finals will probably be happy. There was some stoppages here, save up some of that energy. As much as they want to play exciting, fun rugby, we'll do everything they can to do. There's another game coming up. One of these teams is going to be in a championship after this. As ball comes out for Great Lakes. That looked like an obstruction to me, but the referee's not going to call it. Players in there over it for New England Red. Good turnover. That was Jasper Green. Players had their hands on his head, but referee said, let's go. Good work there by Weir. The challenge is on inside, and that number 30 gets hauled down by the New England Red, the independent at the 5-meter line now. Haven't played much in his end of the field. It winds up in Matt Mitchell's hands, and it's a knock-on advantage for New England. Opportunity here to put some points on the board.
Matt Mitchell all over the pitch for New England. And they're knocking on the door once again, John.
Absolutely, and here come New England Red. Get a good look at this, and we just stopped up for a minute here. Referee has whistled. We'll see what his call is going to be.
Pile of bodies, John.
And that is held up. We're going to have a goal line dropout here, and we're going to shoot down to Tyler Deutsch for some information. Tyler.
Yeah, John, I just got done talking with Will, the inside center here for the New England Red. He's all good. No serious injuries, just a little bit rattled up. They brought him off the field. He's hoping to get back in here if he can.
All right, thank you, Tyler. And while that was happening, Weir from Dartmouth slots a drop goal. Another 3 points. That makes it very difficult with 7 or 8 minutes left for this team. We're at 15-0. The New England Independent Red in this semifinal, taking a bigger lead over Great Lakes. After Great Lakes, incredible work for the Thunderbirds down that end of the field.
Absolutely, but I got to say, this Mike Weir is really impressing me in this tournament. You see that's just a great play. Great players make great plays in pressure situations. He just put the nail in the coffin. I know there's about 8 minutes left in this because we're playing 22-minute halves, but that was the knockout blow. Great player.
First that was just 20, so maybe 22 in the finals. It might be 20 right now. We'll have to find that out. We'll have to find that out. 2 minutes is a lifetime here.
All right, it is.
2 minutes of basketball could last 2 days.
Yesterday's match between the Grizzlies and the Tri-State Vikings.
Little Great Lakes overzealous there while they're trying to get themselves on the board. And the penalty goes the way of the Independent, and Weir.
Well, if we're playing 20s, then it's even more important that he just put that in there.
Yes. Can't believe we're quibbling over 2 minutes of rugby.
We're going to quibble. We're like the two guys up in the balcony in the Muppets.
Waldorf and Statler?
Yeah. All right, here comes another substitution in for New England. John, this is number 18. Matt Urea. Who had a great match earlier this morning.
Yeah, he played instead of Weir. Weir got to sit for that game, so now Urea's in here. They're going to get some rest for some more players. I'm sure TC and the coaching staff rolling players, and the Harleys on the other side are doing the same for Great Lakes. Nick Dybel as well, coaching with this team.
Urea's lining up at center, and Weir stays in, John. So they have two very dynamic ball handlers in that back line for New England.
Ball up, Corbett comes down with it. Duque gets it to Weir. Weir goes for the kick with that one, launches a high one, doesn't get too much distance on it. Let's see who comes up with it. Falling down on it are the Great Lakes Thunderbirds, but knocked on there. Scrum here, winding down the clock. Under 5 minutes to go in the second half.
Did he knock
for
it
New
forward?
England Red. According to the referee.
All right, then I guess he did. Sir, did he knock it forward, sir? I thought it trickled backwards. What do I know? All right, so here we got a bunch of substitutions coming in for New England, and this is the success. When you have the success, you can do this kind of thing. Get these players rested for the next one.
Putting the trust in your players here. Lonsanur, it's such a great game coming off the field. Players coming on there. Nice look at number 11, Ryan Connolly.
Tuberty and Clark hugging their players as they come off for a great shift down there.
Clark had some meetings last night with Rugby New York's Steve Lewis. Ball to the back there, and it came out of the scrum. Referee says that's good, but it looked like a knock-on came in from the Great Lakes player. Referee spotted it as well. We're going to go back here. Another scrum winding down this clock for New England. New England looking as if they're going to move on to the final right now.
You mentioned Clark and Lewis. Of course, Steve Lewis is the general manager of Rugby New York, and Tom Clark is affiliated with every organization under the sun. There's some backroom deals perhaps going on about college players and MLR, because that's what this thing is all about, getting exposure. We've got at least 5 teams scouting for Major League Rugby.
Lewis and Clark, explorers of the rugby
it's just right
community.
Itself.
Just fell right into my lap.
John Joseph Broker, ladies and gentlemen.
Rugby's explorers. All that come in here is we have a replacement scrum half, Adam Martignetti from
I'm just stuck on Lewis and Clark right now.
Yeah, I can't believe I've known him for 20 years and never thought of it. Ball comes from Mike Weir's toe, and it just gets pushed in a touch. I think he's doing a little clock management, Mr. Weir, wisely so.
He's playing like he's got the wisdom of a player much older. He's playing like a 25, 27-year-old player and is just coming into his prime. This kid is somebody. This young man is somebody to watch for these MLR teams. And so's that guy outside of him right now, Keegan Bliss. Been impressed by him too.
Very good. Ball taken away on that one by New England, but a little knock-on comes in, so a knock-on advantage here for Great Lakes. Minute and a half of the game clock. Probably too late to take this one away and make it to the finals, but they want to show well as Joseph I, who's been fantastic, moves that ball out wide. This is the good explosive running that we like. And I maybe going in for a well-deserved try. I over the line, 5 points for this Great Lakes team, and well-deserved after a wonderful weekend of competition.
Here's the replay, John. Great effort. And a great try, but maybe too little, too late. Unfortunately, the clock is not in the favor of the Thunderbirds as they go for the drop kick and get the points through. So they got the 7. So now it's 15-7. Thunderbirds trailing New England's red.
More than a converted try away with under a minute on the game clock. It would take a lot of work here for Great Lakes to make this happen.
But he's put in a great tournament so far, and that's getting some rewards for his hard work. I'm not sure what the official time is. That's on the referee's watch.
Coming up after this, we have Southeast versus Pacific Coast for the other semifinal. They will play the winner of this match. Ball comes down to Great Lakes. Great Lakes looking to make something happen. Held down there by Kamara, just containing that space. Another player came in to make the tackle for New England. Now the ball is back, looking across the field. They are on the run through Jack Phillips. Phillips takes it across the 22, but penalized is New England.
And just prior to that, Matt Gash, number 7 for New England, with some solid defense.
And we're at the 40-minute mark, which should mark the end of regular time. Referee has referee's time here, but we are going to have a line out because you can end on penalties. So they're going to award this line out to Great Lakes. Next stoppage may be it. New England just still some work to do here.
Throw in from number 56, Lawrence Old. That's his name.
The young Lawrence Old. Ball taken away there by this New England Red team. They should just put this into touch. Jack Swords does exactly that. Referee Hall whistles the New England Red into the finals here at AVEVA Stadium. Excellent work by this New England Red team. We are going to move them into the finals later on today against the winner of the next game between Pacific Coast and the Southeast. Great Lakes, great tournament. They're going to move on to the consolation round. Matt, interesting game.
Very interesting game. Another very well-played game by New England Red against a good Great Lakes Thunderbird team. And, if you are the coach, if you're the coaching staff of the New England Red, you have to be excited because you had not only you got that win against a good team, but you got other players in and you can get some rest, some key pivotal rest time for some of those starters.
And we're going to throw down to Tyler Doidge on the sideline with a couple of ecstatic New England Independent Red players. Tyler.
I'm here with Ryan and Jasper from the New England Independent Red team. Guys, what does it mean not only for this win, but to be here in this tournament alone?
Well, it's amazing. I mean, just coming from our university teams to all get to play together. I mean, I play against a bunch of these guys all season. I play against Ryan. It's really fun to be able to play with them, the guys you respect on the field across from you.
Yeah, it's been great to play out here, play some great competition, meet some new guys at Jasper. All the boys, it's been a really good experience so far.
What do you think that tournaments like this and the NCR, what does this do for not only you guys as players, but rugby overall in America?
Well, it just creates like a age-based rugby community that everyone can hold on to and look back on in years to come. I really look forward to seeing these guys in the future years in whatever capacity that is. So,
yeah, it's been awesome to get, just play these great teams across here. Playing the best competition really helps to elevate your game, and just meet all these new guys has been really rewarding.
Awesome. Well, congrats on the win. And also, don't forget, we are doing a Rate My Kit. Vote for your favorite team's kit. Let's show it off for them a little bit. How these guys, make sure you rate their kit on the stream. And the Independents could be lucky enough to win some next level rugby merch. Congrats on the wins, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Back to you.
Thank you, Tyler. That's it for that semifinal. Get ready for the next one. It's going to be Pacific Coast versus the Southeast. We'll be back right after this.
tryouts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
When brothers and sisters of African descent unite. No matter where you are in the world, now or have come from, we are looking to come together with the top talent to nurture and improve upcoming talent as well, and to take pride in everything we do as a group.
You know, it's always been something that, you know, Kyle and I have always bounced off each other, and you know, once we played together for the first time at Old Blue back in 2012. You know, right then and there, it was already one of those deals where part of what made our friendship so great was just the fact that we knew what each other was going through without having actually to know about their past.
Aside from rugby, we also want to kind of create a community for our people where we are also providing professional guidance and educational guidance and just personal guidance and just being there for each other on and off the field.
New Orleans welcomes you back here to second half action, and this is the try from the first half. Carrington Freitas busting free for Lindenwood University. The Lions go up, Brian of Rugby looking for the switch. They don't fall for that, and it comes to the outside. Beautiful hands and space to burn. Step back against the grain. Beautiful cut and lovely angle. And that's George Phelan. Man, it's a brilliant strike back indeed. Adriana Duncan.
And she looks pretty confident. A little bit of flair there with a dive, and that should be our last try of the game for South Atlantic.
Let's finish here for the Lindenwood Lions program. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome back to AVEVA Stadium in beautiful Houston, Texas. National Collegiate Rugby All-Stars Shield Challenge Weekend. This is the second semifinal. This is going to be the Southeast Bears kicking off in black, blue, and white to the Pacific Grizzlies in the maroon and gold. John Broger, I am joined by Matt McCarthy here. The winner of this game takes on the New England Red for all the marbles in the championship.
Yeah, this is where it gets exciting. Get down to the nitty-gritty. All the other games are done and dusted in the rearview mirror, but now they've got the physical and mental fatigue to overcome. But this is what youth is all about, right, John?
It is. Rob Halcomb, our referee, gets us underway. He is joined by Andrew Dunn and Justin Hale out here. And the Pacific Coast Grizzlies, first ones to have the ball. Grizzlies move it out. They've been pretty exceptional this weekend. Southeast, a lot of stellar players as well. Milan Von Wick from New Mexico Tech launches one downfield over the head of Colin Cunningham. Colin Cunningham can just watch the ball roll into touch. Well played win by Von Wick. And we are underway. Line out inside their own 22, or right around their own 22. Oh, sorry, that was a 50-22. It's going to be a line out for the Pacific Grizzlies. Well played Von Wick in the wind.
Yeah, well played in that wind, and that's no easy task. The wind has picked up in this match. It was calmer earlier in the day, but in the stadium right now, it's gusting toward that try line as you see the pass come in on the line out, John.
And Wolf launches that out from the scrum half position. Wolf again looking for some of the big boys. Lucchini is waiting for this one. There it is to the big unit just inside the 22. They're rolling. Von Wick calling for the ball. Von Wick has runners outside of him. Von Wick isn't going to use them. He is making his way through. So electric is his footwork. And here we are at the line. Going towards it is Wolf. Pacific Coast bearing down on the try line. Players trying to make it there. Von Wick at the first receiver position. Puts it out to one of his forwards. We'll get you that number in just a second. Pacific Coast coming in. Wolf again moves it out to the forwards. That is number 7. Ball coming out wide here. Pacific Coast on a good early run. Get the ball out there. It is into the hands of Killian Burns. They're at the try line, and it looks like it was held up. So we're going to have a goal. We're going to come back for a high tackle penalty against the Southeast Pacific Coast. Penalty. They're going to go quick. Here come the Grizzlies. Grizzlies looking at the line. Southeast Bears under the pump here. Coming back out this way. Ball gets moved back around. Good work there for Niashuameno. Pacific Coast. Wolf has options either way. He's going to come back this way. Ball wide. Van Wyck looking for the line. Van Wyck gets it to the ground. Wolf looking for it on his own, and Wolf crosses the line. And the number 9, great work there from the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. Jonah Wolf from CSU Maritime, Sacramento, California born, gets the first 5 points on the board for the Pacific Coast Grizzlies.
Yeah, great effort by the Grizzlies to get that one through, John. Patience and perseverance from the Grizzlies.
Excellent work there by the Pacific Coast. They are on the board. A little bit of a tough kick coming here. Killian Burns from Wayne State will take that one. Burns with a bit of an angle here. Plays for Darren Barner, Nebraska. Burns playing the wind pretty well, but it's going to fall just to the left of the post. So 5-0, the Grizzlies are up. Kick to come here from the Southeast. Southeast in this early exchanges for the first 4 minutes. Played a lot of defense. Time for them to get rolling. They have some of these good weapons from Queens University in Charlotte, from New Orleans, from across the Southeast. Spring Hill College, UNC Chapel Hill. Teixeira's been outstanding at 12. Ball up in the air. Taken it down by one of the big men there. George Newbold from the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. Ball back there to McLarnon. Wolf puts it out to the ever-waiting hands of his open side flanker. Ball released there. See where they decide to go. They're going to come back. A little knock-on creeps in. Good pressure from the defense. Southeast Bears have a knock-on advantage. See if they can make something out of this. Would be some good timing for them if they can, but they cannot.
So this is where it gets down to, you're playing for the hardware now,
Yep.
John. Absolutely. You got your best 23 versus their best 23. See who comes out on top. And gets a right to play for the hardware, the Shield. The National Collegiate All-Star Weekend Shield Challenge.
Against New England Reds. It's going to be a good game, whoever gets to play them. Ball in here from Southeast. The Bears on the attack. Just going to move the ball out into the center as they always like to do. That's Spino. Takes that one in. And penalty against.
Ooh. Player
not releasing there. Good defensive work by the Pacific Coast. They draw that one. Van Wyck, the bottom of the pile, could have been him. The referee could take a little bit of time off. One of the Southeast players needs a bit of attention here from a trainer. Not sure exactly what's happened.
John, is that referee Andrew Dunn?
That is Rob Halcomb.
Rob Halcomb, I beg your pardon. So, Dunn is one of his assistant referees, as is Justin Hale.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay.
David Haynes in charge of this referee group this weekend for National Collegiate Rugby.
And what a weekend it has been.
Certainly has.
Just very, very, very cool event. Great exposure, experience for these players. Getting noticed by MLR scouts and getting some airtime that is well deserved.
Von Wyck can't quite find touch, but finds a knock-on advantage there. We're going to come back. It's going to be a scrum for this Pacific Coast team. Almost just as good as the line-out with this wind here today, huh?
Yeah.
A little mistake from creeping in from Southeast gives a certain advantage here.
Colin Cunningham's not going to be happy with himself for catching that one right off the chest.
Pacific Coast Ball in there, back at the feet of their number 8, Wyatt Brinkley, out into the field. Von Wick can't quite handle that one, a little too far. It's going to be a scrum here for the Southeast Bears at their own 40-meter line. 7 minutes gone in this first half of semifinal action. Exciting stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear
Fan base building for the day. Southeast to put this one in. Referee calls it together, and on the march go the Southeast Bears, going for this starter play. Just rolling it in right there to get their shape set up. Player coming around the side, little pass back in. He may be a bit isolated. Nia Shumanemo in right over that. And pass to the outside, can't quite connect. Good pressure coming from the Grizzlies. A little just trading back and forth here from these teams.
Almost a picked off pick 5, if you will, instead of the pick 6 that we are customarily referring to when we're in the NFL. But we got a pick 5 perhaps, but just missed. And unfortunately for the Grizzlies.
Yeah, penalty against them right there for a little knockdown. Thought the football season was over.
Yeah. So I guess
because my team lost last night.
Sorry to hear that, John. Your team has won plenty.
Just having a laugh here in the booth with Mr. McCarthy. And we are going to have a line out here for the Southeast Bears. Chance for them to get some offense rolling here. It's slow starting in this first half as we're at the 9-minute mark.
You know, John, it is cold in New England, but it's not Buffalo cold. Okay? The Buffalo Bills took it to your New England Patriots last night.
Well, they did it well, too. Here is Prince Louis Bush IV taking that ball into contact. Ball coming out for the Bears. They're looking for the kick down inside the 22. Well fielded there out in front of the 22, but there's an offsides penalty. Referee Halcomb has spotted, and we are going to have a penalty for Southeast. Opportunity to move it further downfield. Maybe get some points on the board. They're down 5-0 to the Pacific Coast at the moment.
So Southeast was playing with house money. They were playing the advantage. So you can give it a shot, do what you want. If nothing happens and positively for you, comes back to the original fraction. That's what you just saw.
Line out Southeast, just outside the 22 of the Pacific Coast. They need this opportunity to be very important for them. As Marshall Franks comes in to put this one in. Marshall Franks, one of the Queens University players from Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Love the way he just chugged his way over there to the line out.
He's a powerful runner. He's a good weekend.
He's also more of that prototype kind of old school hooker.
They go to the front. Little trickery there. Back to Marshall Franks.
Oh.
Marshall Franks. He's bounced off a couple. Tries to hand it back. Might have been one offload too far as it got knocked on. And scrum here for Pacific Coast inside the 22.
Marshall Franks introducing himself to the Grizzlies with verve, if you will.
Verve. It had verve.
Our sesquipedalian word of the day, John.
Yes.
All right, there's the alignment. Playing defensively pretty deep. Playing offensively pretty deep. No, I had it right the first time. Deep. Look, if you look in the Southeast, they're way back. A bunch of the guys for a kick, and I don't know if you need to be that far back with the kick with the wind.
And a little switch back in comes from the Pacific Coast Grizzlies, but turnover by the Southeast Bears. This is the opportunity they need. They're looking for the outside. And a little offload comes in, but some defenders have been able to track across there for the Southeast Bears. Good defense coming in from Pacific Coast.
And, John, because that defensive alignment was so deep, he didn't have as many potential players to pass to.
There is the big boy rolling across the 5-meter line. You see right there, a couple more meters. They could tie this one up. The Southeast Bears grit and fight all weekend. In it again this time, and try awarded. 5 points to the Southeast Bears. Is tied up with kick to come.
Oh, boy. And these kicks have not been easy, but we've seen the likes of a Mike Weir of New England slotting him with no problem. And we all know about Killian Burns.
Got some good kickers here. Killian Burns missed his first one, but this could be 5 points or 2 points to add on. Take the lead, we shall see in a moment.
Here's your replay coming up, John. There it is, the drive, the power, and the try. Old school, just get it done. Nothing fancy. Number 7.
Chester Stanton, another Queen's University player from the UK. Sussex School champion at home. We're going to throw down to Tyler Deutsch, talking to somebody from the Austin Gilgronis.
Willis, who is scouting for the Austin Gilgronis, also known as AG Rugby. Austin, how's some of the talent you've been seeing today?
Oh, man, it's awesome. This event's great. Seeing all these guys from a lot of the small schools across the United States, a lot of really good players, really good athletes that'll be coming up in the next year's draft or the year after that. So looking really good talent out here today.
And how crucial has people like the NCR and tournaments like this been for, rugby in America, but also Major League Rugby?
Yeah, it's great to see, kind of an all-star side of rugby where you get putting small schools, together on a team, multiple games in a weekend. It's a really good opportunity for players to kind of showcase their talent, their durability to play along the weekend, and then lead guys they might not be familiar with. So it's a really good opportunity for these guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Austin. Back to game action, back up to the booth.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Austin. We're back in. That kick was no good. We're all tied up at 5, but Southeast Bears have their hands on the ball again. Gage Gibson from the Citadel playing for Tommy Duffy takes that one down, but little mistake. It's Pacific Coast ball and Pacific Coast penalty as a silly dive right in there from one of these Southeast Bears players. They're going to go quick through the big man at number 3, Olchini. Ball coming across here. Little tip pass going in. Nia Shumaneno couldn't hang on to that one. Ball still in the hands of the Pacific Coast team. Pacific Coast on the run. Milan Von Wick coming to the back here, but another penalty against Southeast for not rolling. Wolf is going to go quick with this one. Wolf looking for some runners, finds Von Wick. Von Wick moves it out, and this is their power player at number 7. He is coming in one more time. Nia Shumaneno. Now across they move, taking advantage of that width of the field. Back into the big boys in the center. Pacific Coast on the run here. Pacific Coast making the move, getting it up there. Taken down just in front of the post, about 5 meters out. Von Wick, ball in hand. Von Wick, pass back in to his...
No, it's Lucas Hackett
Provenzano.
Yeah.
Von Wick, ball in hand again. He steps one. He's going to the line. Milan Von Wick touches down 5 points. He'll get to try to convert it. Excellent work from the New Mexico Tech minor.
He is a player. He has had a great tournament down here. Here's a replay, John. He's not the tallest guy, but he ain't small. He is one powerful fire plug of a player. Again, one of those 5-tool players. Here he goes. Little sidestep. Leave you in your cleats.
He certainly can. Heck of a player, Von Wick. But Killian Burns is going to take this kick a little further in from his last one. Opportunity for him to move the score ahead. They're up by 5 points now. About 15 minutes into this first half of semifinal action. New England Red waiting eagerly to see who the winner of this is that they will play later on today.
This is a big kick right here. If you can get this extra 2 points... And,
pulls it just to the left, does Burns. Unlucky. Wind coming against them there. So to push it a little further out, but nonetheless, they are up as we speak, 10-5 over the Southeast Bears.
One thing about Killian Burns, just missed that kick. He's unflappable. He's not going to worry about it in his next kick, and he is under pressure. Is when he's at his best.
Southeast gets us underway again. Short one there. Taken down well by Newbold. Von Wick has to step into the distributor position and does so. Moves it out to a waiting pod of forwards. Wolf back on his feet. A little advantage coming in. Player offense. Player broke through there from Southeast, so they're playing with a penalty advantage. Ball coming back here. Von Wick looking for some runners. Von Wick runs into Marshall Franks and bounces off him. Marshall Franks comes back in and part of a group for a tackle, but nothing happened. We're going to come back for the penalty there. Von Wick just trying to make something happen. Too many bodies in front of him.
You know, you talked about him bouncing off of Marshall Franks, but he's really putting out some punishment himself when he's carrying that ball.
Powerful player.
And these guys, you know, you got to be showing a little bit the wear of this event at this point. They've played a lot of rugby, these guys. So who can challenge that? Who can overcome the mental and physical fatigue to get the shield?
Von Wick moves it downfield off that penalty. Referee had a little chat with Marshall Franks, telling his team to make sure they have their discipline intact. We're going to have a line out here. McLarnon puts that one in. Wolf at the front takes it, comes back to McLarnon. We have a little bit of a...
Yeah. Couple of knocks.
Yeah.
Well,
the ball's going back and forth.
Just think the emphatic little knock-on call by our referee, Rob Halcomb. I like that. Give a little extra movement with that wrist, John. Emphatic.
Emphatic it is. Ball to the Southeast Bears here. Southeast. Scrum just inside their own 40-meter. Have their pod set out there. So they'll probably go for the setup play as they have done. And there it is. Bashing their way straight in. Big number 3, Cameron Duplantier. Coming around the corner is Gibson. Gibson gets through a couple of tackles. Gibson in the middle of the field, about 45 meters out from his own line. The player is calling for, hoping for a little chip kick there, but not happening. Coming back across now to Marshall Franks. Marshall Franks, Southeast just not really structured at the moment. Not sure what they're trying to accomplish with this offensive pattern. As the ball comes back, running straight up the field, a slightly isolated one of these Southeast Bears players.
Juwan Johnson with a good hit defensively in contact, John, and the penalty is earned by Southeast.
And Southeast on the run. Southeast play this unstructured rugby so well. Player held up. Pacific Coast dragging him towards the sideline. Can't quite find it. Pacific Coast coaches trying to assist the referee, but no help needed. They see what's going on there, but ball's been turned over. Pacific Coast, here we go. Von Wick moves it out there.
Van Wick is all over the pitch.
To Lichny. Lichny made the run. Yeah, Von Wick is instrumental in his team, and there he is off the boot, just spotting a little space in back there for his number 15 to run onto. That is Jacob Jenkins. Oh, ball rolls into touch. Was he behind the 50-meter line?
Man.
We're going to see what the call is here.
Tell you what, Jacob Jenkins showing some wheels.
And we're at the 20-minute mark. That looks like it is halftime here as the teams are going to regroup. We are 10-5 Pacific Coast. Second half action to come in this semifinal. These teams both want to go to the championship. They're going to have it all to play for. We'll be back with it right after this. Back. It's Houston, Texas. It's AVEVA Stadium. It's championship day. It's Matt McCarthy with John Broker bringing you all this action as we have a 10-5 lead for the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. They're going to come out and be kicking this one off to the Southeast Bears. Interesting first half, very tight. A lot to play for here, Matt.
A lot to play for. The Shield, John, the All-Star, the NCR All-Star Shield, which is very cool. We've had the pleasure of seeing it a couple of times. It's Jeremy Treese was bringing it around last night, kind of like the Stanley Cup,
something like
if
that,
you will, right?
Yes.
It's got the different plaques on it that'll be engraved. So very exciting, very exciting. But the bottom line is it's All-Star Weekend for these players from all over the country and all over the world, because these players are all coming over from overseas to play at colleges, and they all get to show what they got right here at the Mecca, the cat's meow, if you will, of stadiums in the United States of rugby. Maybe Glendale, but this one, AVEVA Stadium, John.
Home of the Houston Sabercats. Fantastic place underway. Second half, ball goes up to the Southeast Bears. Duplantier takes it down. Ball turned over by Pacific. Pacific, good work right away. Wolf gets it off to one of the big units. Ulichny takes that one in. Wolf taken down right off the side there, and off they go.
Oh, there's a big burst by Van Wyck. He is unstoppable.
Wolf brings it back out. Ulichny again. Wolf has been great. Ulichny gets to the 22. Pacific Coast has some big units there. Speaking of, they get it out there, and here is the danger runner at 7, but knock-on comes in from him. From Nia Shamunemo. But we're going to come back for a penalty advantage here right in front of the post. You're up by 5 points right now, Matt. Do you take the points on offer, put yourself more than a converted try ahead, or do you do what they're going to do right now and go quick?
Well, we just had the Steve Hyatt coached Wolf quick tap and answer that question for us in a fashion that we weren't prepared for.
Yes. Speed of thought going there. Up to the units again, the big boys. Newbold taking that one in. Ball out, Van Wyck puts a long one out there, and apparently it is straight. Taken down is that very speedy winger out there, Juan McGee. Wolf finds Van Wyck. Van Wyck.
He's got those break-your-ankle moves, but he is engulfed by the Southeast Bears. Bears versus Grizzlies.
Bears versus Grizzlies it is. The ball comes up there to the big number 1, Kello. As Kello takes the ball to the 22. Wolf trying to dig this one out. And a turnover there by the Southeast Bears. It's going to be their scrum just outside their 22. Referee Halcomb right on the spot.
And this is where you gotta suck it up, knuckle on. You don't want to give up because you have come this far, John. You have put it all out there.
Yep.
You're exhausted. You're banged up, but you want to win that hardware. And these guys, this is crunch time right now. Second half of this match, you're only a 5-point game. This is going to be a doozy.
Ball coming in here for the Southeast Bears. Southeast Bears. Susnovich, the number 9, puts that one in. Ball nearly taken away by Van Wyck there.
He is just amazing to watch.
Penalty against Southeast. Van Wyck is going to go quick. Milan Van Wyck looking for some runners. Moves it out there to his number 12. And that one crept in. Looked like a little bit of a forward pass or a knock on there. John Bia was able to take care of that. Blah.
Yeah, it's we're dealing with some handwritten.
Yeah, I got some handwritten stuff here. I do apologize. Only called this team once this weekend, so all the Pacific Coast names, if they do make the finals, I'm going to spend some time making sure I have them down, give these great players their due as you always want to. Referee just holding things up for a second here. Good look at the speedy winger out there, Von McGee.
Yeah, he has got speed to burn. And, you know, when you've got a guy like Van Wyck isolating him out there potentially, it puts the fear of God into the defenders. But these Bears are up to the challenge, John. So far, they're only down 5.
They certainly are. As the ball comes out to Duplantier, he moves it. They're going to try to go the distance there across the 22. Here is the ball out to that man Cunningham. Back in. They've got some good interplay happening there. That's Spino. Falanico Spino goes across the 22, bashes one off. He's looking for somebody to come in, gets slammed to the ground very hard. He's getting up a bit slow there. Ball back in. That's Prince Louis Bush IV takes it in. And players still down, but Southeast wants to keep playing here. Important for them to get some points on the board. They could tie it up right here, but it's turned over to the Pacific Coast. Killian Burns pushes it downfield. Spino still slow to get up from that one.
Yep, Falanico finally gets to his feet, John.
And him and Von Wyck, you can't see it on camera, are out there on Wyck just worrying about his safety. What a gentleman as well as a competitor. Ball moves out here for the Southeast. This game is opening up here as we go on. There is Bush IV, and he tried to pass it to the assistant referee, unfortunately. Cunningham Andrew Miller on the wing here, unable to handle that one.
Falanico from Auburn University trotting back to his position out of Sacramento, California. Let's see if he's okay. It looks like he is. He is a tough customer.
They're sending out a trainer just to take a look at him there. That was a hard slam on the ground. They want to make sure he's okay.
2021 Conference Player of the Year and a College Rugby Association of America D2 National Champion in 2021.
Ball to come in here from the Pacific Coast. Glarnon. Ball taken away by the Southeast, but referee keeping an eye there. They're going to come back for it as there was just a trainer coming up the field, so we wanted to stop and make sure that happens. Referee Halcomb. And a odd ball thrown there. Winds up to the Southeast Bears. Marshall Franks takes this one. It's anybody's game right now.
Was he thinking there was
gone?
Was he thinking there was a shot clock that he had to throw that ball in like that?
It was an interesting one. It was a little tactic there, try to get going instead of having a competitive line out. But wind up with a knock on here. It's going to be Pacific Coast scrum.
You know, just when you think you've seen everything, John.
Yes.
Right?
Just when you do think you've seen everything.
It's a bit of a hiccup, if you will. Maybe you got the yips. Right? Can hookers on their throw-ins get the yips
I'm
like
sure
a baseball
can.
player? Great kid.
Pacific Coast, another scrum here. AVEVA Stadium, National Collegiate Rugby Weekend. Everything to play for in the next 13 minutes. As time winds down, good scrum from the Southeast. Von Wyck, the danger man, has a hold of it. Von Wyck finds a runner back in, and there is the speed, but can't get by that first defender to turn on the Jets. Ball back down into the hands of Blah. Ball coming out here, Von Wyck. Von Wyck thought about going to the right, stays to the left, gets to his fullback there, Jacob Jenkins. Cross they come. That is Juwan Johnson. Van Wyck had a player I thought was pretty offsides there, but a referee doesn't think so. Ball to Newbold. Takes it through. Von Wyck again gets the ball out there to Niashimanano. And we're going to come back, it looks like, for a penalty here against the Southeast Bears. We'll see what they decide to do. With time running down here, I would really think about those 3 points on offer right there to put yourself ahead by more than a converted try. Yes, not time winding down, but still have 12 minutes to go. Thank you for pointing it out, Matt, but you can put yourself up by a little bit more.
Well, John,
but the boys want to run.
We are spinning here at this point. Right.
Yes, we're going to get a little well-deserved break and be back and fresh for your finals a little later on today. It's been a long weekend for your aging commentators as well as your players.
We understand the mental fatigue that some of these players are going through, right? I mean, this is physical stuff that we're doing.
Absolutely.
We're standing, we're talking, we're excited, we're up and down all over the place. But I get one of the key things for this going forward right now are your front rows, respectively, right? Those are the big fellas, the engine room, the lunch pail guys, and you got the front row of Pacific Grizzly and Kalo and McLarnon and Ulickney or Ulicini. We're not sure. But then you've got Hedgepeth and Franks and Duplantier.
And
those guys are the keys to the rest of this match.
Good work here by Pacific Coast to get that ball into a little open ground. It's that man Blah again, but penalty against Southeast Bears doing a great job here, not releasing against the big number 12. And here comes the Southeast on the run. Marshall Franks. Hard to take down. Marshall Franks the tanks, I'm saying with that one as we go off to the wing here.
Marshall Franks and Beans.
Ball almost to the 40-meter line. Who are we going to go to now? Ball comes out the back there. Franks again. Can't quite hang on to that one. Prince Louis Bush IV, the recipient of the ball on the ground, but referee's going to come up here. It's going to be, I believe, a penalty against the Pacific Coast. Going to have a word with Wolf about the discipline across the team.
A little chat from the referee. Offside is the call, John. Southeast needs something to happen right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Just make it happen. He's not going to try. He is going to try to kick goal across the field like that.
This has been a couple of teams because the wind is coming across the field. Still a little bit of a breeze. Seen a couple of players do that. Play the wind very intelligently today. It's worked out for a couple of 50-22s for people. One of the new rules, very effective.
That was a great kick, all things considered.
Yes, very good kick. Franks, ball in hand.
John, did you ever kick for touch when you were playing?
I did, yes.
You're one of those Americans that can kick a little bit?
Yes, I had good
front row guy?
Yeah, front row guy, hooker with good handling and kicking skills was something I enjoyed.
You are truly a renaissance man, John.
I would have liked rugby today. Back then, your forwards kind of, had your hands in your pockets and just hit a lot of rucks. Would have rather play ball in hand if I could have. But let's talk about these guys playing ball in hand and having a lot of fun. The Southeast Bears at the 22, just down by 5 points to the Pacific Coast, as we have just about 9 minutes to go in this absorbing semifinal. Big hits coming in. It's just somewhat of a street fight going on down there, and boy, did that escalate quickly.
Yeah.
And we're going to take it in here. Penalty against the Pacific Coast. And they're going to go quick.
Some angry Grizzlies going against some feisty Bears, John.
Yes, there is. Mammalian battle here as we go.
Oh, you are just showing off, John Joseph Broker.
Ball out to the wing, for the wide channels here for the Southeast Bears, but hauled down by the Grizzlies. They're going to have to reset here and find what they can do. Southeast Bears looking for some runners, putting a little tip pass back in there. Their offloads were fantastic. Haven't seen as many of them this game. That offload takes the ball back a little bit, but ball is still in play, according to our referee, Halcomb. Little pickup around the back there. They're trying to find that right space in the runner. This one could come down to the wire, but a little knock-on coming in from the Bears, so the Grizzlies will have the scrum inside their 22. Chance to put it downfield. And those 3 points I was talking about could come into play at some point here as we take a look at the Southeast coaching staff.
Huge 3 points, John.
Yes.
Huge. Yeah, no, all kidding aside, every point matters, right, in these matches when with the weather and everything else. But right here, this is it. This is where they got to step up. Yep. And say, hey, I want to hoist that shield. Who's going to do it? We're going to find out.
We are going to find out here. Big squeeze coming in from the Southeast, but referee says it's illegal. It's going to be a penalty. Wolf is going to go quick from inside his own 22. He is alone in a forest full of bears. He's going to need some help.
A wolf in a forest full of bears, ladies and gentlemen.
We are plumbing the animal kingdom as we go. And let's see who comes up with this one. Southeast has turned it over there. Wolf, little mistake. Could have gone for the safety of touch off the penalty, but decided to go quick. And now on the attack are the Southeast Bears. They have about 7 minutes here to put 7 points on the board and move to the finals. 5 points unconverted try. We might wind up in some sort of overtime situation.
What is the overtime, John? I'm going to throw you right under the bus here. John, explain what the overtime scenario is.
Once the bus gets over me, I'll tell you that it's on a piece of paper somewhere near me that I can't find.
Very fine print.
And a penalty now against the Grizzlies.
Feel free to look it up and
I will.
And contact Next Level Rugby on Facebook and Twitter. with your answer and your guess.
Here we go. Line out for the Southeast Bears. Opportunity for them to tie it up with 5 and possibly take the lead if they can convert it. Dangerous days here for Pacific Coast. Big boys are going to have to get a big shove if they try to maul this.
I think we assigned Tyler Deutsch, our man on the pitch, to find out what exactly is the overtime scenario.
We will find out. It really was written on a piece of paper around here.
This is more. It makes it more, more
makes it more
drama
exciting?
this way.
Okay. Here we go. A little time off here for some reason. Not sure what the slowdown is. Oh, there it is. There
you go.
Waiting for a rugby ball to play a rugby game. Novel.
That gives me an opportunity to point out that number 11 for the Southeast Bears, Andrew Miller, is wearing pants.
They're allowed these days.
So what's the ruling on that, John?
They're allowed.
Just
World Rugby has allowed for you to wear
anytime
tights.
you want.
Any level of the game, any player.
Okay.
You know, they had some players in the professional setup that play on some of the turf, and then, you know, some of it scratches them up a bit, so they wanted to be a little more comfortable. That taken away by Pacific Coast. Good job to thwart the attack. And a run here from the Pacific Coast. This is the danger man. This could change a lot.
There goes
Step
McGee.
in, step out. McGee headed towards the line. McGee puts the hand up, but he's got to get across the line. And out of nothing, McGee, the speedster, gets his due. Great try by that man right there. Fantastic.
What an explosive player he is. That speed just opened up a little bit like Carlin Isles flying down there. Nobody really anticipated the speed. Here we go. Here's another look. Look at him go. Credit to the touch judge for getting down there, the assistant referee. And Jacob Jenkins given an option inside in case he needed it. No way does he need it. The number 1 goes up in the air, and the ball goes down in the in-goal try zone, whatever you want to call it.
There's quite an even tussle going on. A lot of mistakes coming in both of these teams. All of a sudden, McGee just breaks it open. Just great work by the team to move it across to him and realize, take the opportunity. We don't have to talk to Tyler about overtime. We've now got a clear lead for one of these teams with 4 minutes to go.
Unbelievable. You know, this is he just flew. I mean, he exploded. Second, third, fourth gear all at the same time.
Great run there from the Grizzly.
Who knew Grizzlies could get that fast?
Fast Grizzly right there. Faster than you think. Killian Burns. Wayne State winger. Puts that one up and gets the extra 2 points. 17-5. Long road here for the Southeast Bears as a winner of this, as we've been saying, plays New England Independent Red for the championship, for the Shield, coming up later today.
And we know that
3 o'clock Central.
Killian Burns' head coach, Darren Barner, is smiling someplace for that Wayne State player's contribution to this All-Star weekend.
Southeast Bears put that one up. Little knock-on, creeps in on the kickoff. Referee, I thought he didn't see it for a second there, but certainly did. Referee Halcomb on the spot with his assistant referees team, Andrew Dunn and Justin Hale. We have scrum here coming for the Southeast Bears. 2.5 minutes to go in this semifinal.
Looking for that scoreboard and time clock, John. I'm going to have to defer to you.
Ball
17-5.
coming in here. 17-5 the score is. We have 2 minutes, 10 seconds of the game clock. Referee Halcomb may have a little more time. We shall see as this game is winding down. Looks right now as if the Pacific Coast Grizzlies are going to take on the Northeast Independent. They would be the 2 furthest apart teams in this competition.
Yeah.
As geography goes. Geography.
It's easy for you to say.
It wasn't that easy for me to say. And off we go. Ball to Duplantier. He has been that setup player right there. However, players not releasing from Pacific Coast. We still have a good game on our hands. Prince Louis Bush IV gets that ball out there. Little pass out to the wing to that man wearing tights, Andrew Miller. I'm okay with them. Matt McCarthy, not so much. We're going to keep playing here with a penalty against the Southeast and Pacific. See what they decide to do. Von Wick who's an electric player. You can see him right there on your screen saying, calm down, guys. Calm down.
Yeah.
We're going to have another match to come for everything here. What a competitor, Von Wick. Excited to see the matchup between him and Weir.
The Namibian player who just brings it every single time he's on the pitch, whether it's offense or defense, kicking, tackling, passing, you name it, he can do it. And he gets it into touch, and that was no easy feat, believe me. Look at that wind. You can see the assistant referee's flag blowing really directly against or into the face of Van Wyck when he made that kick. But it's all those little things that these players are doing well, and that's why they're advancing. And they're now starting to feel comfortable playing with each other. And, they've been forced to, into playing together in a short time, John.
Taken away there, Naranjo, one of New Mexico Tech players, another reserve in the game here to close it out for the Pacific Coast. This big fella is going to have a run, big number 18. Quentin Goss. Ball back to Van Wyck. Van Wyck, boy, you just can't take him down. He's something else. Looking for a player here, has his leg tipped up, but the referee didn't quite spot it. Ball out there to the speedster, and around he goes. My goodness, McGee is something else.
Wow.
2 tries in a row for the man, and he is going to close it out with some style. 5 points. Pacific Coast Grizzlies have booked their way to the finals against the New England Independent Red. What a matchup we're going to have for you later today.
Here's McGee skirting the outside, no chance. And there he goes into the try zone, and here comes the Ashton dive, if you will, right?
Little dance step after there, certainly. I love that little step in and step out that he has. It just freezes that defender enough for him to get around there. He only had about 2 or 3 meters to work in.
He gives you that move where you perspire like you forgot your homework when he's coming at you, right? It's like, oh. Great play, great try. An explosive way to go into the next match. An exclamation point win.
And that one goes up. Referee whistles us for the end of our game. That is semifinal number 2 done. Coming up later today, we're going to have the placement matches. And we are going to have the Pacific Coast take on New England Independent Red. What a matchup that's going to be.
Yeah, this Grizzlies team has just really said, okay, we are here, we are ready, we are not fatigued, we're not banged up. We're gonna bring everything at you, the kitchen sink. So we may have Van Wyck coming on camera with Tyler Deutsch in a second.
Have an interview here.
Just hold on with us for a moment. But John, what do you think? How do these two teams match up?
This is going to be a great game, and we'll talk. I mean, it's just a little more dynamic here, a little more structured on New England. But we have our own Tyler Deutsch getting ready to speak to Milan Van Wyck and another player from the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. Down to you, Tyler.
Wow, Lions, Grizzlies, and Bears. Oh my, what an incredible showing. How does this win feel for you guys?
It feels really good. It feels great. We've been preparing for this. We worked as hard. I feel like the first step of us really achieving is just the brotherhood we developed within the last 4 days. That's really what it is.
Yeah, it's just the brotherhood getting together as a team. We only know each other for like 7-8 hours, so just kept coming together as a team and gelling like this, and the results show. This feels great.
I mean, you guys played earlier. I mean, you guys not only have gas, but you got fuel economy. I mean, you came out here electric. You're banged up. You're bleeding everywhere. I mean, what does this mean to play so aggressively with these guys?
That's just our nature. We got guys from schools from New Mexico, Idaho. That's just what they're taught, and that's what we're taught, and that's the Grizzly way. And we pray for the pride that's on our chest.
Yeah, that's a back west. That's how we do it. We're rough.
Awesome. Well, you guys are headed to the finals. Back to you guys in the booth.
It's New England Independent Red is going to take on those Pacific Grizzlies. Milan Van Wyck seems ready for it. With Matt McCarthy, I'm John Broker. We're stepping away for about an hour for the broadcast here. We're going to be back with the placement games and the finals here from AVEVA Stadium. National Collegiate Rugby All-Stars Men's National Shield Challenge. Stay tuned. You are going to get your money's worth in just a bit.
play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play.
New Orleans welcomes you back here to second half action, and this is the try from the first half. Carrington Freitas busting free for Lindenwood University. The Lions go up, Brian of Rugby looking for the switch. They don't fall for that, and it comes to the outside. Beautiful hands and space to burn. They step back against the grain. Beautiful cut and lovely angle. And that's George Phelan. Man, it's a brilliant strike back indeed. Adriana Duncan.
And she looks pretty confident. A little bit of flair there with a dive, and that should be our last try of the game for South Atlantic.
Finish here for the Lindenwood Lions program. Thanks for joining us.
Odin takes it to the turf. And there's a nice big run by Cobb in the open. He's got a big hit by number 10. That's Jeremy Seau, who scored a big try earlier and then just threw his body into a charging Cobb. That was a big collision, Steve.
Are you sure he's got number 10 in his back? The fly-halves are not supposed to tackle like that. That was very impressive. He came from distance. He was very determined. Tremendous impact. Let's have a look at it here. A little bit high, but good effort nevertheless, and actually great effort from a fly-half to be fired from the Union.
There's the run again.
After making that kind of tackle.
Different angle. A nice stick. So, that's a hard rugby player right there. Odin.
Yeah, so Roots is pretty much here to show the world what happens when brothers and sisters of African descent unite. No matter where you are in the world, now or have come from, we are looking to come together with the top talent to nurture and improve upcoming talent as well, and to take pride in everything we do as a group.
It's always been something that Kyle and I have always bounced off each other, and once we played together for the first time at Old Blue back in 2012. Right then and there, it was already one of those deals where part of what made our friendship so great was just the fact that we knew what each other was going through without having actually to know about their past.
Aside from rugby, we also want to kind of create a community for our people where we are also providing professional guidance and educational guidance and just personal guidance and just being there for each other on and off the field. Yeah, so Roots is pretty much here to show the world what happens when brothers and sisters of African descent unite. No matter where you are in the world, now or have come from, we are looking to come together with the top talent to nurture and improve upcoming talent as well, and to take pride in everything we do as a group.
It's always been something that Kyle and I have always bounced off each other, and once we played together for the first time at Old Blue back in 2012. Right then and there, it was already one of those deals where part of what made our friendship so great was just the fact that we knew what each other was going through without having actually to know about their past.
Aside from rugby, we also want to kind of create a community for our people where we are also providing professional guidance and educational guidance and just personal guidance and just being there for each other on and off the field. Yeah, so Roots is pretty much here to show.
And welcome back to AVEVA Stadium here in Houston, Texas. It is the National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Shield Championship weekend. This is John Broker. I'm joined by Matt McCarthy for this third place game. Third and fourth place, these teams have played throughout the weekend. It's going to be the Southeast Bears versus the Thunderbirds of Great Lakes. Exciting game coming up here. A lot to play for. Even though these teams are not going to be in the championship game, this is for seeding. This is for everything. Great Lakes has been at it. Southeast Bears ready to go. Referee for this matchup is going to be Matt Lake, joined by Marty Steffens and Andy Buck. That may have changed. Game ready to kick off. It's about here. You're going to see Southeast Bears in the blue, black, and white. And in gray and black, you see the Thunderbirds of Great Lakes. Matt McCarthy, we ready to go here? We have kickoff coming from the Southeast Bears. These teams have had great weekends all together. One last matchup for third and fourth place. A lot still to play for here. A lot of heart on the line.
Third and fourth place, but this is a great achievement, right? To be here, still standing in this position, to come in third. With all the talent here, John, exciting time. I'm looking forward to this match.
We're going to have a special guest join us in just a couple of minutes, but right now we're going to have a kickoff. We're just waiting for them to get started. We're good to go. Referees are ready to go. Crowd is ready to go. AVEVA Stadium, National Collegiate Rugby. We are here. And after this, we're going to have the championship game between Pacific Coast and New England.
John, I'm not ready.
You're
not ready? I don't know if my heart can take anymore.
Okay. Yes, that's
all right.
We never know if you're ready, Matt McCarthy. We are
Fair play, John. But this is good. Let's get it going. Let's get it going, guys.
Underway here. Referee Lake to get us underway. And our third and fourth place matchup is underway. That ball does not go 10 as far as I could see, but referee is going to say, let's play this rugby game. Off they go. First early ruck here coming across. They got some width. Great players on both of these teams. Nice pass comes out there. Duplantier, he's been immense this weekend. Just bashing holes in the defense everywhere he goes. Ball back across. That is Spino. Gets the ball into one of his waiting runners there. Was looking for a set of forwards. Little held pass. Breaking through the middle. That is Prince Louis Bush the fourth. Takes a big hit. And there's a knock on. It's going to be a Great Lakes scrum. We're going to bring in the man, Pat Clifton, with a special guest.
Thanks for the intro, John Broker. Pat Clifton here with you. I am joined by none other than Jay Arnold, former defensive tackle, or just defensive end. Defensive end? A little bit of both. A little bit of both for the Texas A&M Aggies. Plays a little local club rugby here with the Houston Arrows, and a bit of a social media personality, a barbecue aficionado. Jay, welcome to the National Championships for Rugby All-Star Tournament.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me out here. It's a lot warmer up here in the press box than it is out there outside. So thanks for bringing me up and getting me out of the cold.
Yeah, thanks for the horrible weather on our nice trip to your hometown here in Houston. Jay, talking about barbecue, how would you describe this? I'm from Kansas City. We love it a little bit. We think we know it. But how do you describe Texas to barbecue in that relationship?
Yeah, so I haven't had Kansas City, and I can't speak to Kansas City style barbecue. I personally feel that Texas style barbecue is the best. It's more beef focused than like you get in Carolina. Brisket is usually the king in Texas barbecue, and I mean there's so many great pit masters working on their craft now. I just feel like the Texas barbecue scene is kind of in a golden age.
This is it. This is the mecca of barbecue. I'll say it as a Kansas City man. It doesn't get better than Central Texas or South Texas.
We'll be right back to that in a second as we have Great Lakes headed for the try zone. Going to get this ball down. They are in, and they have touched it down. 5 points to the good. We'll get the number for you, but we'll continue to talk about barbecue because I have some questions.
Yeah, I do too. So last night, we had enjoyed all these guys down to the Marriott here at Houston. All 10 teams involved. Treated them to a nice barbecue spread. I think it was the barbecue pit. I'm told it was a diners, drive-ins, and dive stop. The Guy Fieri stop nearby. I'm told it's one of the top places in Houston. Does this register on your list?
So I usually go off the Texas Monthly Top 50 list, and
what else?
What
else would you do?
Isn't on there, but I mean, there's so many good spots that are deserving of a spot on that list. So you narrow it down to 50 in the whole state of Texas from Beaumont to El Paso. I mean, you're going to have some folks left off.
So I'm staying down here for a few days in your great state. Really looking forward to it because I have a women's tournament to do here, right here in this same stadium next weekend. Going to be a lot of fun. You're welcome to come back and see us. So I'm going to be down along the coast. I'm going to be down in Matagorda, kind of near Galveston. Where am I going for barbecue? Any recommendations?
Yeah. So if you're headed down to Galveston, there's a spot called Smokin' Z's in Bayou Vista. They do brisket kolaches that are absolutely out of this world.
Sorry, did you say brisket kolache?
I did.
Okay, there's a rugby game going on behind you here, but this is a pretty good conversation. we have a kick to come here, and that kick is not good. So we're going to stay at 5 points here, Great Lakes, and we're going to get back to this game. But brisket kolaches, I will talk about next weekend.
Jay, tell me a little bit about your introduction to rugby. Obviously, you're a big-time college football player, played in the SEC. You transitioned to rugby. What brought you? What attracted you to the game?
Yeah, so I had a fellow Aggie reach out to me to come out to a practice with the Arrows up in Houston, and it's a physical game. I wanted to do something to keep myself in shape, and there's a lot of similarities between rugby and football, but there's a lot of differences as well. So, kind of learning a new sport was a real pull for me, and I have definitely treasured getting to know this game because it is a lot of fun to watch, and I would encourage a lot of people.
Back to the game right here. We'll be back in a second. We got the Great Lakes here penalized. It's going to be southeast ball to kick it downfield, and they will mostly work down towards the line out. They're down 5-0 right now. Time for another question just before we get back.
Jay, as a vegan out there, I'm going to switch it back to sports for a minute, but you actually played some rugby and some football. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so I played for Texas A&M under Kevin Sumlin.
Come back. We got Great Lakes with the ball in hand here. Coming wide. That's Chief Chip Fumbu. Moves it around to Joseph I. A wheeling connection there. Ball spills forward into the southeast hands. And we are going to come back and have a line out off of that, or come back to the scrum here. It'll be a scrum for Southeast.
Nice tackle by Hayden Johnson there in contact to get that ball sprung free, if I'm not mistaken there, John.
So defensive line in college football translate to what position they got you playing in Division III club rugby down here in Texas?
Yes, I mostly played fullback. Just kidding. I'm kidding. I've mostly
Scrum
played
half.
lock. I have played a little bit of flanker and a little bit of lock is mostly what I've done in my time playing rugby.
And you're about, what, 6'5"?
Somewhere around there. I don't know. I'll give 6'5".
17 stone?
Would have to look that up.
All right, back to the rugby.
Back to the rugby here. It is a scrum for the Southeast Bears just inside their own 40-meter line. Ready to get things going here. Referee's going to pull that one up, Matt Lake. And we're going to set it down again.
The Houston Sabercats here, obviously. I know they're a pull. You come around. They sent you a jersey, and you've got a pretty large Twitter following. And I know they'd love for some of your followers to come out here and check it out. What's the commercial to people in Texas to come and check out the Houston Sabercats for those that don't know?
Yeah, I mean, so you look at Texas has always been known as a football state. If you want all the physicality with none of the stoppage and play, I mean, come watch rugby. It is non-stop action. The pauses are very short. You know when the game's going to end, which is nice. And it's all the physicality you could wish for out of a physical sport.
All right, that's awesome. We have some physical rugby going on right in front of us right now as Southeast is in their own zone. Great Lakes look a little more threatening at the moment, but Southeast certainly wants to have their run in this third and fourth place contest. Knock-on scrum here, and we will be back to the action in just a second.
Yeah, thanks. Listen, hey, I really appreciate you coming and joining us, Jay, and hopefully you enjoyed this all-star competition and maybe come back and enjoy a little Houston Sabercats. We're going to take all of your barbecue recommendations. I don't know what brisket chilada is.
Kolache.
Kolache?
I'll explain it to you later.
All right, sounds good.
I have to watch some rugby and not think about that. We're ready to go here.
I appreciate you having me, guys.
Thank you very much. A pleasure.
I'm hungry for some rugby.
I am hungry for some rugby as well. That's Great Lakes, the Thunderbirds. Scrum here from inside the 40-meter line of the Southeast Bears.
John, while that was all going on, Joseph I is playing a really solid game. He's played it all a solid weekend, but he has really come to play in this much. Number 28 for Great Lakes.
He is one of the players that helped Mike Geibel really establish his Wheeling program, Wheeling University.
Solid player.
Cardinals. Ball to the back. Here come Great Lakes on the attack. High at the second receiver here. You might see him get the ball if it comes around back. And instead they go wide to one of their players outside there. That's Matuku. Matuku passes the ball on, and they are off on that right-hand side of the field. They're going to come back across, looking for a waiting pot of forwards. Little tip pass back there, and there's I. Gets into that first bit of contact. Going to the ground right now.
And he plays like a flanker.
Ball's coming out behind Lawrence Old into the hands of Vatuve. Vatuve from Adrian. Very electric center. Patello Vatuve, very exciting. And that just gets knocked on. It's going to be a Southeast scrum coming up.
Yeah, this is some wild end-to-end, back and forth physical match. Here's a replay. You can see the physicality, the power of the Thunderbirds, but knocked on, unfortunately, turned over to Southeast. They've got a chance to get out of their own end.
Southeast Bears on the move here. Remember, after this game, we're going to have the big championship, New England Independent Red, one of the two New England teams in the All-Star Division, taking on the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. Exciting matchup. We'll talk about some of those battles in the second half with Matt McCarthy. Ball drops there for the fullback. That's Matuku.
That's Mark
Matuku. Takes that one in. One of two brothers on this team. Taken away by the Southeast Bears. These guys are having fun for this final game, Matt.
Yeah, they're playing, as you might expect, with, they don't feel like they're playing with pressure on their shoulders right now. They're playing loose. They're playing well.
Little chip through from the Southeast. Ball bounces back up, and interesting little tip there. Comes back into the hands of Patello Vatuve. Vatuve.
Wow.
Barreling through a couple of these players. He is on fire so far in this one. Big pick and go there. It's a big moment for this team. That is Joseph I, the man himself. Joseph I touches it down. Another try for the Great Lakes. They start to pull ahead.
Try for I.
Try for I.
New bumper sticker. NCR. Get them online. Next
Kick
level
to
rugby.
come here.
Great effort. Great run. Finishing it off was Die. And he might be too gassed to kick the conversion here.
He has done a lot of work this weekend, Joseph I. But I believe he is maybe a senior, if I remember correctly.
And what a setup by Vituve. There's the replay. And chugging down that far side. There he goes. Dots it down for the try, as they say. Here's an injured Southeast Bear walking off at midfield while we wait the conversion. I think he's holding his nose, perhaps.
Tough to get a last game of the tournament injury.
Well, if you break your nose in rugby, it's kind of you're playing rugby.
Yes, you are playing rugby. Indeed, he has been playing rugby all weekend. Kick to come here from Great Lakes. The Thunderbirds. Nice kick goes up there, but does not quite have the accuracy, had the distance. And we're going to have a kickoff to come as it is 10-0, the Great Lakes over the Bears of Southeast.
That was one heck of a kick, and here's that try. Vituve, he ran like 20 meters and 20 meters north and then west and south, and finally he breaks a couple of tackles.
You're saying he took a little tour of the...
He did. This fine facility, he saw all of it in that play and got it out. Eventually it squirts to 28. Joseph I, who finishes it for a great try.
Southeast kicks it off, ball high in the air, rolls in a touch. Should have a line out here for Great Lakes inside their own 40-meter line. Southeast will want to challenge this one. Let's take a look at Prince Louis Bush, the 14th there on your screen. The 14th.
Hey, number of years down the road, why would you not keep that name going? Prince Louis Bush, the 4th.
Long raking kick there from the Thunderbirds.
A little trouble collecting it are the Bears on counterattack.
Ball goes back. Good work by Great Lakes to put some pressure on the Southeast Bears. And the Great Lakes force a penalty against the Bears. Opportunity for a couple of things here. We push the ball a little downfield and go for the line out. Go quick, take the points. They're going to go for the line out, try to attack off of there. I think in this 3rd and 4th place game here, we're really not looking to kick for posts and just chip away the points. These boys want to have
cross
some fun.
that whitewash, John.
Yes, sir.
Get a try. This is on the Rugby Network. It's on Next Level Rugby. It's on NCR's social media pages. It's all over the place. It's all over the globe.
It's everywhere.
You want to get in there. Get it done.
Ball sails over the top, doesn't hit its mark. They're going to come on the way here. Running from their own zone is Southeast. Southeast gets it to the wing. Not sure he has the speed to get all the way downfield. He can't get through a couple of players there, so resetting the ball. Clearing it out of there is Cade Austin. Good barreling run from the Bears. Bears moving it wide. That is Suznovich pushing that ball out. Now they get the ball closer to the wing, trying to get in with some of the speedsters' hands they have right there. Southeast wingers on the side. Big pot of forward just waiting there, crashing the ball up, drawing in some of the Great Lakes defenders. Ball a little slow. They're going to have to go again, try to get some forward momentum before they make a major run for it. Here they go, working their way towards the halfway line. Bodies flying in. Ball cleaned out. One more. Finding a little bit of purchase across the 50. Now they go wide. Suznovich, so a little one in behind there. Handled by Great Lakes. From inside, his 22 is Matuku. Southeast on the run. They've gained some territory here with this little kicking battle. Ball goes up into the hands of Gibson. Gibson takes that one in. Cross, Husnovich. Sideways run there, looking to get it out to the wing. Have done. Big tackle coming in. Ball stays in. Good work by Cullen Cunningham to make that happen, but Great Lakes able to turn it over. Great Lakes sizing up their options. We'll see what they decide to do with this. And a box kick it is from inside the 22. Where's it going to drop? Bounces infield and out. It's going to be a line out at their own 40-meter line for the Southeast Bears.
Yeah, Cullen Cunningham putting in some work there and then letting the ball bounce into touch. That's okay because his team does have the opportunity in the line out to retain possession. He's got that Spirit of 76 look with the tape around the head, right?
The shipwreck dance. Ball out in the middle of the field. Duplantier. Bush the fourth. Ball goes out to Susnovich. Susnovich moves it out. There's that man Spino with the headgear on. Coming back in is the Great Lakes. Waiting set of forwards, barreling their way across. That's Luke Teixeira. Ball bounces through for the Great Lakes. Having a run. Sorry, that was Tyler Glaive. It was the wrong team I was looking at with the last run. As the ball comes back, it's going to be a Southeast Bears scrum.
It's an understandable mistake at this point, John.
It is. It is. Thank you. I appreciate your conciliatory nature.
I'm just going to bury you in social media. Just kidding.
Scrum here for the Bears.
So if you're just joining us, it's the Great Lakes Thunderbirds versus the Southeast Bears, and the Thunderbirds are on top 10-zip in this battle for third place in the NCR All-Star Collegiate Weekend.
Ball comes through here. It is working its way to Duplantier. He has done this so many times this weekend. Now Susnovich, he's got some runners outside him. He's going to go to the boot, try to put it in behind. Gets it behind Mark Matuku. Ball gets bounced around. Left back in there. Nice decision to keep that ball alive as William Newell comes in, able to clean the ball away are the Bears. There's the link man in Prince Louis Bush, the fourth.
Great work by Cunningham to keep that ball alive, John.
Very well done. Susnovich looking for some runners wide and finds him. One of the big men on his way. That's Mills. Mills is looking for the line. Mills is going to find the line, and Noah Mills touches down. 5 on his back, 5 on the score sheet. Good work there, Noah Mills.
Noah Mills just took that and just went to the house. We'll get another look at it with the Citadel product out of Charleston, South Carolina, studying criminal justice and homeland security. And he knows a little bit about rugby, too. He just motored down there, found an extra gear, the big fella. Nice try.
Very nice try there for him. Get down there, just open up that outside channel to the Southeast.
Here you go. Here's another look, John. There he is. He's a first-team all-conference SRC guy, and you can see why. Large man, but has the presence of mind and the speed to get it into the try zone. We got ourselves a game.
We have ourselves a game. 10-5, kick to come. Kick from the corner, gonna be a little tough here.
And, you know, after the weather and issues that we've had and the wind and the cold, it's all kind of Mother Nature smiling down upon us. The wind isn't too bad down there on the pitch, and it's a bright, blue, sunny day for these last two matches. It's great.
It certainly is.
And you can't ask for a better stadium. The AVEVA Stadium, home of the Houston Sabercats, Major League Rugby. This is a true rugby-only facility. It is spectacular and a sign of things to come.
It is a sign of things to come. All the weather is going in the right direction for everybody to join us for the championship game next. After this game is 2 20-minute halves here. On the next hour is going to be Pacific Grizzlies versus the Independents from New England. That one slides across the front, so we're at 10-5. Great Lakes over Southeast here at AVEVA Stadium, home of the Sabercats.
Here in H-Town.
H-Town.
Space City?
Space City, yes,
I'm
sir.
robbing your lines. 'Cause
You are taking my stuff.
you
That's
get- you-
okay.
you know.
It's been a long weekend. We're okay.
Is it robbing if I tell you that I'm taking your lines?
I'm not sure.
All right.
Robbing you, theft in plain sight.
Yes.
Here's I to kick another one off.
I believe E.E. Cummings says you don't borrow from a good author, you steal from a good author.
So everybody loves E. Cummings. Susnovich takes that one in. Active player for this Southeast Bears team. They get an advantage. Prince Louis Bush DeForest takes that one in. They're going to come back. Referee Lake is going to award a penalty here.
Just calling a high tackle or maybe the collar tackle.
And just push that one a touch.
Oh,
It's
boy.
20 minutes go. Well, they tried to push it in touch and it didn't happen. Ball Ayub Jolly, one of the Moroccan connection on this Great Lakes team playing at Wheeling University. Tries to get that one out. Ball rolls in a touch. Referee Lake looks at his watch. He calls halftime. It is 10-5 in the favor of Great Lakes. We'll be back with second half action in this third, fourth place game right after this. Welcome back to AVEVA Stadium. It's halftime of this matchup between the Great Lakes and the Southeast. We're going to throw it down to Tyler Deutsch for a quick interview.
Guys, I'm here in the stands. As you can see, we have a bunch of people here supporting rugby. I have Patrick and Ashley here. Who are you guys here to see?
We're here to see the Bears.
The Southeastern Bears. We're super proud of them.
Do you guys know anybody who's playing today?
Yeah, our son, a bunch of the Queens players, some kids from Belmont Abbey, from LSU. Yeah, just a great bunch of kids. I've coached some of them during our high school career, so I'm really happy to see them playing this weekend.
And what do tournaments like this here at Major League Rugby stadiums mean to you guys, and obviously future players here?
I think it's a great opportunity for the kids to really try to show their expertise, and then hopefully the MLR will start picking some of these kids to play. That's what I'm looking forward to, yeah.
Tyler,
Awesome.
who's their son?
Well, more rugby action on the way. Thank you, guys. Stay tuned.
Thank you, Tyler. Great parents there, and we're here to cheer on their son. You're going to see second half action coming up. 10-5, the Great Lakes lead. Great Lakes in the gray and black going to kick off. Referee Lake ready to get us going. Second half action for everyone in this third and fourth place game. What's coming up next?
What's coming up next is the battle for the win, the championship, the shield. Right, John? It's the shield, and it's a shield that has 10 different little plaques that can be engraved, kind of like a mini version of the Stanley Cup, but they're only doing it in 10-year increments right now.
So if you don't understand what Matt's talking about, you're just going to have to stick with us to see the shield at the end of the next game.
You want to see the shield, this is the first shield, and the winner of this championship will have their names on that shield, on a mini shield on the shield.
Kick goes. Southeast has shown some great flashes later in that first half. They're inside their 22, just 5 points in it. Would love to take this third place. Susnovich puts one downfield into the hands of a waiting Great Lakes player wearing number 30. Here goes Ayub Jolly. Jolly moves it across. I know you're giggling at my player with no number.
Well, we don't have the number, ladies and gentlemen, so we don't know the name. Apologies to number 30's family. But, you know, this is still it's still just a great opportunity, and folks can see him play. So here's the line out as we are in this second half for third place. It's only a 5-point match, so every play matters.
Southeast puts it up, but Great Lakes comes down with it. Great Lakes barreling towards the 40-meter line of the Bears. Great Lakes on the move. And the replacement players comes in, takes it to the ground, gets back to the 40 there, just pulling in some defenders. They've got some runners out wide if they can get it here to them. They're going to go with the kick. Kick from the 50 inside the 22. Southeast player makes a nice break, gets through one, gets taken down by the second. Battle for the ball comes in. Great Lakes doing well here and has turned it over. Fantastic move to the outside. That's to Nate Curtis. Nate Curtis has to hand off one. Nate Curtis over the line. And Nate Curtis touches down the Central Michigan University star.
You know, it was a great run back on the receipt of the kick by the Southeast player, only to have the ball turned over and this result. And a big swing in momentum in this match. And that makes it 15-5 pending the conversion. It'll be a difficult conversion, John, but that is a huge try.
Yes,
here's another look
big
at
try.
it.
Puts it up 15-5.
Tuve gets it to Curtis, and Curtis just does everything that you need to do. Defend, the dive, securing the ball, making sure that he gets it in. Great try by Nate Curtis, who finds the try zone while he's searching for a last name.
Counting the times I've heard that.
We go to that?
We've done that, but it's okay.
The guy we
For
got
those of
glass
us just
houses
joining
and
us.
throwing rocks here.
Kick to come. This is Joseph I. From Three Rivers, South Africa, playing in West Virginia for Wheeling University. Attempted an extra 2 points here. He has the distance. Almost. It drops. He had the accuracy, I should have said. And it just drops in front of the post. Wind's coming out across the field at him.
John, you
And
mentioned
Southeast to
West
get it
Virginia.
away.
I'm thinking about Virginia, and I'm thinking about the last time we were down here, and Danny McKillop, the player-coach of Virginia Tech, and his team winning that championship. And what was that, the D2 championship?
That was the D2 championship, and they tremendous work there. Or the D1AA championship.
D1AA championship, right.
I remember the
How
hokey
exciting.
hop,
Yeah.
jumping up on the fence
Yeah.
there, and family all excited in there now.
Just so great.
Going off to serve the country. And
there's the coach with I like that cap.
Yes, sweet. That should be standard wear for the whole staff.
Very smart looking. There's some great shots from our next level camera crew, taking you right into the action. There's another one. Look at that.
4 minutes gone in the second half. Great Lakes on the move. What a run coming from the stellar Vatuve, Patello Vatuve Adrian College. What a story they are. Big run coming in from Will McNamara. Will McNamara has players coming in over that ball, but players not releasing from the Southeast. They're going to go quick. They're ready to play. Nice little move. Ball whipped out and not into the hands of the right player for him. Instead, Southeast is going to have it inside their 22. Hoofing the ball downfield. A little bit of a race. Joseph I coming back on it. Nice and calm. He's got some players to move it to across the field. He has done. This is that man. Nate Curtis had the ball, and now they just push the ball forward a little bit.
You might want to change your strategy if you're the Southeast Bears in just keeping the ball rather than kicking it back to this very potent Thunderbird backline. As you've got talent all through that line, guys with power and speed. So maybe they try to keep the ball, play a little possession game, do the Southeast Bears.
Southeast about to take the ball in. Tyler Webb to throw this one in. 5 minutes gone in the second half of third and fourth place National Collegiate Rugby Shield Challenge weekend. Southeast Bears take it to the front, and it works out for them. Susnovich moves it to Bush the fourth. Did you say Bush?
And he drives forth against like 3 different tacklers, carries the load.
Suznovic directing traffic well out there. Spino puts that one through. Ball bobbling up. A couple of trading places there, but referee has spotted the knock on. It'll be a scrum here for Great Lakes. Their own 40-meter line.
You notice that the last Thunderbirds touched the ball there, kind of looking back with an appealing look at the referee to see if maybe don't call it.
Him? Let's have some fun, ref. Let's play.
Come on, it's an all-star game.
Yeah, referee Lake. You run one.
Great shot there. There he is. He thought he was going to get out of there and get into the try zone. Just an exciting weekend, exciting times. It's just a pleasure to be part of it. John, all kidding aside, it's been an honor to be in the same booth with you. You have been a master with a lot of rugby to call.
14 hours into it, I'm feeling like a master.
Boom.
Boom.
And yet, I kind of don't want it to end.
Wait till the next game. We've got the finals to go. It's going to be exciting. Matt McCarthy can keep your energy levels going with wit and wisdom all wrapped up in one human.
You can just save your notes about recycling stuff because that's the next time. Here you go. There's number 59 coming on. That looks like Noam Turin trotting on as
another wheeling player.
He's looking to show his stuff. Trotting off. A little bit of an injury. Might be a little ginger, but everybody's a little bit banged up at this point. So it's hard to tell whether you're limping or you're stiff or you're tight when you're coming off the pitch.
Well, they want to come off victorious as the ball moves to Duplantier. For the first time, he can't handle one. Been so good. Unlucky for him.
I think he was looking up, John, a point in the match where he's maybe trying to do too much before he has to do enough. And it's those fundamentals that you have to execute.
Some more changes coming in. This is Chief Chip Fumbu from Wheeling coming on the field. As
Jack
well
Phillips.
As Jack Phillips. Some changes coming on and off. Almost feel like they're going hockey style here.
Tommaso Lorenzetti coming off. Another good shift put in on by him. 2 more guys coming off. There's number 30. We hardly knew you. And number 40, Patillo Vatuve.
What a player. What a fun player.
Yeah.
Chief Chipfumbu, the freshman at Wheeling, puts that one in behind. Ball just slips out there. Knock-on's going to be ball for the Southeast Bears. 40-meter line of the Great Lakes Thunderbirds. Attacking position for them.
Tino Mukudza Chipfumbu, a.k.a. Chief.
Chief Chipfumbu.
Great name.
Great player.
Great player. Just a great player.
Excited for the CRCs.
You know, folks, when Arnold Schwarzenegger first came to the United States, nobody could say his name. Right? You'll be remembering this kid's name. Well, this young man's name.
NCR is putting on a 7s tournament. Going to be broadcast on CBS Sports over Memorial Day weekend. And Wheeling is going to make a run at that. They've got some very good 7 players. A couple of players played for Morocco, and that Chief Chipfumbu. Mike Geibel says he's excited for it this year. Ball squirts out the back. Penalty, scrum penalty earned by the Great Lakes. All this time, and those forwards still have the power, Matt.
Yeah, and we've talked about it earlier, that the engine rooms, so to speak, of both of these organizations and all the teams, who are left standing last, it's because of those front rows.
Yep. Treat your props kindly.
What about the hookers?
Yeah. We were a feisty bunch. Ball across 30 meters out.
Other than lacrosse goalie, it is the most insane position in sports, hooker and lacrosse goalie, and it's interchangeable.
Okay.
I
Pick
salute
and go
you.
here from the Southeast Bears. They're up to the 40-meter line. Prince Louis Bush the fourth at the bottom of that pile, gets the ball in for the Bears. Big battle going on. Referee's finally going to whistle because he sees the knock-on. Great Lakes is going to win the scrum. Another attacking opportunity, 15-5. 10 minutes to go in the second half. Third and fourth place action before our big final as another change comes in.
It's number 14, and we don't have his name either.
Sure, he's a nice man.
And we know that he's an all-star. So no taking away from that. There's number 8, Mark Green, coming off. You got Luke Sutherland, number 61, in there, John. I don't know if you called that out or not. I'm starting to get a little.
I noticed. We've got a penalty advantage here as Will McNamara makes a run. They're at the sideline. They've got runners spread across. Defense for Southeast, a little slow to get back here, but they can send a pot of forwards in first. See what they decide to do. Chip Fumbu directing some traffic there.
Will McNamara, Western Michigan, has had a stellar weekend, John.
Fumbu, ball in hand, gets it a little bit wide. Caught up in the middle of the field there. That was Jack Phillips. Had some firepower outside him. They couldn't quite get it there. Here they come now. Chip Fumbu, what's he going to do? He puts it back in. What a little move there. Ball in hand, ball back across. Tremendous work there. Stanley Gianni is going to finish off what was some tremendous work by Chip Fumbu and Jeff Mutuku. What a try, and look at the excitement on this team. They are there, and they want to be seen.
Oh, that is great. And it's next level rugby right there to capture it, folks, right in your living room.
It's like they took media lessons from Matt McCarthy, those boys.
Here you go. Here's the replay. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. The no-look magician. He's a chief, but he's a magician as well. And then the finish. Great passes, great finish.
And he's right up, looking for the camera.
Oh, spectacular. Spectacular. Well done, next level rugby.
Fantastic. Kick from right in front here.
A little bit different, the coverage from when we played in college.
Yes, a little bit, yeah.
Maybe a throwaway camera, disposable camera.
Oh, we had the old flash cameras.
All right, here we go. As the conversion is lined up, he's going to drop kick it. He's just showing off. And just goes to the right.
Tries to show off, just pushes to the side.
Yep.
And we are about 7 minutes to go here in the third and fourth place game, 20-5. Great Lakes leading at the moment over the Southeast Bears.
There's Stanley Gianni coming off, getting high fives on the bench. He had another great game.
Another Wheeling product. Exercise science major. Here's Susnovich, so good for this team today. Queens University player from Indian Trail, North Carolina. A math and education major.
I would say a tournament of 15s is an exercise science project, if
is.
you will.
Ball taken down by the Great Lakes. Great Lakes into contact. Ball across, looking for some runners. The big man right there, Tyler Glaive. Moves it out. Chip Fumbu steps around one, steps around a second. Just gets rid of the ball. Being driven back are the Great Lakes.
Yeah.
But here they come on their own. We have a spectacle unraveling here as these players just want to run and have some fun. But look at that pass that gets put away. He's got runners with him. He wants to keep it on his own. This young man wants to score a try. Jeff Mutuku touches down, and a referee is going to confer a try awarded. Mutuku. Tremendous work there by the Notre Dame college player from Nairobi. Sport management major playing for Jason Fox.
5'10", 178 pounds, and he used every bit of that to get into the try zone. And his brother, Mark, is 6'2", 225, John. But just a great try, great effort. Here's a replay. There he goes. Chugging. Little move on the inside, just enough to free himself up and finish. Great pursuit by the Southeast Bears in defense, but to no avail. Try awarded.
Chip Fumbu, the kick here.
We had a conversation earlier about the Lewis and Clark expedition. We know where they have landed. They have found us in our booth.
Rugby
Tom
explorers.
Clark and Steve Lewis, pioneers in rugby. This kick goes up, John.
Kick is no good, but we're at 25-5 here with under 5 minutes to play in this third and fourth place game. Looking like Great Lakes is going to be third, and Southeast is going to be fourth.
And Stephen Lewis, you've been watching, researching for Major League Rugby, trying to find something, and you got your final 2 matches. All of a sudden, it's almost over. What have you seen that you like so far?
Seen a lot of physicality, I'll tell you, at this level. There's no shortage of commitment, and point of contact's been pretty feisty in a couple of games, I would have to say.
And I don't want you to tip your hand fully, but why don't you tip your hand and tell us who exactly you're looking at?
I would suggest there's 2 or 3 players in each of the squads that takes one's fancy. That's the purpose of this. Diamonds in the rough, smaller schools.
Speaking of good players, Chief Chifumbu knocks one on in there. It's going to be a scrum here for the Southeast Bears. About 30 meters out.
That was an executive doing executive spin and not answering the question. I asked him for a specific name, and what did he do? He did the whole, well, let me tell you without telling you anything.
Well,
How about a name?
Our crack panel of experts picking the tournament team. You'll see some of the... we'll tip our hand, I suppose, in that after the tournament.
All right, okay. He's steadfastly sticking to his guns. Maybe we'll get some more information out of his counterpart with the Free Jacks attire, Mr. Thomas Clark, whose team is in the final.
New England Red coming up next. How are we feeling about it?
We're feeling okay. I think we're a little banged up, just like everybody here is today. So for us, it's just a matter of getting the boys up for it and meeting the challenge.
All right, yeah, they got to put in a last shift here, and then obviously want to go home champions as we get a penalty there against Southeast. Great Lakes up by plenty. I doubt we're going to see a kick for goal right here.
Anybody not available for you guys?
Yeah, we have a couple players out. Matias Calvo from Dartmouth is out. Santiago Cordobaria is out from Dartmouth as well. And Will Zeller from Brown is out for the final game.
And Will Zeller.
3 important players.
They're all important.
Yeah. Excellent answer, Coach. Excellent answer.
That's a coach that cares right there.
Get the
Great
heck out.
Lakes off again. Great Lakes on the run. Move the ball back in. That is Will McNamara. Will McNamara headed towards the line. Will McNamara hold down 5 meters out. Big run coming in and another try coming. Great Lakes putting on a little bit of a display here at the end. Doing good work, and he's going to go check himself out on
he's
camera.
Coming in. Next level. Right there. You've done it. Oh, that's
the
good.
Thunderbirds
That's just
using
good
the
stuff.
cameras really well.
That's just good stuff.
Having a little fun here at AVEVA Stadium, home of the Houston Sabercats. What league do they play in, the Sabercats?
They play in Major League Rugby.
Really?
Yes, sir. And it's rugby union.
It certainly is.
15 on 15 like we have here.
And Ayub Jolly, the Moroccan international, to take this kick from straight in front.
So we've got Jolly, we've got Bliss. It's all just fun stuff.
Minute and a half on the game clock. They're just winding down the time here.
Yeah, no rush.
No rush at all.
Take your time. See what happens. I tell you what, Will McNamara has been a force.
Blocked kick.
Oh,
Southeast blocks that one. Jolly can't quite hit it, but it's not going to matter. We're at 30-5. Minute on the game clock. Referee Lake. Remember, stay tuned after this for our big championship. We're going to talk to a Great Lakes player after the game. Have a nice little interview with one of these fellas.
But getting back to Will McNamara, he's got to be on this all-tournament team.
He doesn't have to be, but he could be. One never knows. Western Michigan University.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I see how you did. I see what you did there.
Ball bounces back. Might have been a little knock-on, but Great Lakes. Ball in hand again. There goes Delgado. Ivan Delgado puts that one up. A nice little step there. They do not want to stop playing this Thunderbirds team. There's your man, McNamara. He puts it out there into the hands of Mohamed Hadar, another Moroccan international. Ball gets turned over. Chifumbu tries to make the tackle. And Great Lakes have the ball again. Can they finish with one last flourish here? Referee sees the ball going to touch.
And be a line out to southeast.
One last line out here for the Southeast Bears.
And no quit. They just keep firing too. They know that they're not going to win this one, but they are still fighting to the very end. That's a credit to them.
Line out coming. Bears to the front of the line out this time. One last try for Susnovich here. Can't quite get a hang of it. But there's a big man with a little pop over his head. Good work, Southeast Bears. Noah Mills has scored one already, and that was him. That was Spino out there in the wing, and that's Andrew Miller. Andrew Miller looking towards the try line. Kicked away by one of the players there from Great Lakes, but try awarded to Southeast, and that should be our last try of the game. Kick to come, but good little flourish there after a couple of tries in Great Lakes by the Bears.
Yeah, you've got this is a great shot here. This guy coming off the field. There's number 9 getting ready to kick
Chase
the conversion.
Susnovich.
Yeah. But, you know, the tape on the bandage on the side of the face, a lot of rugby, mentally and physically fatiguing, but these guys just keep coming. They keep working. You see this team losing, and they just keep fighting to the very end. Watch the replay. Great pass out. And then just going in and finishing. Andrew Miller.
Andrew Miller, good try there for Andrew Miller. Belmont Abbey player from Seattle, Washington.
Is William Newell.
Newell lines it up. Kick no good. Referee Lake looks at his watch, and your third place team is Great Lakes Thunderbirds. Fourth place, Southeast Bears. Great work over the weekend from both of these teams. Going to come together on the field and join each other. Exciting matchup coming up between Pacific and New England. Two sides of the country, two styles of rugby. Going to be a fun one, Matt McCarthy.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this. They match up well. They've got stellar players up front. As you heard Tom Clark talk about a couple of injuries to his squad, but you know, everybody's banged up at this point. But you know, I'm looking forward to seeing Mike Weir and Milan
Van Wyck. It's a good matchup of fly halves.
You know, guys good with the ball in all conditions so far, and we've tested.
All right, and before that, we have about 15 minutes to that game. We're going to throw it down to Tyler Doige with a couple of the Great Lakes players. Tyler.
Well, you know what they say, John. Where there's thunder, there's lightning, and that performance was electric. How does this win feel for you guys?
Honestly, I'm just excited to be here first and foremost. And the fact that everything came together when it was supposed to was a big up for us, and we just all excited that it all came through.
I just want to say it was a great tournament. Thank you to all the organisers. It was really good. It was great to get it done in the last game. It all came together at the right time for us. Yeah.
Now, you guys haven't even been playing together all that long, and yet you're all all-stars. You come out here and you manage to do this. How much fun was this for all of you?
It was extremely fun. I feel like everyone just stuck to the basics. Basics win games, and we just stuck to that, and that pulled through for us.
The great thing about this weekend was just to come together with guys we don't know, we've never played with before. I mean, we've all made new friends, new brothers for life, and it was just really good to get game time with different people from different schools. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Well, congratulations on the W, guys. Congratulations. Back to you guys. Stay tuned for the final.
Thanks, Tyler. And we're going to be back with that final in just about 15 minutes here. Next Level Rugby Productions, National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Weekend. John Brogan and Matt McCarthy come back in the finals. We're going to have Pat Clifton join us in the booth for this one. It's going to be awesome. Don't go anywhere. We have some hardware to give out. Stay tuned.
New Orleans welcomes you back here to second half action, and this is the try from the first half. Carrington Freitas busting free for Lindenwood University. The Lions go up, think Brian of Rugby looking for the switch. They don't fall for that, and they come to the outside. Beautiful hands and space to burn. They step back against the grain. Beautiful cut and lovely angle. And that's George Phelan. Man, it's a brilliant strike back indeed. Adriana Duncan.
She looks pretty confident. A little bit of flair there with a dive, and that should be our last try of the game for South Atlantic.
Let's finish here for the Lindenwood Lions program. Thanks for joining us.
The world, what happens when brothers and sisters of African descent unite. No matter where you are in the world, now or have come from, we are looking to come together with the top talent to nurture and improve upcoming talent as well, and to take pride in everything we do as a group.
You know, it's always been something that, you know, Kyle and I have always bounced off each other, and you know, once we played together for the first time at Old Blue back in 2012. You know, right then and there, it was already one of those deals where part of what made our friendship so great was just the fact that we knew what each other was going through without having actually to know about their past.
Aside from rugby, we also want to kind of create a community for our people where we are also providing professional guidance and educational guidance and just personal guidance and just being there for each other on and off the field. Yeah, so Roots is pretty much here to show the world what happens when brothers and sisters of African descent unite. No matter where you are in the world, now or have come from, we are looking to come together with the top talent to nurture and improve upcoming talent as well, and to take pride in everything we do as a group.
You know, it's always been something that, you know, Kyle and I have always bounced off each other, and you know, once we played together for the first time at Old Blue back in 2012. You know, right then and there, it was already one of those deals where part of what made our friendship so great was just the fact that we knew what each other was going through without having actually to know about their past.
Aside from rugby, we also want to kind of create a community for our people where we are also providing professional guidance and educational guidance and just personal guidance and just being there for each other on and off the field. Yeah, so Roots is pretty much here to show
with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
New Orleans welcomes you back here to second half action, and this is the try from the first half. Carrington Freitas busting free for Lindenwood University. The Lions go up, Brown of Rugby looking for the switch. They don't fall for that, and it comes to the outside. Beautiful hands and space to burn. Step back against the grain. Beautiful cut and lovely angle. And that's George Phelan. Man, it's a brilliant strike back indeed. Adriana Duncan.
And she looks pretty confident. A little bit of flair there with a dive, and that should be our last try of the game for South Atlantic.
Finish here for the Lindenwood Lions program. Thanks for joining us.
Here at AVEVA Stadium in Houston, Texas, it is the finals coming up of the National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Shield Challenge Weekend. Pacific Coast Grizzlies are going to take on the New England Independent Red team. They have two teams here. Before we get going, we're going to honor our country with the national anthem. A big final. These two teams are ready to go. This is John Broker. I am joined in the booth by Matt McCarthy and Pat Clifton, two of America's rugby journalists extraordinaire. Boys, we got a good game going on. Matt, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking it's going to be a great one. And just from the perspective of watching the two number 10s lining up against each other, this is going to be an electric match that's going to excite everybody.
Mr. Clifton.
I'm looking for the physicality. There's some meat wagons out here between both of these sides. Logan McDaniel over here for Pacific Coast. We got Malcolm Robinson in the back row for the New England Red. It's going to be a fantastic physical matchup. These guys don't like each other, and that should make for fun entertainment for us.
They have battled their way through into this final matchup. Fantastic coming up all the way. Mike Weir is going to kick off. They're wearing red, the New England Independents. It's going to be Ian Seaton, joined by Brian Hall and Rob Halcomb for this one. Ian Seaton, our referee. In red is New England, as I said. In the maroon and gold is Pacific Coast, the Grizzlies. The Independents versus the Grizzlies. Two teams from furthest away. They're going to battle it out. Let's see how it goes. We are underway here at AVEVA Stadium. H-Town, Space City. We're on the run. That was Lucas Hackett Provenzano. Number 13 there. Milan Von Wick, the electric player, quickly going wide, are the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. They get it to the wing. That's your man, Killian Burns, one of Matt McCarthy's favorites. Battling for the ball very quickly. Pacific Coast, Von Wick moves in the middle of the field to Isaac Kello. Kello barrels his way towards the 40-meter line. Von Wick calling for it again. Where's he going to go? He is going to chip this one in and over. One of the Independence players takes it there. Weir, the Dartmouth product, shows he is from Pennsylvania, Doylestown. He takes it to the 50-meter line. Their chance to run. Jack Swords, a Holy Cross prop and stalwart, played in the small college division of the NCR Championships last month. Ball coming out. Nice little pass in there. Good defense from the Grizzlies. Independence had a couple little injuries here. Thomas Clark was telling us during the weekend. So some players coming in. Both teams have, so a lot of work yet to do here. Ball across. There's Swords. Swords send it over, but can't quite get there with that one. Kick from Weir. He sees the space in behind. That educated boot of his has been so good all weekend. Killian Burns steps off a one there, nearly gets around, moves the ball to Naranjo, another New Mexico Tech player with Von Wick. Naranjo makes his way to the 40. He is a scrum half and distributor, so another player going to have to step in here, and Juwan Johnson is going to be happy to do just that. Juwan Johnson gets the ball out to the 40. Naranjo looking for his halfback partner, Von Wick. Von Wick is going to come back across. Von Wick spots some space. Von Wick has been electric all weekend. What a player. Takes it into contact and continuing to run through the phases are the Grizzlies. Pack of forwards waiting there. Isaac Kello takes that one in. Coming back across to the big number 4, Bryce Wales. Wales gets across his own 40. Pretty even battle going on to get this game going. That is the hard-running Niashumanemo wearing the number 7 Pacific Coast. Here comes Naranjo, moves to Van Wick. Moving the ball across quickly is Ulikni into the hands of the speedy inside center. That right there is John Blah. Players coming in. They're now about 15 meters out from the line, and a show and go there from Von Wick. Von Wick is going to score our first try, and Milan Von Wick, the Namibian native, has taken my breath away again with one of his runs, and also taking my breath away is all this action. I haven't let these guys say a word in a couple minutes. Boys, what a start.
Yeah, unbelievable, and Van Wick has picked up where he left off in the last match, John, and he's one of the players that we featured. Pat, what are your thoughts?
Look, I was really impressed by Juwan Johnson in the breakdown there. He was a couple of rucks where he absolutely smashed the guy that he had to do to keep the Pacific Coast Grizzlies on it.
And there's the replay, right again. There's Van Wick. No problem. Fend and score and dive. Chris Ashton is smiling someplace.
I love Swords, but in a phone booth, he doesn't have a chance at Milan Van Wick, let alone in the open field.
Kick to come here. 5 points quickly in under 4 minutes for this Pacific Coast team. This is going to be a great battle all day. Certainly some differences in style here. A little more methodical is New England. A little more unpredictable, you would have to say, is the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. Killian Burns from Wayne State. Hangs that one up. It is going to drop just in front of the post. So we're at 5-0 here. Plenty of time. New England really need to get back on it.
Absolutely. I think that Mike Weir here, you're going to see New England play a little bit differently. They haven't broken him out of the glass every game. He's been kind of protected, and he changes the game, especially with his boot, and I think that you're going to see that come into play. Barely has yet, but I think you will as the time marches on.
Weir has a chat with his players, let them know where it's going to go. Puts one deep inside the 22. Von Wick there for it. Von Wick deciding where he wants to kick the ball. Puts it right back down to Weir. These two are going to have quite a kicking duel, you would have to say. For him inside his 50, looking for the 50-22 is Weir.
Wow.
And what a great kick.
Great kick, no problem. He just was calm, collected, knew exactly what he wanted to do, and he executed it. Couldn't execute that kick yesterday, more than likely, with the winds that we had. But we have perfect conditions right now.
Line out here for New England Independent. They have some really great players. A couple of Brown products there, and Corbett and Miller can take the ball forward. Connor Robinson, the Boston College product, puts that one in. Corbett comes down with it. Pacific does not challenge a jump, so they can challenge a drive, and they're doing just that. Working the ball forward. Losing his jersey at the same time as one of the New England forwards. The ball doesn't come out. Referee Seaton is going to award the scrum there to the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. I thought it was moving forward a little bit, Pat.
Yeah, it was pretty marginal, 50-50 call, but not moving forward enough or fast enough for the referee on that one.
Sorry about that, Ryan. Scrum coming from Pacific Coast, deep in their own end.
You know, we got some good buzz inside the stadium here because now all the teams are sitting down watching the match with their families.
Building up for this final matchup. Naranjo to put this one in. Naranjo. As I said, from New Mexico Tech. New Mexico native as well. Little switch pass back in for Pacific. Pacific deep inside their 22, trying to fight their way out. New England trying to hold this one up. Able to get it to the ground. See where they decide to go with this. We're going to go to a big pot of forwards. Lichney. Von Wick calling for this one. They're going to go the other way. Get out to the wing to Burns. They're just moving backwards inside their 22. And penalty for a crossing. A little mistake there. They would have been better to kick that one away. But off they go. And they are in it to win it. Malcolm Robinson for New England takes that one. Ball now out there to Matt Gash. Gash needs a few people. We're looking for some runners. They put straight into the great hole there. One of their, I think it was Jasper Green, not sure, didn't see the number, but continuing to go here with another penalty of the New England Red, and referee Seaton's going to have a word with the captain here for Pacific Coast. Just wants him to cut it out down there.
But Pacific Coast forwards is definitely the biggest challenge that this independent pack has had. They have dominated the competition throughout the entire weekend. But Pacific Coast is here. They can match them in height, in weight, in experience, and skill. So I think this is going to be the biggest ask of the independents so far. And right now we're seeing if they're going to respond.
Yeah, the scrum battle is going to be fascinating there. You see Connor Robinson getting set up. They've lost the front row players there. Have New England. We have Martinez at the tight head side right now. Swords at a loose head. He's typically a tight head. Play across the front row. Malcolm Robinson at 8, so Mitchell has moved into the second row.
And Calvo's out as well.
Yes. Arthur Diarang from UMass is in for him if they should need him off the reserve bench. Ball comes to the back. They're going to get the ball out by Weir. It goes to Jasper Green. Weir has a hold of it now. They get the ball out to the wing. A little show and go there. Trying to work their way towards the line. Now penalty against New England. Quick call from referee Seaton there, but player not releasing.
Malcolm Robinson really impressed with his skill at the back of that scrum for the independents. It almost squirted out. He kept it free and gave him a chance. But good defense for the Grizzlies to turn them around, and now they've cleared their lines quite effectively.
Von Wick, very interesting there. He just kicked it to land instead of trying to get it into touch because he saw no one back there. Knew he could get it. It's going to be a line out here for Pacific Coast. 5-0 they are up here as we're 9 minutes into this championship matchup here. Beautiful AVEVA Stadium in Houston, Texas. Sun coming out, beautiful down here. Naranjo gets a messy ball, but gets it back to a couple of his forwards there. They moved it out there. That is that man, Nia Schumann. I'm messing this one up a little bit. The number 7, Nia Schumanemo. This one turned over by New England. New England on the run now. Could use some points, could use them soon. A little show from one of their forwards. He gets to the 40-meter line of Pacific Coast. They know referee Seaton is patrolling these pretty intensely, but we have a knock-on. We're going to come back for a scrum for New England. Oh, sorry, scrum for Pacific Coast on a forward pass.
Physical matchup. Really tight here. I don't know that we've played on the rivalry enough. These two teams have met in the final of each of the 2 times we've done this competition here, and they're back in the final. It's a very heated rivalry. They expected to be playing against each other, and now they're getting ready to write this last chapter.
And enter the history books at the same time, Pat, with that shield.
Be a lot easier on the Wikipedia page, just copy and paste who was in the finals from last year, so that's helpful.
Helps out the NCR staff just a little bit. Scrum a little slow to get going here. Pacific Coast. What is a New England ball? The referee's pointing in the other direction there, so my aging eyes starting to fail me. As Ball in here for New England. New England ball to the back. Steady, stable scrum there. They're starting to get a drive on. Having to dig it out and get it to Weir. Weir gets it in the middle field. They're looking for some runners. Just a little tight pass there to Lancenor. He is such an electric player. The French-born, Singapore high school trained player, but knocks it on in the contact there. So it's Lancenor, the Brown University Bear. And the Grizzlies will have a scrum off that knock-on.
Was it the time in Singapore or the time in France that taught him to punch way above his weight? Because that kid is a load to bring down.
I couldn't answer that question for you. Coach LaFlamme at Brown could probably answer it.
He also has to answer for Matt Mitchell, or Mike Mitchell.
Matt Mitchell.
Matt Mitchell not playing.
Matt Mitchell's back in the second row here
Right.
with the independent.
Okay, just saying.
But he would be a great loose forward.
We kid. Dave
Ball
LaFlamme, a good friend of ours, and a Vandal.
Congrats to Brown stealing the Ivy championship. It's not very often that Dartmouth doesn't win it, and LaFlamme and the Brown Bears were able to steal it from them this year. And congrats to Rosalind Chow, the former Life head coach, now the women's head coach at Brown.
Doing great up there. And, yeah, we have Dartmouth and Brown players, Harvard players on the same team here.
No truth to the rumors that Alex Magleby is sticking needles in an effigy of Dave LaFlamme at this point, but we will confirm if we can.
Naranjo gets a ball in for Pacific. Von Wick looking for it. Let's see what the danger man wants to do. He's inside his 50. He's looking for that 50-22, but Lancenor back on it and calm. He's got a good boot, but that time with the wind doesn't get too far, so it's going to be a line out here for Pacific Coast, about 23 meters out from the line of the New England Independents.
Yeah, you think he just caught the side of his foot on that one, a bit of a shank to use the golf term. Gives Pacific Coast a fantastic platform here. Be interesting to see what they do. I think you want to get the hands in Van Wick's, the ball in the hands of Van Wick. He's probably the best player on the field, certainly your danger man, but these Grizzlies got a big forward pack too they could utilize.
I'm looking for Weir to step up and put his imprint on this game, guys.
Shumaneno takes that one in. Naranjo gets to Van Wick. Van Wick got some runners outside, but dummies it. Killian Burns takes that ball to the ground. Players all over from the Independents, but able to take it back in. Naranjo gets it up there. That's Isaac Kello. But penalty against Pacific Coast that time. New England a chance to move it down a little further. 13 minutes into this first half. 7 minutes to go. 5-0. Everything to play for. Mike Weir plays the wind well again.
It's a really intelligent boot. It's thin margins in games like this, and the extra 10 or 15 meters that Weir just gave you there could be the difference.
There's Steve Cohen playing ball boy on the sideline, the legend that is Steve Cohen, who started Enscrow.
Steve, the creator. Cohen down there. Connor Robinson to put this one in. So we decide to go. A little trigger doesn't work, but they're going to go up there to Ollie Corbett. Ollie Corbett gets it, and a great catch there from Weir. Weir looking for some runners, and they are getting through that hole. Tackle crept up, but not high, according to the referee. Here we go with the Independents looking back there. Weir spots the space, blocked into the hands of one of the Independent players. They're at the 50. We'll see if he tries again. Weir, so intelligent, had spotted the space back there for potential 50-22, but they're just going to run it in, bash some forwards in, keep the ball moving. Referee says keep playing, everything's good. And the Independents holding onto that ball.
John, watching Weir get
that
kick charge down and blocked was very uncharacteristic. It was like Tom Brady throwing an interception.
Sometimes it is. Referee Seaton just taking a moment here. Let's go, Red. Naranjo having a discussion. I think a little player change here. Looks like a little injury. Number 20 coming in, Giovanni Casada for this Pacific Coast team.
I think that charge down was really timely. I think Weir identified not only a lot of space, but that most of the defensive backline on that side of the field was populated by tight five guys. If that ball finds some space and a little bit of grass, it could have rolled for a little while, and the Independents may have ran on top of it.
Von Wick going for a pretty hefty kick here.
He hit one of these down here in this stadium on a Friday night versus Adrian in those college playoffs, if I recall properly, John. But I'm questioning everything at this point because we're a little bit punch drunk here in the booth.
I think we're okay. Friday night would have been the semifinal there. Adrian went to the final, so it probably wasn't them. But the team, Connor Robinson, takes it from inside the 22, gives it to Weir. Smart move. Weir launches it into the stands. So it is going to be another line out here. Pacific Coast has had most of the offense in this game.
And that result for them is pretty good, too. So you get the 3 points if you get lucky and it goes through, but at least you get the ball back here pending the line out.
Ali Corbett gets up in front of that one. Duque has to duck but gets ripped down to the high tackle. We're going to have a penalty here. Independence able to move down the field a little bit more. Still 5-0 here. 4 minutes to go in this first half.
Tough call.
Either of these teams can just turn it on.
Tough call. Big guy going to tackle a shorter guy that was ducking. You know, it's a tough one to call.
It's one of those areas where they're going letter of the law. And long raking kick there from Weir gets him just outside the 22 of Pacific Coast. Time winding down in the first half. 3.5 minutes to go. 5 points would be a nice reward for this Independence team. Of course, they have to deal with this staunch defense of the Pacific Coast.
Look, both of these teams are still trying to get into their rhythm. We're in the, only in the 17th minute. This is in an 80-minute match where the rugby really starts to begin, when teams start to actually get into their patterns and start to break them even a little bit. And I don't think that the Independents are going to have the luxury of time. If I'm them and I'm Weir, I've got to start to use this boot as attack from hand to try and regather and move the ball down the field.
They come down with that one in Corbett looking for their rhythm. And that ball knocked on by the Independents. We're going to have a scrum here.
Yeah, we may have an injury with a New England Red player down
here. We may have a little discussion here with the referees. Something untoward may have happened down there.
It was Malcolm Robinson, the Dartmouth back row. Been really impressed with him all weekend, playing number 8 there. And it looked like Pacific Coast had a guy coming in wearing number 2, Jerry McLarnon, offside and got an elbow to Robinson's head. So I can see why the Independents are taking issue with what happened.
McLarnon.
Glarnon, Kilo, and Lickney up front.
Going to spend a little time in the bin here, much to the delight of the rest of the
You can see it. He joins them all, comes around. I think the ball is actually even potentially whistled dead. Was not onside whatsoever.
Naughty Grizzly to the sin bin.
He's a little lucky maybe that's even yellow.
Yeah, this is, the referees don't want to send somebody off in a final like this unless it's really blatant. Penalty here. See what they decide to do. Weir is looking to the corner. Weir, the Dartmouth fly half, Doylestown product in high school.
And that's a solid kick. There's extra pressure on the Grizzlies now. They are down a man.
We haven't seen their outside backs have to tackle in space. This might be an opportunity to test them.
Connor Robinson getting the calls there.
And again, that's a front row player that's in the bin.
Yes.
So that complicates things for the bench of the Grizzlies.
And they go up to Corbett. Again, no challenge there from Pacific Coast. New England Independents have a penalty advantage here as a collapse by the Pacific Coast. You have to be careful. They don't want another man to wind up in that bin, and it's just a big mess here. But we're going to come back to a penalty. Let's see what they try to do. It's going to be a Duque ball in hand. And they're going to go again to the corner.
And Pat, you had mentioned the strength of this Grizzly front row. Now they're missing one of their pieces.
I think that's, not only is it important that they're missing one of their pieces, but you saw the Independents go for them all on the last one. Actually, earlier, Malcolm Robinson took a penalty down here and quick tapped it and ran it. But now that they have a man advantage in that pack, I think this is a smart play to go for the line out and the driving ball.
Corbett calls one to himself again. Corbett, great line-out operator, sophomore at Brown, English-born, Harlequins Academy. They're driving towards that line. Nothing may stop them. Referee taking a look at it. 5 points to the good. We're all tied up here in the championship at AVEVA Stadium. Good, hard work. Independence pack just marauding over that line.
Clairvoyant Clifton.
Look, Weir out here has played a lot of high-stakes rugby. He's played a lot of age-grade rugby. He's played a lot of championship games, games that matter. He's cool, calm, and collected, and he's taking all the data points in and making the right reads and using his boot to move the ball down the field. I think they're making good decisions here as a team, and I think Weir's behind it.
And here he is again. He's lining up to kick that conversion. He is a field general too. That's one of those aspects of it. He plays with the carriage of somebody wiser and older.
He slowed down the end of that semifinal there just to burn some clock and keep some guys' energy. Very good job for him, just getting the ball on a touch, taking their time about things. Weir with this kick would put his team ahead by 2 as we're at over 20 minutes here. The halfway mark of the game. Could be halftime right after this kick. And Weir puts that one up, puts that one to the side. It is all knotted up at 5 here.
Credit the pressure from Jacob Jenkins flying in there to try to block that kick, maybe forcing Weir to come off a little bit more fast than he wanted to.
And we're going to go to the sidelines with our own Tyler Deutsch. Tyler, let us know what you're thinking.
Well, John, you could have not scripted a better ending to an absolutely epic weekend. Big hits, fly kits, and a whole lot of blood. They're going to be battling it out into the very last minute on this one. Let's get back to game action.
Pat, you're the youngest guy in the booth. Can you translate fly kits for me?
Fly kits, that means cool duds.
Thank you.
And Mike Weir manages the clock down on his own end, puts it in a touch. New England Independent Red and Pacific Coast Grizzlies are all tied up at 5. 20 minutes, everything to play for here at AVEVA Stadium, National Collegiate Rugby. This is the finals. We'll be back after this.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Welcome back. It's AVEVA Stadium. It's National Collegiate Rugby. Collegiate Rugby All-Stars Men's National Shield Challenge. This is the finals. We're all tied up at 5. Pacific Coast, the Grizzlies versus the Independents of New England. One of the 2 New England teams. They're here in red. This is John Broker, joined by Matt McCarthy and Pat Clifton for this exciting 20 minutes of action. Everything to play for. Milan Van Wyck, that fantastic Namibian-born New Mexico Tech fly half, gets us underway. Well taken down by New England. New England Early little break there, and he gets in behind the defensive line. Let's see what they decide to do. Ball comes back to Weir. Weir is looking for that 50-22 again. Von Wick back there trying to say, no, not this time. Von Wick gets a hold of it, and he can make some moves here. He shows, he goes, he runs into 2 players and doesn't get tackled like that very often, but it was high, so we're going to go back for a penalty. So, Pat, coaches at halftime, all tied up, everything to play for. What are they saying to their teams?
If I'm the Independents, I'm saying how we finish that half, that's exactly how we have to keep doing it. Play smart, play calm, play collected, and make good decisions, good high percentage decisions. If I'm Pacific Coast, it's about discipline. They were winning that arm wrestle until the yellow card. They've got to find the aggressiveness and the discipline that they had in the opening 10 minutes.
And just one quick thing. The sun is now a factor. You just saw Keegan Bliss over here, number 23 for New England, have to put his hand up in the air on that kick, and he wasn't even sure where it was until it went into touch.
Ball down from Ed Duque, but he's got some company from Pacific, but they're going to penalize him for that. So we're going to have an opportunity to move this downfield that he wants. He gets there quick, Weir, and just make sure his players do the right thing instead of getting a rush of blood to the head.
It's very sensei-like. He has a calming effect over this team. It's like they take on his demeanor, and he's got ice in his veins.
Speaking of ice in the veins.
Good effort there. So 19 minutes to go here, Pat. To me, reserves are going to be a big factor here because they've been playing all weekend. What do you think?
Not only have they been playing all weekend, they're going to play 120 minutes today, or 160, I think, even for these teams in the final. It's 20 minutes on. There's not a lot of breaks between. Man management has been important, and I think the Independents have been managing that man in the number 10 jersey all weekend and a few others. So I think you're very right that it's going to come into play.
And ball to Ollie Corbett. Doesn't come down cleanly for him, which is a little unlike him, but Malcolm Robinson is going to take that one in. Malcolm Robinson from Dartmouth went to Harrow School. Now they're in the middle of the field. Right in front of the posts are the New England Red. Which way they're going to go? They're going to go to Weir. Weir's got some runners. He goes a little wide out there to Gash. Bash is his way through there. And they are having a penalty advantage. Here comes Weir. Weir, a little chip over the top. Get a free play. We're going to come back for the penalty. And smart play running people at the line there.
Gash cut right through that defense.
We are trying to go quick there. That was a very heady play. He knows he's got the penalty advantage, goes for a low percentage kick, then gets the penalty, comes back to the mark, and tries to go quick again, but a little too quick for the referee.
And we have a Pacific Coast player down and a little bit of bother here, so we're just going to wait as the medics have a chat with him. Very exciting, but right down into the Pacific zone go New England very early in the second half. Bodes well for them. A couple of replacements already.
The Pacific Coast Grizzlies were down against the New England Whites earlier in the quarterfinals, first game of the day. The second side for this New England team, they were down in danger of losing and being upset in that first round. Halftime, they come in, and they dialed up the physicality. They started dominating the rucks. They started dominating the scrums. And you see they're getting dominated by Malcolm Robinson. They have got to get back up and win the point of physicality because that is their path to victory.
More great coverage from our next level crew. They've done a crack job this entire weekend, making our jobs just a little bit easier.
We'll still just waiting for this player getting attended to here. We're going to have to make a change. Medical staff here at AVEVA Stadium, home of the Houston Sabercats.
The Houston Sabercats have their eyes on this one. Their new head coach, Puata Human, is definitely here. Former Blue Bulls legend, South Africa, the South African takeover here at the Houston Sabercats. And obviously the Free Jacks are sponsoring this Independence team, and you can bet Alex Magleby and crew are back home watching. We know we got Steve Lewis, general manager of Rugby United New York. So Major League Rugby's got their eyes on this one. It looks like there's an awful lot of talent to be watching.
Austin's here, Atlanta's here, a couple of the teams here.
Absolutely. It's great, and it's an opportunity for these players to get some notice. But there's some good news.
A player coming off under his own accord, but he doesn't look comfortable. We hope the young man is going to be okay. We're sure he will. Good competitor as a change comes in here. That is number 20, Giovanni Quesada.
And maybe we can get Tyler Deutsch to get us an update on that injured player in a bit.
We will see. But we have a penalty here for Weir. He's going to take a shot at goal, try to push his team ahead by 3 points. And that player can't actually rush that because it was a penalty, but he did, and he scored. So they're just going to let it go, and it's going to be 3 points.
Hey, we're learning here at the look. One thing that's actually pretty unique is I looking through these rosters. There's a lot of dudes who have playing their first season of rugby in the All-Star Championships. And so even though there's a high level of talent, there's a high level of learning here as well.
Yeah, a lot of the goal line dropouts was an issue for some of these teams. They kept trying to just do the 22 where they just put it over the line instead of going 5 meters, and they got turned over for a scrum a couple of times. They're happened to the Red.
Hey, man, it's college. Everybody's crammed for an exam. They're cramming for rugby.
I demand perfection. Ball underway here from Milan Von Wick. Keegan Bliss can't quite grab that one, but did it come off of him before it went in? We'll see what the assistant referee says, and he says indeed it did. It's a Pacific Coast line out here. Milan Von Wick, not sure if he meant to do that, but wound up making a great play for their ball.
And Juwan Johnson just letting know Keegan Bliss that he was there, saying hello, just in case. And he said, I thought you were catching the ball. Right? He's got a black eye, Juwan. I saw him downstairs before the game, and he's just all smiles, though. The black eye. I didn't even know he had the black eye.
Ali Corbett trying to go up for that one. Can't quite get it. Naranjo is going to move to Von Wick. Von Wick is going to run for the line. My goodness, he got some power. Right in and over are the New England Red, but they're going to recycle that with Naranjo. He gets it up to Ulichny. We're still trying to decide how to say his name at the end of this entire tournament.
It's like a flying fire hydrant.
Ball back across. And there is an electric open side flanker for this Pacific team in Sean Niashumanemo. But Von Wick has to bring this one in. They will go to Quesada. Quesada, the replacement of the last injured player. There's an advantage here, I'm assuming, for an offsides against New England Red. Naranjo sneaks around one and around two. Naranjo gets inside the 22. Johnson has to distribute there and does. Get the ball into the centers to Blah. And they're going to award this penalty. New England backing off of this one. Opportunity here, if he wants it, for Von Wick to tie us up. Or they may go for the win. We'll see how daring he's feeling, Pat Clifton.
Yeah, this is Test Rugby. He's played quite a bit of Test Rugby back home in Namibia. I think they're going to take the points here on this one.
And the tee is indeed coming on.
The guy running on that tee is pretty darn good, too. We talked about how benches could make a factor, and that's Yuyo Mdlele from
Mdlelose.
Mdlelose.
And we're going to throw it down to Tyler Deutsch for a little update on the injury. Tyler.
Yeah, number 4 caught a stinger below the belt there. Seems like he's recovering a little bit. If you thought it was crazy that they didn't wear helmets, they don't wear cups either. As you can see, he's going to be heading back into the game here and looking to see if it can change it up here. Back to you guys.
Bryce Wales back in the game here, but I thought he went off for an injury, not a head injury assessment. So they're letting him back on. In the meantime, Milan Von Wick ties the game up. We're at 8 here, so he will continue to play. And Ali Corbett getting checked out here as well.
What goes on spring break stays on spring break in the winter. But he's okay. He's tried it out there. In the meantime, we've got one of his teammates. I think that's Ali
Corbett getting checked out.
Looks like his shoulder is trying to talk it into.
Trying to tell him he wants to stay in this game.
It's like a head injury assessment to me.
He was raising his shoulders before.
Yeah, it was the right shoulder he was moving around.
He's going to stay in this game. Corbett is a battler.
The arm is dangling a little bit.
Of the crowd.
You know, you get that dead shoulder kind of thing. You get that stinger, as they used to call them, and then a couple of 3 minutes, you're okay. And the adrenaline has got to be pumping through him like crazy.
We are all tied up at 8, 7.5 minutes into the second half. Ball down, and it looked like it was knocked on. Referee Seaton says indeed it was. Caught up in the sun and a little bit of a swirling wind. That man, Niashumanemo, can't quite hang on to it, and we're going to have a scrum here for New England.
Yeah, I was interested to see if it was going to be a line-out to see how Corbett reacted in the line-out, but he was clapping.
And we're going to throw it down to Tyler again for another update.
Thanks, John. I know that may have seemed like a head assessment, but surprisingly enough, I got word that his shoulder actually popped out, and he popped it back in. If that doesn't just show you how tough these guys are this late into the tournament, I don't know what will. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Ollie. Certainly tough enough, but I've seen Matt McCarthy do that in the broadcast booth
3 times today.
So here we go. Ball underway. At the back there, Aduke gets it to Keegan Bliss, the catamount. One of Matt McCarthy's favorites in this tournament. They're going to come back in this direction. There is Matt Miller from Brown. Swords comes in and cleans it over at Duque. Ball squirts back out. into the hands of the big fella, the tight head prop. Now they're going to come back out to Coleman Jackson. Coleman Jackson takes it on a couple of steps. Really use points here, the red, if they're going to make this happen. A little chip over the top. It's a race. We're going to see who wins it, and they're coming across. Naranjo gets it down. And we have a whistle and a potential penalty here, I believe, against Pacific Coast. That might be why.
Yeah, playing with house money, John, the advantage on a yellow. Oof.
I was just a touch surprised there at that from Weir, so I didn't see that advantage. And they're having some discussions. And which player is headed off here? Looks
like another Grizzly reluctantly heading to the sideline. It looks like it might be another front row guy. It's number 8.
Big number 8 there.
George Newbold.
No, this is I believe the captain, number 7, coming off the field there.
Yeah. I beg your pardon.
Wayne State's Sean Niashumanemo. It has only taken me 16 games to start to say his name properly. So I'm going to need to see him again next week so I can get it right.
Niashumanemo. There.
Northeast Nebraska names can be pretty difficult.
Yes. And it's a line out here for New England. And remember, we were talking about Ali Corbett's shoulder there, so we may have to find a different target here in the line out, but they're going to go to Corbett, and he's okay. Ball pops off there and goes to the Pacific Coast. Naranjo gets the ball in the middle of the field to Blah just barrels in with that one. Not sure if that was legal, but got away with it. Ball squirts out to the side. They're really trying to run. Von Wick gets it to the Wayne State winger, Killian Burns. A little spin move in there from Lansanur. Lansanur hasn't featured in a little while, been patrolling the back. Has the brown fly half and fullback. Here's Connor Robinson, the BC product, just signed that development contract with the Free Jacks in the game here. Weir coming across. Little chip in there for Keegan Bliss to run onto. Keegan Bliss.
Oh!
Can't quite get there. McGee, he had the height on him if he could have gotten up over there, but just doesn't go to hand. A little interesting play there. A little, if it came to hand, that would have been great.
Yeah, Bliss would have been happy to finish that one off, John. And he just too much of a bounce.
Would have been blissful.
Just writes itself.
I was impressed with Connor Robinson there. The hooker made a great play. It was kind of a no-look bounce pass off of that last line out. He's able to scoop it and keep the Independents moving forward.
And Robinson's like that throwback kind of player, you know. He's like one of those guys that just keeps going. He's logged so many minutes in this tournament.
Free kick for an early lift there against New England. Naranjo has the ball all tied up at 8. They're in their own zone. Little over 8.5 minutes to go. That man is most likely not going to go the entire length of the field, Lickney, but he can certainly make some ground and take some bodies with him. Naranjo looking for Von Wick. Von Wick to the boot here, launches it down to Weir in the sun, but Weir is good with that one. Weir tries to launch a major drop goal there. It doesn't hit, but goes down there, and these players are on side for New England, but referee says it's okay. A couple of people piling on Von Wick, trying to turn over that ball. They've got a penalty advantage. Does Pacific Coast, a little overeager and not releasing those players. Penalty comes against Mitchell at the end.
And that's a product of the 50-22, because he knows if he misses it, it's still, the kick is down there. And he saw him look to the line. He looked to the midfield line before he kicked it.
Von Wick wants to run. Von Wick always gets taken down by a couple. Naranjo, they are club partners at New Mexico Tech, so they have very good chemistry working together. New England's trying to slow that down. Here comes the big man, Newbold. Takes it to ground. Players from New England trying to trap over that, but unavailable too. Von Wick gets it from Naranjo, gets it out, and a big interception there. What a great anticipation from this team. There's Ali Corbett. Ali Corbett gets the ball away, and coming down the sideline are New England Independent. They're getting their shape back together across the field. Let's see what they can make happen as the ball comes to Weir. Weir has players coming on him, but he's able to step through. Weir chips one over. It's inside the 22. Is it going to stay in the field? Who's it going to come down to? Comes down to Wayne State. I think that's not Wayne State, Pacific. To one of the potential Wayne State players. I was thinking of the wing there.
You're not wrong.
Pardon me. I'm not entirely wrong. Although I think that was Jacob Jenkins that came down with that. See who comes up with this ball. Driving through is Pacific. Inside their own zone. They may want to release this one by the boot, but they're going to take one more run at it here. Try to make some room. Von Wick can run from anywhere and be happy to, but all the players for Pacific are wedged in a small part of the field, and they have Jack Swords who's trying to take it away. They're penalized with Pacific Coast for something inside there. So New England, opportunity here. What do you go for, Pat?
Well, I think New England's going to go for the corner. I don't think there's much question on that. Weir's calling for post. He's playing like it's the 78th minute. Let me eat my words here. He was pretty audacious with that drop goal. He's feeling himself right now.
And, on the defensive alignment out here, if the ball were to spin wide, you've got two different kinds of styles of guys out there in Bliss and McGee facing off against each other. We've seen McGee's speed. That is definitely to the advantage of the Grizzlies if they can isolate him against Keegan.
Yeah, they've been able to keep the ball away from McGee this game, have New England. It's been good work.
Yeah, Keegan Bliss is a very solid player, but there's nobody in the park that's going to say that he can catch McGee in the open field.
Well, Pacific Coast had it. It was on. They were kind of caught between playing it conservative and wanting to kick it out and wanting to run it out, and what resulted in being a penalty. But they had it on over here and plenty of space for McGee.
Milan Von Wick seems to be coming off the field here. Interesting.
Well, he's got to be banged up. I mean, he is just...
Yeah, there's no way he's leaving the field unless there's some sort of an issue. What a player, Von Wick. Weir is good with that one, and New England takes the lead 11-8. Under 5 minutes to go here for a championship shield. Amazing work here. What a nail-biter.
Weir's boot is what we've been talking about the entire day. It's been what we've been talking about this entire final. That's why they were keeping him behind glass, right? It was very valuable, and it has resulted, all of their points have been a result almost directly of his foot.
Shumanemo back in the game. Kick to come here. Killian Burns taking this one as Von Wick, the danger man, is off the field. We'll have to try to see if we can find out something about that. Matt Mitchell, English-born, playing his rugby at Brown University. The Bruno ball comes out here. A little break there. This may be the break that they were waiting for. New England red, not the prettiest chip through. Bodies diving all over it. It seemed to get knocked forward by the captain there, Shumanemo. But penalty ensues after that. Mike Weir may have another chance to put 5 points on the board, or 3 points on the board here.
Great run by Alvaro Borrega, the Greenwich High School product. Joe Kelly's.
Saying it again?
Yeah.
Joe
Kelly's, Greenwich, Connecticut.
A bit of a melee off the ball here. I'm not sure Juwan Johnson doesn't throw a punch. Let's take a look at the breakdown here. There's definitely some pushing and shoving, a little argy-bargy, if you will.
This is a great run.
Yeah, Juwan Johnson didn't like missing it, and on the next breakdown, I'm afraid he may have.
Northeastern.
That's what the referees are definitely talking about right now. There it is. He pulled the guy off the ruck. We're going to see it. Just a push. Just a push. I wouldn't call that a punch.
Again, Juwan's just letting people know that he's here and saying hello.
He was saying great play very
great
aggressively.
Play. Great play. How's the family?
We're going to be methodical on this one.
Discussion going on. Clock is stopped. We're just about 3 minutes to go here. There is a penalty already. Up by 3 points is New England Independent Red. Tom Clark and crew must be on the edge of their seat, as are the coaches for Pacific Coast. Change coming here for Pacific Coast. We have a card. Is the card against?
Unique double card.
Double card.
So they send off both guys involved in the melee, Juwan Johnson and the guy who made the line break for New England. That was Alvaro Borrego. That's a big loss. So we're going to be playing 14-on-14 at least for a little bit.
It looks like the rest of the match.
Naranjo. Yeah, probably the rest of the match from a couple minutes ago. Naranjo, scrum half from Mexico Tech, comes off. Not sure if that's a replacement or the person who was involved in the scuffle. But the penalty comes anyway, and Weir, they're going to put it to the corner. Try to drive this one in. Do they have one more driving maul in them?
As I'm not a counting major, but I think the Pacific Coast Grizzlies are down to 12.
That would be a fairly interesting way to end this game. Here comes New England. They go to Corbett, steady as ever in the middle, getting this drive going forward. This could be the game clincher here. They've got to get it moving forward. Duque calling for that ball in behind. They're trying to work it there. There's a little space out to the right-hand side of his maul. It's going down once, and into the try zone they go. Referee's taking a look and having a discussion, it looks like, with his assistant referee. Shall see what the call is.
He might have been ripped away just at the death.
I couldn't quite see it from my position here. We'll take a look.
Here's your replay, Pat.
Got a nice little maul going, a little aerial in the back of there. It's really tough to tell from that angle if he dotted it down.
It's Matt Mitchell.
I thought he did, Matt Mitchell.
He sure thought so.
Great loose forward, Matt Mitchell.
Excellent open field flanker.
Plays in the
Here we got another angle here.
Shackled
for Brown.
Second row.
LaFlamme. There it is in slow-mo. See, I think he gets it down here.
I think he knocked it on. That was a fantastic defensive play. You can tell from that angle it was a knock on. Great call. Good job by the referee to take his time and get it right.
How about the coverage from Next Level Rugby on that?
Fantastic. Next Level Rugby slow-mo replays.
Ryan Ginty showing off.
That might have been Nick showing off. Nicky Krisick. There's a lot.
Jinquia, Nick.
Ball into Pacific Coast here. They've had to move somebody else in. Big push coming in. Ball taken away by Duque. Keegan Bliss is looking at that line. Keegan Bliss can't quite make it. He might have wanted to release that ball. They've got runners off in every direction. Barreling over the line they go. They're looking for the game winner. That's Mitchell again. Is he going to get it this time? Matt Mitchell, the Brown product, the great loose forward playing in the second row.
Don't give him two chances, folks. He's going to get it down.
And another 5 points on the board for this New England Independent team. Under a minute to go on the game clock. 16-8, kick to come. Would put them up by 10. Probably out of reach for the Grizzlies at that point.
Look, it may be, but it wouldn't be the first time this weekend that the time on the center referee's watch didn't match ours. And they've got some gamers over there for the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. I think it was actually a tactical sub for Yuyo Indololose to come on for Milan Van Wyck. If indeed that does prove to be true, it'll be an interesting strategy that they'll have to live with for a while. But Indololose can really play.
Yeah,
and if they have any time, get the ball in his hands and let's see what happens.
Indololose was great in the in the championships.
That's right, the small college championships there for Wayne State.
I call too many of these tournaments where there's multiple divisions, a million things going on. I have trouble remembering who played who sometimes. Pat, thank God you're here.
There's so many Indololoses that it's tough to keep track.
I need people like tournament organizer Brad Dufek to tell me who's playing next sometimes. And that kick is good. That is whistled for the end of our game. Ladies and gentlemen, for 2022, you have New England Independent Red as your champion. Runner-up, Pacific Coast Grizzlies. We're going to give away some hardware in just a minute. Some thoughts on this game, Matt McCarthy.
Just spectacular, and the better players always rise to the occasion, and you just saw that happen from New England. Not taking anything away from the Grizzlies. They were up against it with a couple of cards, a couple of trips to the sin bin, but Mike Weir and co. engineering their game plan to a T.
Who's Mike Weir and co.?
It's a law firm just down the street here in Houston. But, no, Mike Weir was fantastic. The Independents were fantastic. Let's be honest, it was the entire team that put that game plan into play. Every kick had to be chased. Every line out had to be won. And he was just the man that pushed the ball around and helped execute that game plan. But the Independents, kudos to them. Twice the bridesmaid, now finally the bride.
The Independents played together, guys.
Thomas Clark.
Thomas Clark.
The Independents did play together.
Ed Turbity.
Stephen Diamantopoulos. A few other people out there.
A lot of work goes into these teams, and a lot of work went into this tournament, and you're seeing the result right there on the field.
I think it's worth talking about the New England Independents, a Major League Rugby sponsored by the New England Free Jacks.
And we are going to go down in just a moment here as we have that man himself, Mike Weir. Tyler Doidge is going to talk to the captain and fly half. Tyler, let's take it away down there.
I'm here with Mike Weir. What an incredible game. I mean, you guys were seeing red, so much aggression. How did it feel?
Oh, it was crazy. Hats off to those guys. They played an amazing game. It was right down to the wire. I was pretty nervous the whole time. And hats off to our guys. They just battled through everything all tournament long. I mean, that's 6 games of rugby in 2 days. I mean, we're beat, we're tired, we're battered, but we're so happy to have got it done. Couldn't be happier and prouder of those guys right now.
Coming into that second half, what motivated you guys as a team? What was said in the huddle that made you guys come out, keep your composure, and take the W?
You know, we kind of got away from our game plan a little bit in the first half, and we knew what we needed to do. So we came out and executed, and I think that just all the boys knowing there was 40 minutes left, or 20 minutes left, 20 minutes of rugby, like you can do anything for 20 minutes. So those boys were fired up to go out and get it done.
Now, I know this isn't your first time facing these guys. You've actually lost twice in a championship. How good did this feel to win this one against such a notorious rival?
Yeah, I mean, they're a great group of players, and they really gave us an amazing game, but it feels so good, you know? It just feels really good, and I'm just so happy for all the boys who worked their tails off. I mean, I look at Connor Robinson, co-captain with me, and he played every single minute of every game this weekend. Like, that's insane. So, yeah, just so proud and happy for these guys.
Well, congratulations on a championship performance. Go celebrate with your team, NCR All-Star champions. What an amazing weekend. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Tyler. Mike Weir, what a great player. We're going to be handing out some silverware in just a moment. Steve Hyatt and Brad Dufek down there from NCR to do the honors. We'll just wait for these teams to get here. Guys, give me some thoughts on the tournament.
Well, you just heard Mike Weir salute Connor Robinson. I didn't know that he didn't miss a minute of this tournament. That's
Iron
crazy.
Man.
Unbelievable. What a performance. Hats off, Connor Robinson.
I think he's a little angry with Weir. Weir got to take a couple of nice little breaks there. Connor Robinson to truck through the whole thing.
We think Weir can wear his jersey to the airport. He's going to be just fine. He might not even need to shower. Look, this tournament, the interterritorial tournaments were the lifeblood of college rugby. They were what fed the Eagles year after year, having these all-star tournaments, systematically combing the country and trying to put forward candidates that could play for the national team. They went away after 2011. National Collegiate Rugby brought them back a few years ago, and here we are, an iteration of it, the best iteration yet, the best teams. You got Mike Weir from Dartmouth, Ivy League, Division 1A teams from all over the country. This is a fantastic vehicle for teams to try to aspire to become the best player they can, to have a great experience, and see maybe if they have a chance to go to the next level. So for me, this tournament has been that. It's my first championship to come to, and it was really great to watch.
Did he say next level?
He said the next level, like in next level rugby. What an ambassador for the game. Right? Mike Weir, very well-spoken Dartmouth guy on top of it.
Pennsylvania native.
And saluting his teammate.
Speaking of Dartmouth and Mike Weir, Dartmouth's sitting without a coach at the moment.
I'm sure that will be rectified.
Their man just moved James Willicks just moved on down to Old Glory, D.C. Whoever gets that job, and I think it's probably going to be announced soon, has a really nice present to unwrap when they get to Hanover and Mike Weir.
All right, and that is it from us here at AVEVA Stadium. We have some thank yous to do from NCR, Steve the Creator Cohen, Jeremy Treese, David Haynes, Brad Dufek, Steve Hyatt, Jesse Blitz, Lucy Zuckschwartz, and all of our MLR scouts that were here for next level rugby, taking rugby to the next level. Nigel Hill, Nikki Krisick, Tyler Doyge out on the sideline, and the man with the plan, Ryan Ginty. For Grant Cole, for Beck Clifton, for Matt McCarthy. I'm John Broker, and we're going to see you at the next rugby game.